Ladies and gentlemen, dear colleagues, welcome to workshop Cryptocurrencies and the digital currency market. Welcome to the walls of our university on behalf of myself and the National Strategic Management Association. We are very happy able to discuss together the most important issues related to the cryptocurrency and the digital currency market. The subject is very important. If we look at the world situation, now we have the crisis of cryptocurrencies, sign of the rate of exchange to the dollar, especially to the dollar and also euro. If we look at the different countries in the world, many central banks and commercial banks use those cryptocurrencies in settlements, financial settlements, and on the first place are the China, yes, China, but also Japanese banks, Chinese banks, and the other. I wish all of us interesting, fruitful deliberations, discussions, and exchange of views. Thank you very much.
Dear Rector, Professor Slomor Kovsky, dear Dean of the Faculty of Business and Finance, Professor Marzana Lament, dear colleagues, dear students, dear ladies and gentlemen, I would like to thank the colleagues from the K. Pulaski University of Technology and Humanities at Radom for the excellent preparation of this workshop. This is the 10th ISMA workshop during the last 2 decades, part of our social responsibility to provide knowledge, experience, and ideas to you, to the audience, to our members, to our friends and colleagues. The workshop is sponsored by our association and the organizing universities, and it is free of charge for all the participants. As the elected president of the ISMA, the International Strategic Management Association, it is a real pleasure and honor for me to address to the audience congratulating their decision to attend. Special thanks and gratitude go to our keynote speakers as they appear in the program, Professors Peter Kristofik, Alexander Savits, Graciela Georgiana Nocia, George Malindretos, Arav Kouantlous, John Berkules, and Nicholas Economidis, the moderators, Dr. Ioannis Takmatsidis, Professor Dimitrios Manditinos, and Professor Emeritus George Bitros for their remarkable contribution to this event. Recently, we have experienced security and safety tensions after the Russian invasion to Ukraine. In the middle of the pandemic, with millions of deaths, the whole community still in danger because of COVID-19 and its variants, just after the biggest financial crisis after the Great Depression, Russian military troops broke the world's geopolitical status, the world's security and safety, violating the international law, international treaties and agreements in a hopeless attempt to destroy Ukraine. For one more time, the world watches the war on TV and on social media, but is unable to help. The continuous price increase in energy products, transport costs, and supply chains will affect the global economy in an uneven way. European Union member states, being in the borderline of the war, like Poland, will be affected tremendously. It is not only the continuous fear of the war, the migration waves, the unknown future, but also the economic, political, and social implications of the years to come. The economic sanctions imposed by the West and the USA are correct and substantial to push Russia out of the World Trade Organization. The energy industry must be restructured in most of the European Union member states, investing a huge amount of money in new infrastructure. The war reserves the evolution of globalization, even if sanctions against Russia are lifted in the future. European countries' confidence to cooperate with Russia in the future based on legal terms and fair conditions have been destroyed forever. Finland and Sweden have already announced their decision to join NATO. The process is going well because people in these countries don't feel safe anymore. The expansion of NATO in the north is the most important development in geopolitics after the collapse of the Soviet Union in 1991. It is now the time to reorganize the global security and safety. It is time to strengthen even better the ties between USA and European Union. It is time to establish new organizations, new military allies and balances, to set up goals and to reevaluate existing rules and regulations. Because of the war, European Union and NATO may reconsider the voting rule by deleting the option of setting veto from one country on critical decisions related to military security, public health, economic sanctions, or any other social issue crucial for the unity of the organization. The example of Turkey in the case of NATO and Hungary in the case of European Union are good examples for such thoughts. From my point of view, taking into consideration the diversification of the broad expansion in both organizations, USA and NATO, will be more effective to pursue their objectives if they proceed with such a decision. It is the only way to overlap the bureaucratic and myopic behavior in several issues by imposing the majority vote or even the increased majority of 2/3, which is one of the main characteristics of democracy. I strongly believe that this will be the next issue in the agenda of both organizations in the next period. On the other hand, Russia, China, and India, as the leaders with 5 more countries whose names are finishing on stan, like Pakistan, Turkmenistan, etc., took the initiative to create a new organization to counteract NATO and its allies. This is an unpredictable evaluation in geopolitics with multiple consequences, not only in the area, East Asia, but also in Europe and the USA. It seems that we are going back again to Cold War. In this environment, the organization of this workshop comes like a bright light to discuss reliable solutions and new routes in the field of fintech, cryptocurrencies, digital currencies, monetary development, and more. Dear folks, in the period ahead, we must discover new initiatives in work, family, and life to stay calm. The new generation must help for the reorganization of the global society in new standards. Our students and colleagues should be asked to work hard to survive. In academia, we should introduce modern curriculum, business models, taking into consideration the climate change, sustainability, security levels, political changes, military tensions, pandemics, financial crisis as the core issues in modern teaching. The lesson we have learned from this war is terrible. It is better to delete it from our mind, but hope is there, so let's keep walking. From my deep heart, I would like to wish health and prosperity to all and to every one of you. Congratulations for your participation in this esteemed workshop, and thank you for your attention.
This is time for the presentation of participating entities. At first, participating Kazimierz Pułaski University, especially Faculty of Finance, and I ask for the presentation Vice Dean our faculty, Dr. Joanna.
Welcome all guests in the Kazimierz Pułaski University of Technology and Humanities in Radom, the biggest and the only published university in Radom. We educate specialists in the fields of economics, medical, technical, artistic, legal, pedagogical, and humanities scientists. The university in Radom is an innovative and modern university. The university, as well as faculty of economic and finance, where of course ISMA workshop 2022 is taking place, has a rich infrastructure, as well as research and teaching potential, guaranteeing a high European level of education. Our faculty is the faculty with a very long tradition. We have been functioning from over 50 years. At the faculty, we provide education in 3 fields of study: economics, finance and accounting, economic analytics. The Faculty of Economic and Finance is a study-friendly environment due to its approach, professionalism, and openness to various forms of cooperation in according to its mission. Students can develop their research interests in research circles which are operating in our faculty. They can belong also to students' organizations, sports club, or can be member also of the university choir. Our students may follow part of the study program abroad under the Erasmus Plus program in 24 universities from 11 countries. There are students from Italy, Portugal, Turkey, Slovakia, also from the Ukraine studying in the faculty. Faculty employees conduct research in a discipline of economic and finance with a strong emphasis on cooperation with the international scientific community. We cooperate with university mainly from France, of course from Slovakia, from Turkey, from Italy, or even from Great Britain. The Faculty of Economic, as an example of significant achievements on the faculty's employees, are published monographies. The most important ones are published by the world-renowned Taylor and Francis Group Routledge Publishing House. The Faculty of Economic and Finance, as you can own a scientific journal, the Central European Review of Economic and Finance publishes original articles in all fields of economic and finance, placing a primary emphasis on the highest quality analytical and empirical contribution in the field. And the last thing I would like to say that every year the Faculty of Economics organize the International Scientific Conference, which is called World Economy Challenges of the 21st Century. It's the conference of high rank, and it is recognized by the, of course, domestic and international scientific community. And the newest edition of this conference will take place in December this year. So I would like to, of course, invite all guests to participate also in our conference. Thank you very much.
And the next institution I would like to mention a professor, Faculty of Economics, Accountants. Professor,
Hello, hi, good morning, everybody. I, at the moment, represent the University of Malta and the Malta Association of Risk Management, which is a participation organization within the organization. So the University of Malta, I am the Deputy Dean also of the Faculty of Economics, Management and Accountancy. And just to give you an overview, the faculty offers 7 different programs. Okay, one is in public policy, another one is in marketing, another one is in insurance and risk management, which is my department. Then there is banking and finance, there is management, economics, and accountancy. Obviously, the largest of them all is the accountancy department, because it comes with a warrant for a CPA, enabling you to sign on certain documents, while the others are all professional qualifications. That is the bachelor's level, the undergraduate level. The next level would be the master's, and we offer several programs at master's level. For example, insurance and risk management, which has 3 streams. It has a stream which is more the actuarial and mathematics side of it and the econometric side of it. Then there is a stream which is more, it's called governance, risk management and compliance, is more for the administrative part and the regulatory and the internal controls area. We offer then a mix of the two as a stream in insurance, and then we offer another one which is an MA insurance and risk management, which is basically a research program. It is more developed as research. Then we've got in the management, we've got entrepreneurship degree at MSc. We've got a management MSc. We've got an MSc in digital marketing and management, digital marketing and public policy, and there are also a BSc in IT and business, IT and banking and finance, and also in cybersecurity. This is just within our faculty. Then there are obviously another 11 faculties. One of the most successful is the medical and surgery. Then there is the pharmaceutical. There is also architecture, engineering, every type of engineering. There is IT. There is one also on digital, on blockchain and the DLT. There is also a faculty of law and also of legal aspects and theology and even education. I hope I didn't miss any. There's also an Institute of Tourism, and there are about, I think, 8 or 9 institutes which vary around these subjects, European science and all the rest. So that's about the university. We do have also Erasmus programs, a number of Erasmus programs. It's infinite. Every year we increase by about 6 or 7 new universities. We have a number of universities in Poland and in all other European countries, and even out of Europe. We have some agreements with US. We have some agreements with Australia, Asia, and also in the Balkans and transition countries. I have visited most of them also because I also lecture in a number of universities outside University of Malta. And I'm also, just to give you feedback also on risk management, I am also the chairman of the Education Committee of the Federation of European Risk Management, hence MARM's is the Malta Association of Risk Management, hence MARM's involvement in this workshop. The Federation of European Risk Management mainly looks at subjects. It's looking at all the areas of financial services. We are definitely looking at the area of cryptocurrencies, blockchain. However, at the moment, the focus is mainly on sustainability and even the digital operations resilience, which the two of them are coming out in acts, directives by IOPA, which is the regulator of insurance, and ISMA, which is the regulator of investments and financial services. They're coming out in as directives on ESG for sustainability, and DORA, which is the Digital Operations Resilience Act, which is coming out in 2023-24. Okay, basically, the idea is to, let's say, change a culture, try and change a culture, even when utilizing cryptocurrencies or any other instrument. Malta did look at cryptocurrency. We also opened up a department under the IT faculty in DLT, and hopefully, let's say, we'll have more entities, more regulated entities, because at the moment the entities are, let's say, not really falling under any type of regulation. However, there is soft law which covers the way cryptocurrencies are working in our country. That's all from my end. If there are any questions, I'm happy to answer. If you would like to ask me anything about the university or about the Federation of European Risk Management, and even for what the Public Risk Management Organization, where I am chairing also the Education Committee, feel free to contact me on simon.grima@um.edu.mt, or get in touch with Professor Telesinos, and he will give you my email address. Thank you very much, and I hope you have a very enjoyable and fruitful workshop. Hello.
And this is time for the presentation, International Hellenic University, and I I would like to presentation Professor Dimitrios Maditinos for the Faculty of Business and Business Technology. And Mr. Professor, I ask for the presentation. Okay, because professor is absent, we go to the next presentation, other institution, and there are West University of Timisoara for Romania, and I ask for the presentation Professor Gratiela Georgiana Noia, for professor is Vice Dean of the Faculty of Economics and Business Administration. Professor, yes. Problem. And the next, yes. And maybe next, there is president by International Center of Epistemology, Dr. Ioannis Tachma-Tazis.
Good morning from sunny Athens. Can you hear me and see me? Okay. Good morning then from Athens. Would like to thank Professor Thalassinos and the organizers for this invitation. It was our pleasure. It is our pleasure to participate. Just a few words about our institution. Actually, we are called the Malama Institute for Psychological Applications, and we are established in 2002 in Athens, Greece, and after our presence for some years in London. Our mission is the advancement of scientific knowledge and practice in the fields of psychology and business. What we offer here in the center, we offer various psychological applications. Namely, we offer specialized psychotherapeutic services, professional supervision and trainings in various areas of our interest. We carry out some research, as well as we run thematic retreats twice a year. Also, it's our duty as an institution to return to society, and we disseminate relevant scientific information to the public through open days, seminars, various publications. Now, last 5-6 years, we have IPSE, the International Center, the Institute for Psychological Applications, incorporates the International Center of Epistemology. The word may sound a bit strange. It's a unique word. Actually corresponds to a unique theoretical approach with relevant applications on psychology and business, devised by my co-founder of the institute, Mrs. Anastasia Malama, and myself. So the aim of the International Center of Epistemology is to advance our knowledge and applications on business structure, processes, productivity. It regards then it talks about the interaction between business and psychological factors. We have implemented various psychological frameworks and even psychotherapeutic frameworks just to understand better the human interaction and the structure of a system. So we focus on business structure and the relevant culture. We offer some strategic management and communication applications. We focus as well on leadership and interpersonal processes and how they create this unique environment that could be more productive. And of course, we assess and estimate investment behavior, various parameters of investing behavior. These activities may be offered by consultation and accredited trainings on epistemology, to public and private organizations, management staff, employees. So International Center for Epistemology and Malama Institute for Psychotherapeutic Applications, IPSE. We try to have international presence and orientation, also to cooperate with professional bodies and organizations in a global scale, and we participate in high-end scientific activities and developments. So these few words from Athens, Greece, and we hope that we will all enjoy and acquire very, very interesting knowledge from this workshop. Thank you very much.
Sorry. Thank you for the presentation. And the next institution, there are Academic Board and Scientific Council Mediterranean College. And I ask for the presentation chairman of this board, Professor Spiros Vliamos.
I represent Mediterranean College of Athens. Professor Vliamos has another obligation in Athens. We have a conference there, same day. So I recently start a new position after 40 years in public universities at the Mediterranean College of Athens as a dean of the School of Shipping. So Mediterranean College is the first independent Anglophone college to be founded in Greece in 1977. Since then, it has been continuously operating according to standards of countries with a long tradition in higher education, such as the United States and United Kingdom. It is the first college in Greece to franchise a degree program from a British state university. Today, it has partnerships with a number of UK universities, and we provide degrees from bachelor's to master's. We also have some special programs for employee people willing to expand their studies and knowledge in different subjects. The university has 8 schools: the School of Shipping, the School of Health and Sport Sciences, School of Tourism and Hospitality, School of Engineering, School of Computing, Business School, School of Education, and School of Psychology. We have international students from many countries, and we are open for new cooperations from well-established universities from the States and from UK. The degree is recognized by the Greek states and, of course, by European Union countries. We participate in different organizations, international organizations, and we are offering scholarships to people with low income, family income, and we organize workshops, conferences, either by ourselves or in cooperation with other institutions. The academic staff of Mediterranean College, in collaboration with the University of Derby and some other universities, UK universities, promote research activities as one of the most important aspects in their high-quality academic programs. Research, for me, is number one in academia to promote a university and to attract students. So I highly recommend for those who are interested to join a new university or as a first job, it is very important to improve their CVs with good research. I also present the International Strategic Management Association. The International Strategic Management Association was established in 1993 as a non-profit, non-governmental organization. It is an international academic institution with participation open to all persons involved or interested in business and economics. The opportunity to participate as a member of ISMA includes a subscription either in the European Research Studies or the International Journal of Economics and Business Administration or the International Journal of Finance, Insurance, and Risk Management. These three journals actually belongs to International Strategic Management Association. The first one is now 25 years in academia. The second one is 10 years, and the third one is 13 years. Our main objectives are to contribute to the development and implementation of strategic business and economics as science, research, and practice, to improve the communication and exchange ideas between professors, researchers, professionals, students in business and economics, to develop and support cooperation between educational and research institutions across the world, to bridge the gap between Eurozone member states with European states in transition, the gap between Northern European countries and Southern European countries, the gap between less developed, developing, and developed countries in the world, to encourage common interest, ethical culture, social governance, and to create new opportunities and new initiatives for cooperation among academics, researchers, professionals from all over the world, and to promote the idea of international economics and business, the idea of equality in world and society, the idea of sustainable development worldwide, the idea of European integration by stimulating research on the process of economic and social integration in Europe through publications in journals, organization of conferences, workshops like this, educational visits, lectures, research groups, and other related activities. ISMA is governed by a board. We have the board of directors. We have an executive committee. We have a scientific committee. We have fellows. We have affiliates. We have partners. For those who are interested to connect or to describe on these journals or on this organization, I'm responsible. My email is in the workshop, thalassinos@ersa.eu. So please feel free to contact me if you are interested to join us. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor. And maybe we can come back to the presentation about International Hellenic University, and maybe Professor Dimitrios Meditinos. Graziella, okay. And this is the time for the presentation West University of Timisoara, and I ask for this presentation Professor Graziella Georgiana Noia. She is Vice Dean of the Faculty of Economics and Business Administration.
Yes, good morning.
Okay.
I don't know if you can hear me well. Can you hear me? Sorry.
Go ahead, Graziella. We hear you.
Oh, thank
quite
you.
well.
Thank you. Okay, and can you also see my screen with the presentation?
Yes, yes, we can see the screen.
Okay, perfect. So thank you so much, and very sorry for being a little bit late. I had some connection problems. First of all, I would like to congratulate the organizers of this Top Tier Scientific event and to address a big thank you for the opportunity to be a part of it and to be able to present my university in the first part and then the results of my research that I've performed in the second part of the workshop. As regards my university, it is West University of Timișoara in Romania. It is actually the biggest university in the western part of the country. It has quite a long history of more than 7 decades. It is actually a very large community of over 16,000 members, and it was founded in 1944 and had a very promising ascending because it's now a regional leader in the field of higher education and research with numerous connections in the more and more globalized academic world. So West University of Timișoara definitely holds a unique achievement in the west of the country of Romania, and it ranks highly in world university rankings as well as many others. Let's say the Times Higher Education ranking would be the most important here. So if I go back to several numbers, we have over 60,000 students, as mentioned previously. We have 11 faculties, over 85 bachelor programs, around 120 master programs overall, over 12 PhD programs, and 27 advanced research centers. So this means over 700 academic staff. We are very well connected through universities around the world through international bilateral agreements, over 500 this year, and an important, let's say, a notable share of international students that we are struggling to increase. So you are very well welcome if you're planning to study here in Romania, and particularly in Timișoara. So the 11 faculties of the West University of Timișoara basically cover all the main directions of study in the fields of exact sciences, economics, where I come from. I'm from Faculty of Economics and Business Administration, and I'm going to show you a little bit more about it next. But we also focus on social sciences, political sciences, humanities, and arts. So we definitely tend to cover the main directions of study in the tertiary education. We focus on new methods of teaching and evaluation. These are often implemented within our university. Actually, we tend to also provide a new way of, or let's say a new model of teaching and learning, which is called Teaching and Learning Brand. It's focusing on several new ways of teaching in the modern globalized world. And of course, we focus on interdisciplinarity by means of transversal course offers for students and cross-disciplinary projects, a concept of education and research that has been adopted by the West University of Timișoara, and that allows our students and staff at the same time to work towards a more integrated university, as well as more valuable skills and knowledge production for the future. So as mentioned earlier, these are the 11 faculties covered by our university, and the Faculty of Economics and Business Administration is the one from which I come from. I am the Vice Dean in charge of academic and student affairs starting with 2020. We have around 14 bachelor programs here and 23 master programs. We do have lots of programs that are also taught in English, French, German at the same time, and I'm going to show you a little bit more. We do focus on internationalization along with those international bilateral agreements that I have mentioned previously. We also have lots of projects with partners across the world, and we are very good friends, let's say, and close friends to the universities that are participating here today within the workshop, and particularly with International Strategic Management Association. If we come back to let's say internationalization at the university level, we organize basically hundreds of incoming and outgoing mobilities every year for our students, for study, for training, of course, as well as for the academic and administrative staff, for teaching, teaching, training, and research in particular. So with more than 1,000 international students that are degree seeking and credit seeking, and those over 500 Erasmus plus outgoing mobilities at the West University of Timisoara, for students, academics, and administrative staff, our goal is to constantly deepen the internationalization of our university at home and in the world. We act as very proactive in connecting with prestigious higher education institutions around the world, and this, I think, it has already been proven by the activity that we have. I've spoken about the bachelor and master programs that we have in foreign language, both at the university level and in particular within the Faculty of Economics and Business Administration. So we have accounting and management information system, which is entirely taught in German, and it's a double degree program with the university in Germany. We have a management program, which is entirely taught in French. Finance and banking at the same time entirely taught in English. For the other faculties within our university, we also have computer science in English, or drama for those who are interested in German, and international relations and European studies also taught entirely in German. For the master programs in a foreign language within the Faculty of Economics, we have international corporate finance, which is in the finance area, again taught in English, management in European context, management des affaires, which is entirely taught in French, an MBO in English, management of business organization, and we have a master of research, which is again very well connected, and it is developed in partnership with two prestigious universities. We have here colleagues from Sassari University and from Bordeaux University that have joined forces with us, and we have thus configured a research master program, which is global entrepreneurship, economics, and management, again entirely taught in English. And at the level of our colleagues, we also have European Union law, which is again taught in English. So I think it's a quite, let's say, attractive offer for international students, and again for academics or various administrative staff that are seeking to develop a future partnership with our university and our faculty in particular. In terms of Erasmus projects that I have mentioned, we have recently closed one, which was on Key Action 2 on strategic management cooperation in higher education, which was developed with partners from the UK. We have Exeter, we had Stirling University, we had partners from Germany, the Magdeburg University, from Italy, Milano Bicocca, from Spain at the same time. And we tend to, let's say, expand a bit our area in terms of mobilities and Erasmus Plus programs for studies and traineeship with various universities that can become our partners, of course, and we can join forces in this respect in the near future. So we try to help our students to become part of the international community, which is now formed of millions of students who study, who do research or training abroad. So basically the experience of an Erasmus mobility will contribute to our students' academic and professional development, while also enriching their cultural and linguistic experience. At least this is our main goal and what we believe in this respect. So we let me talk a bit about the city, about Romania and Timisoara, because our university is placed within a very, let's say, cultural and interesting city that is going to be European Capital of Culture in 2023, which is Timisoara, a beating heart in the west of the country, basically the largest academic center in the west of the country, with a population of about 350,000 people, actually the third city from Romania. It is located in a very nice area of Banat, in a flat area along the river Bega, and the symbol of the 1989 revolution against the communist regime. And while it has the charm of a small cosmopolitan city, it also offers the opportunities of a metropolis. So it is a multicultural city dominated by the spirit of ethnic and tolerance, a modern city whose motto is also unity in diversity. So thank you so much for allowing me to present my University and the Faculty of Economics and Business Administration. We so much look forward to have you here and to develop future cooperations together. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you, Professor, for interesting presentation about your university and especially about faculty. And because Professor Dimitros Meditinos is absent and presentation about International Hellenic University is missed. And yes, maybe later, maybe in the next part, our conference, we come back to there. And this is time for the break. Coffee break, and we have time to the 10 o'clock. Yes, thank you, and later.
Hello, this is Ioannis. Should we start the presentation?
Okay. Hello.
Should we start, or you give the order to do that? How do we continue?
Okay. Since the presentation, which is planned for now, is mine, so I would like to, maybe I can present.
Okay, then let's start, right? I was expecting if actually the organizers would give us a signal that we could start.
Okay.
Let's start now. Just 1 minute. So I would like to welcome you all to this part 1 of the seminar. There will be a 30 minutes presentation followed by 15 minutes question and answer session. And we have 3 distinguished experts in this field, and we are sure that they are going to enlighten our knowledge about these issues. We will start with Professor Peter Kristofic from Untitled University from Slovakia. Welcome, Professor. The title is Traditional versus Behavioral Approach in Analyzing Cryptocurrencies Market. And we hope that you will enlighten our knowledge about this issue. So a few words about Professor Kristofic. So actually, he's senior lecturer and associate professor of finance at the Faculty of Economics at Untitled University in Slovakia. And he's often invited for guest lectures to universities abroad. His research interest focuses on financial economics, especially on financial decision-making process, international corporate structuring, investment appraisal, and capital structure of non-financial companies. Also, research activities include behavioral economics and finance. In addition, he is author or co-author of many university textbooks, monographs, and research papers, and participates in national and international academic projects. In addition, he is trainer and lecturer for special educational programs in MBA studies and companies. So, welcome, Professor Kristofic, and the virtual floor is yours.
Okay, thank you very much. I hope you can hear me.
Yes.
I will share the presentation.
Thank you.
I hope it's visible for you now.
Let's give some moments.
Okay.
Okay, it's fine.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you. We are ready to hear you.
I would like to present a few slides about distinguishing traditional and behavioral approach to analysis of cryptocurrency market. This presentation and I would say lecture was motivated by my own experience few months ago, or dating a few months ago, when I had a meeting with my PhD student. It was in particular in October 2021, when he came to me and said, you know, I prepared a very good model, traditional model of the behavior of Dogecoin, of cryptocurrency Dogecoin, and according to this model, I'm sure the returns of this cryptocurrency will grow in some extraordinary rate in few weeks. Okay, I said, very good. And what is your intention? And he said, well, you know, I would like to prepare a paper on this. I said, okay, but this is not the case. because when you prepare the paper, the market will be somewhere else. So I said, let's have a look at the market. Show me your model. Show me your econometric approach, and we can go for it, like in terms of practical investment. Okay, so to be honest, I am quite conservative investor, and I'm not very much focused on cryptocurrencies. But this time, the arguments of the student were quite strong. So I decided, because of promising higher return, to invest a few euros into the cryptocurrency as Dogecoin. As you will see in the presentation later, this was not very good decision, and it only confirmed my skepticism about this kind of investment. And that time I said immediately to this student of mine, well, you see that this traditional approach, by traditional approach I mean the standard approach of financial market analysis by means of technical analysis, that this approach, the standard approach, traditional approach, is not very suitable for cryptocurrencies because of the substance of cryptocurrency. So I said, let's develop some behavioral model which could somehow describe this cryptocurrency market, particularly this market for Dogecoin. And this is actually the background of this lecture, of this presentation, to show that the differences between traditional and behavior approach to cryptocurrency market. The content is very simple. I would like to develop, at the beginning, I would like to develop the aim or the objective of the paper and the hypothesis, material methods, motivation, and then I will come to the core part of the presentation, which is this traditional and behavioral approach. And the whole presentation is closed by a few conclusions. Okay, so the main aim of this presentation is to compare this traditional approach, which is based on the traditional finance or traditional approach to financial market analysis, or in other words, as you can see here, the model of the price of the selected coin, in our case Dogecoin, which is based on technical analysis, with behavioral approach. So it means the model which is based on human behavior with an emphasis on its timing. So for the first model, for this traditional one, we would like to create a model of Dogecoin price by identifying a possible determinism in its development, as it is usually the case of each technical analysis approach. And with the hypothesis, the Dogecoin price development is more determined by its previous development than it would be the stochastic one. And then the partial M2 is to model the timing of Dogecoin development, which is influenced by tweets on Twitter of Elon Musk, who has a huge impact on, or had maybe, a huge impact on how the Dogecoin is developed. So also in this part, I would like to focus on two hypotheses. Behavior of market influencer like Elon Musk can be reversely derived from asset price movements. And the second hypothesis is that there is a pattern to the timing of Elon Musk's tweets. Which material and which methods were used during this investigation, during this research? First material for the technical analysis, we use a time series of Dogecoin price. We used daily maximus, which are used instead of closing price, as we especially intend to analyze so-called pumps, because this was the approach in this technical analysis, this pump and dump schemes. Okay, so the development of the price is quite stable, and then it comes to some pump when after some time the price goes very much into the upper positions. Then we used the time series of Elon Musk's Dogecoin related tweets. In other words, when Elon Musk had some tweets which were connected with Dogecoin. And what is important to say is that the examined period is from January 2021, when we saw the large pump event of Dogecoin. Concerning the methods, we use the exploratory analysis with focus on graphical assessment, and we used also some kind of very simple regression analysis. Okay, so the motivation for within this model was to show the replication of the patterns in price movements. As you can see on this graph, the whole study period is divided to the sub-periods according to the large pump events, which was beginning of 2021, 28th of January, and 11th April 2021. So this is the first period, and the second period is then from April to November 2021, which is, as you can see here, the second period. There are similarities in price developments during period 2 compared to the period 1, but the length of these periods and the size of changes both increase over time. And therefore, to fit these changes in length of periods, we need to apply auxiliary time model, which will be presented in the next slide. So the similarities with other periods could be partially shown for period 0 as well, which is a very short period before January 28th, 2021. We used the logarithmic scale, natural logarithm, which was used for clearer illustration of the shape's replication that is not obvious on a figure with linear scale. Okay, so here we have the model 1, which is actually the background for this traditional approach. And in this graphs, you can see this auxiliary model, and if we combine points from periods 1 and 2, which are shown by arrows on the graph, so selected exact points from circles on the previous slide, which we had here, we can produce the time series regression, which is called in this situation auxiliary model. Okay, as we divide sample to training and test set, there are no selected points or arrows at the period at the end of period 1 and period 2. Training and test set are divided in the ratio of 60 to 40. In period 2, it means 40% of period 2 is our test set. The results of this time model helped us to assign days from period 1 to days from period 2. Such assignment is necessary as we believe that there is a replication of price movements. During modeling of all days, we converted the sample numbers. So first day of a period is 1 and so on. Okay, so just to continue, after we produced this time model, we made a regression over prices in period 2 and period 1. And only training set is applied for the regression. So prices from period 1 are used as independent variable, and prices in period 2 are dependent variables, as we expect replication in price movements. So there is we expect some connection between these two periods. As period 2 is longer, only prices from days that correspond to days in period 1 according to time model are applied. It means approximately every third day from period 2. The period of the decline of the market was not studied for the preparation of this model. Decline of the market started after studied period 2 and after BTC all-time high that was on November 10th, 2021, was not studied for purpose of the model construction, but only for the assessment. Okay, so here you see the price model, which is based on weekly data, because we wanted to minimize effect of some short-term fluctuations. So that's why we applied regression on weekly data as well. Independent variable are weekly maximus from period 1, and dependent variable are price maximus from period 2, from such dates that are corresponding to these data from period 1 according to the time model. I would like to stress that the weekly model is only auxiliary as well. Again, because it's measured, we are measuring parameters from this regression. It means alpha and beta coefficients in the regression are then applied to daily data, as you can see here in the next slide. So you see here the actual development, real development of Dogecoin prices and the prediction. So you see that until the November, the development of the Dogecoin price and the prediction and the backtesting of the model are quite similar. But the problem starts here in November, when we expected that according to the model that and according to the prediction, that it will come to the higher pump event, and the price will grow, let's say maybe 5 times from previous price. Unfortunately, the real development of the Dutch coin you see in this blue line, and it is very, very much different from the prediction. So this is actually as a result of this analysis, we can say that there could be a problem with analyzing the cryptocurrency market by traditional methods, by traditional technical analysis methods. We had something like 87% accuracy rate on a nearly 3-month test, which is quite good, and which led us to the conclusion that the prediction of future Dogecoin price could be successful. And this model confirms this hypothesis, which I had at the beginning for the Model 1, saying that the Dogecoin price development is more determined by its previous development than it would be the stochastic one. So the development during period 2 was determined by the previous development. Unfortunately, for the next period and for the period under examination for the future, did not show this trend and did not confirm the results of technical analysis. Because the model, as you see, the cons of the model, it is based only on the price of selected coin. So dependent variable is the price, and independent variable is lagged price in the future, and next or another variables are not considered. The auxiliary model, time model, is based on very low number of observations. This is also a big problem. And last but not least, the model based on a replication did not fit decline of whole crypto market, which started in November 2021, after Bitcoin all-time high on 10th of November. So the next large pump, which was actually also the moment when I said, okay, let's go for this investment, was modeled on 27th of November. But as you can see in the previous, as you could see in the previous slide, it was much weaker. It was in December, and with a very small effect, as you can see here on the blue line. That's why the motivation was to apply this behavioral approach, which is based on as I said, on related Elon Musk's tweets, because I think, or we think, that this behavioral aspects could better describe the real behavior of the market. So on this graph, we can see the development of the price, which is influenced, in our opinion, by Elon Musk tweets. Only selected tweets, of course, are on the graph, which are marked with a dot line. First graph, part of period 2 with prediction of which we had in model 1 in the first version. So the rise of the price almost correctly predicted by the traditional model on 26th of October. Actually, it happened on 27th of October, 21, and was related to one of Elon Musk's tweets, as you can see here, the first tweet. From such nearly correct prediction, which is based only on the replication of price movements, arises a question whether Elon Musk's tweets cannot be predicted, or whether their timing does not follow some pattern. Moreover, this prediction of the rise in period 2 and on 26th of October is related, as the model 1 is based on replications, to the rise in period 1 on 1st April, which also is related to another Elon Musk tweets, which is in the second graph. It seems that timing of the tweet on 27th of October could be predicted thanks to the timing of the tweet from 1st April. So first graph, furthermore, in the first graph, the peak of a large rise, this rise should start but not end it at late November. You see it here. Was predicted on 16th of December. That is near actual date of another tweet, which was on 14th of December. So this somehow supports the hypotheses which were in the background of the second model. So, again, as it was in the first model, we prepared the auxiliary model of price development, and this model should serve to test these two hypotheses, which were, as I said, the background for the model number 2. And particularly the existence of a pattern for timing of the tweets of Elon Musk. Similar auxiliary model or time model for model 2 and as for model 1 is presented on this graph. This is only advanced version, more selected points, including points from set previously used as a test set. Test set is not applied to the auxiliary model when making model 2. Newer tweets and their timing serve then as a test set. The points or arrows in period 0 are used only to emphasize some similarities between periods, but are not considered for construction of the auxiliary model. Okay, so it just for representation of some similarities. Okay, so here is again some regression model with a regression line from auxiliary model, which is used as a suitable line to fit the timing of the tweets. Okay, so the tweets are finally projected on such a regression line, which is similar to the same line as on a previous slide in the second graph, which you can see here, which is made from the time points on the graph of Dogecoin price, and with the arrows which are used on previous slide. The intersections of the projections of tweet dates are approximately on the regression line that partially supports the hypothesis for the model 2. Okay, and here we have some predicted and actual time of tweets, which are based on this regression model from the previous slide. So regression line from time model is of price movements. It means the equation y equals 3 point and so on and so forth. From the is also applied for predictions. So during modeling, all dates are converted to simple numbers since the start of or from the start of studied period. So 28th of January is number 1 and so on. And the converted date of tweets from period 1 are used as x, and then applying to equation the time of tweets in period 2 and later, which is the prediction. And in this table, we show some repeating or the same or nearly the same inaccuracies are marked. And predictions, of course, each prediction can be improved by incorporating this knowledge. So as for the model 1, we can derive some conclusions and some pros and cons for this second model. Again, the model partially supports both hypotheses of this model, and it supports some idea that it is possible to use hard financial data, like prices, to analyze the human behavior, tweets, that preceded and influenced financial data. Again, there are also some cons, like only selected tweets can be analyzed this way. We have only a limited period and limited number of observations, as it was with the first model. The exact timing of tweets cannot be predicted by a simple line, of course, because it's based on human, particularly Elon Musk's behavior. And because of some or of these inaccuracies, both hypotheses cannot be confirmed unequivocally. So model 2 is in contrast to model 1, or model 2 in contrast to model 1 cannot predict price movements nor yield of pumps, only their timing. Okay, and as a conclusion, so this traditional approach, this means the model based on technical analysis, is able to clarify replication of price movements if a long-term pattern to these movements exists. If a human behavior influences financial data and patterns, both the timing of this behavior and the financial data exist, it is possible to derive the timing of the behavior. We are applying a model based on financial data. So that's it. This is the end of my presentation, and
thank you very much, Professor Christoph. Thank you very much for this interesting and stimulating presentation on the Dogecoin market and the comparison you made between traditional and behavioral modeling. So we have like technical analysis versus human behavior, especially focusing on timing, interesting concepts you brought into the discussion. And any questions, please, could be addressed now to Professor Christoph. I'm sure he will be glad to accept a few questions from this interesting presentation.
Yeah, I already sent this presentation in advance, so it can be distributed to participants of the conference. And if the questions will be later, it's no problem. I also published, I would say, more detailed version of this model number 2 in the journal Statistica, Czech journal, and on my ResearchGate profile you can find a full version of this paper. So maybe after studying the presentation and the paper, you can have some questions which I will answer also later.
Of course, thank you. So, am I allowed just to make a question then? Because I found very interesting, it comes from my background as well as a psychologist. For instance, it is supposed, at least as I understand it, that behavioral approach corresponds or implies slightly classical conditioning that may then imply enforcement of rules or a great influence of how the market is structured. So in this case, do you think that the behavioral approach, if it becomes more established, could make the cryptocurrency market more volatile, since influences will be there to maybe play with the processes of how people in the market appreciate cryptocurrencies?
Yeah, okay. First of all, I have to say some, I would say some general idea that, in my opinion, the cryptocurrency market is not so interesting for investors anymore as it was, let's say, in previous year. We can see the lower activity on this market, which is caused maybe by removing the flows of financing from this market to another markets, from cryptocurrency market. And second important idea, in my opinion, is that the cryptocurrencies, and why I try to develop this behavioral approach, is that if you want to analyze some market, some shares, bonds, or whatever, there should be some background, some fundament beyond. If you want to use some technical analysis approaches. And in case of cryptocurrencies, there is no background. There's no fundament beyond, like development of some national economy or some European Union economy or whatever, or economic development of company, which shares we are going to trade. And this is the problem for application of this traditional approach. As I said at the beginning, I am also the victim of of such approach, because I believe that this traditional approach can be helpful. And after backtesting of the model, in cooperation with my PhD student, I saw, oh, well, there can be a 5 times higher return in, let's say, 2 weeks, according to this pump and dump scheme, which was developed. And as a funny story, my son said to me, oh, I don't believe you will invest in cryptocurrency. You are so conservative and you invested. I said, well, maybe we can have some return. I'm still holding this Dogecoin with a huge loss, to be honest. Unfortunately, I was careful enough not to invest my whole asset into Dogecoin, but it only confirmed this issue.
Thank you, Professor. Another question from Professor Thalassinos. Professor Thalassinos?
Yes, you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you very much, Peter, for your participation in this workshop. I highly appreciate it. Very interesting presentation. I have one question with two sub-questions, let's say. The first question is this. Do you think that after the war or during the war, it will be a good solution, let's say, in quotes, by Russia if they decide to accept commercial trading in cryptocurrencies in cooperation maybe with China or other countries from Asia? And the second sub-question is, do you expect from central banks, especially European Central Bank, to design a kind of a digital currency as a counteract of to cryptos in the near future? I'm saying 3, 4, 5 years from now, maybe.
Well, thank you very much for your question, and I'm happy to see all my friends in the room in Radom. Greetings to Professor Kowski, to Marzana, and to you as well. I start with the second question. As I said before, I'm not sure if the cryptocurrency market will be of some large interest in the future. I know that there were some initiatives about cryptocurrency, like crypto euro. We have a digital dollar, and have a digital euro as well. So it could be a case, and it could be a case in a quite a short term period. The question is, how can we consider this digital currency? If this is a investment tool, or if this is a payment tool. I know about some initiatives in some companies, for instance, in the telco business, then that they wanted to use the cryptocurrencies as a tool of payment for invoices. But due to the high volatility, it is not possible, or it is not real to use the cryptocurrency as a tool for paying for your monthly mobile phone invoice. Okay, so the first question would be, our first problem would be, is it good for investment, such currency, or can we use it also as a payment method? And it strongly depends, in my opinion, on the volatility of this currency. Doesn't matter if crypto or digital euro. And the second question, I'm sorry, I didn't understand. I didn't understand the question quite. It was connected with the war and with the.
It's connected with the war, as an action to bypass the sanctions by Western countries and USA. Russia may accept payments in cryptos.
Well, it is. It could be kind of mean of payment in this situation, and we know that at the beginning of the war there were quite a large investment in crypto because of instability of some currencies and changes in the in the currency market. But to answer this question quite with responsibility. You know, the every day brought a lot of news in this war time, and if the cryptocurrencies are the topic in this situation, I don't know. Simply no idea, because to predict the future is very difficult. How it is said, the predictions are very difficult, especially about the future.
Okay, thank you very much. Maybe one more question, please.
I'm sorry, I have to leave in a few minutes because I have other duties.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Professor Peter Christofik. Thank you very much for your contribution. Thank you. Now, let's proceed with the next presentation and contribution. This comes from Associate Professor Alexander Sivic from Trinity College in Dublin, University of Dublin. A few words for Dr. Alexander Sivic. He's actually Associate Professor, as I said, and Research Associate in International Integration Studies. He teaches in the Trinity Business School. He's also Chartered Financial Analyst and Chartered Alternative Investment Analyst. And his research interests are in accounting, finance, international economics, trade and development. So the title of his presentation is The Impact of Social Metrics in Decentralized Finance. So, Professor Sivic, we are waiting for you. If you're ready, please.
Thank you very much, Yanis, for a kind introduction. I'll just open the...
Okay, we can see you.
Can you see the PowerPoint slides, or?
It will come into effect in a few moments, I understand. Now you can see you, and hopefully in a while you will see your presentation.
I'll try. Once again.
That's a nice combination of the building and the surrounding.
I'll explain in a moment why I did that. If you don't mind, just to Can you see it now, please?
It's very, hopefully, yes, now we are okay. We are okay, it's fine.
I'm glad that it worked out quite nicely. So thank you once again for inviting me for this workshop. I'd like to provide special thanks to Professor Matidinos and Talasinos for allowing me to present in this conference. And with my colleagues from University of Santiago de Compostela, we're just about to finish the first or maybe even second version of this paper. So there's still some issues to be ironed out, but in general, this should be the core of the paper, and the findings are there. So depending, of course, on any feedback that we get during this workshop, and then hopefully by our reviewers, this will be published. Why we do this type of analysis? Well, because the markets are developing so quickly in cryptocurrencies, and decentralized finance became an interesting topic or hot topic in 2019 and 20. And as you will see right now, when we talk about the contents, I'll just explain during the introduction what the rationale is for the study. Then I'll briefly discuss about our contributions. Then following the lit review, some hypotheses will be provided. Then, of course, as usual, some methodology, clarifications, and results. And based on that, some discussion and concluding remarks. So that's the outline of this presentation. So the reason why we do what we do is that especially before 2017, it was all about very high returns, mouth-watering returns, basically. When I was teaching to my students in 2017, I was showing them graphs where hedge funds were barely beating the market, and then all of a sudden, if you invested in cryptocurrency hedge funds, your returns would be 1,000% or more. So that was really something quite impressive. At that point in time, even some hedge fund managers in Dublin were contacting business school, asking us whether we have any kind of model that maybe we would like to share with them regarding the potential investments in cryptocurrency market. But as you know, that was the worst time maybe to invest there because there was a market correction afterwards. Of course, if somebody invested at the trough afterwards, it wasn't a bad investment. But nowadays, we can see some serious corrections. And just like Professor Krzysztofic, I also invested, but really small amounts of money in a selected number of currency just to see how they behave. Because like Orchid, for instance, we have some cryptocurrencies that really have a clear pattern of up and down because it's almost like an arbitrage trading, going up and down, in waves. And one way I managed to hit, but then I'm still waiting desperately for the second wave, and it's still in the negative. So you can imagine how difficult it is to predict the market based on the price pattern. But if we move more into some other realms, these are basically new products like decentralized finance products, and they call it Decentralized Finance Summer of 2020, when basically quite a lot of them appeared in the market. And then when you have the data set, why not dabble into it, just to figure out what you get. And as I said, research gaps in this area that close down quickly, and it's very important to, come up with some ideas as soon as possible. Especially we have a Finance Research Letters. It's a well-ranked journal because you have a limited number of words, and then you can quickly publish your idea and then move on to maybe some more demanding and larger projects. So the interesting part here is that 2020, 2021, maybe even some of them starting in 2019 are a sample. But generally, we wanted to have at least 360 meaningful observations. I say meaningful, in a time series context. So we started with almost 90 of them, and then when they ended up with 50 plus. So basically, we were not able to keep quite a few of them simply because of the lack of liquidity. And we'll see in a moment why, because everything in cryptocurrency world actually revolves around Bitcoin and Ethereum, because the market cap is there. And then if somebody's desperate enough or willing enough to invest in cryptocurrency, they see them. So everything else is like satellite in the system, moving around, trying to follow the patterns that we figure out with Bitcoin and Ethereum. And it makes sense because we will see that quite a few of those are based on the Ethereum and the general blockchain approach. So those smart contracts are following those two major underlying ideas. But then again, are they really behaving the same way or not? That's the question, maybe for some future research, especially outside of our COVID-19 period. So the contributions here are related to the fact that we would like to expand our previous study where we had only 13 decentralized finance. In this case, as I said, moved to more than 50 to 51 in particular. And it was also quite interesting because we had to control, not that rigorously, obviously, for the liquidity levels. But for us, it was very important at least to see that we have some changes in the price and that the time series data are complete enough. And then we moved into examining not only of returns, but also illiquidity and liquidity in general. So we just wanted to see whether any of those patterns that we see in the stock market could be transferred as well into the cryptocurrency market. Moving into the lit review area, we can see that there are quite a lot of risks out there. It's very difficult for us to figure out what kind of cryptocurrency is really desirable, not only from the investment perspective, but also from the socially desirable perspective, because we know that Bitcoin is behaving almost like a country as large as Argentina in terms of energy consumption. So it's a very big energy user now. When everybody's talking about challenging winter and the price of energy, you can probably imagine what it means for, you know, supporting a socially desirable goals. And then we know that cryptocurrency markets, they have something they can look up to, and that's the traditional markets and stock markets in particular. So we have the initial coin offerings and different types of raising money using cryptocurrencies. And that's a good approach because it allows for investors to raise quickly funding for interesting ideas, but it's also open to manipulation and fraud. And that's one of the major problems that we can see there. So when we discuss about potential ramifications of cryptocurrencies, and maybe some additional regulation would be welcome. The good thing about this is that we have a huge realm of cryptocurrencies, and those numbers are just increasing, and also their capitalization, especially in this decentralized finance area. And we can see that lots of projects are being financed, obviously, but some of them are not panning out as expected, and it's also possible that there's some outright frauds from the very beginning, so no real projects were involved in the first place. But it's quite interesting that still this new technology, new approach is with us, and it's not without merits, because blockchain is a very interesting approach to managing many things in life, not just medical records, but anything, even in politics, could be used for increased transparency. But we can see that after an initial drive, it came to a halt, because obviously governments are not that interested in revealing many things to the public, regardless of what kind of a secure or unsecure ledger we may have out there. So that's an interesting drive. And as I said, at least if we find this interesting niche, it could be something we can talk about. Harvey et al., for instance, we're talking about the level of risk out there, and there are quite a few of them. I'll try to make them quite presentable, because the first is the smart contract itself, because we have some problems when we get information from the oracle, which generally could be even an off-chain oracle providing information which is relevant for a smart contract. And if there's some problems there with rounding values and they're not exactly as stated in the contract, we may have a problem of the entire deal collapsing. And then obviously there's some front running there. If somebody realizes that we're sourcing data from a liquid market as opposed to the one where we trade, then we can manipulate both, taking positions, usually opposite positions in both markets, driving prices elsewhere, and then trying to upload it elsewhere in an attempt to make a profit. And then when you add to it that you have loans that you can borrow, and we have stories that somebody borrowed, made a profit of $300,000, for instance, without having a single dollar of their own investment, and stories really become intricate. So then we have the governance risk. What if something happens? How do we decide? How do we get a consensus what to do? What kind of fork will apply? Whether we reimburse all the lost money, and how do we do that, et cetera, et cetera. So then again, if you have somebody who has a malicious intent, then they can manipulate the governance in a way that maximizes their return. So that's quite detrimental to the whole perception about the cryptocurrency market. And then this oracle risk that I was referring to, anything that is out there not protected enough, and usually any kind of access that anybody could have at any point in time, and with a malicious intent, it could be quite detrimental to the entire, story about it. Then the scaling risk. Everybody knows that Bitcoin, because of the way it's done, generally it cannot do lots of transactions per second. And then if you want to compete with MasterCard, Visa, or anybody else providing payment services, those services must be much more effective. And some solutions are provided. We do have cryptocurrencies that provide tens of thousands transactions per second. But then again, it's very important to realize how they work, whether it's proof of work or proof of stake, which is not that environmentally friendly, et cetera. But then again, there's always a problem. What if we have a group or an individual with malicious intent who can control. And even, you know, when they attack, it's like a ransomware. I mean, you do have that even in cryptocurrencies. If they do something to your system and they say, well, I just proven that it doesn't work, so if you want me to upgrade it, please pay me $500,000. So what are you going to do? Are you going to completely reverse everything back to avoid this ransom, or you will gladly pay out and say, thank you very much for your services? So then we have custodial risk. Interesting story circulating around. People, programmers, they lost their own self, key, that self-kept key, not the one that is partially shared with somebody else out there or the third party. And then they cannot remember the key, and then they don't know how to get hundreds of millions of dollars in lost Bitcoin or locked Bitcoin. So if they do it after a certain number, let's say 10 attempts, then it's locked out forever. So those are the stories that are out there. But then again, if you let the third party take care of the key, you have to make sure that it's safe enough and they're willing to reimburse you if something goes wrong. And then the regulatory risk, which will be discussed especially in this paper. We do have problems with, like regulation, or better said, the lack of it. So this is quite important because we have this decentralized approach, like regulation. It's quite interesting that we have the protocols that could be improved. As you said, we have the governance risk, and people are controlling for those protocols and how they will be executed for smart contractual relationships. But still, with all those threats that I just underlined, it's growing. And during the COVID-19, people sitting behind their computers doing online work, but maybe also trading. So it was an interesting experience. And then the interesting part is here is also that we have to believe or not in this new paradigm. And I'm personally a bit skeptical about it, because if we have Bitcoin and Ethereum as like two huge planets and everything else revolving around them, then it's very difficult for others to come up with something that would be extremely interesting and stable as well. Even when we talk about stable coins, we can see that even they collapsed, at least some of them. And then now for their, like major managers, at least in South Korea, they're looking for them by Interpol. So all those things are quite interesting, because we do see serious risks, but for the time being, the benefits outweigh all those risks. And we can see that those risks are quite significant. So we can see quite a lot of taxonomy out there, what decentralized finance is. And even for a paper, we had some problems figuring out which one to use, because when you have somebody who's commercially providing decentralized finance, we'll see, they like to have as many categories as possible. Even gaming, for instance, for them is decentralized finance, but it's beyond any, like meaningful thinking why that should be decentralized finance. But as I said, for some of them, it's even under that group. And then we have those in academia who try to be as much purist as possible, and they would like to provide you with some definitely payment-related issues, like the fundraising and generally the contracts that are quite important in terms of financing and financing in general. Then we have an additional, as I said, the difference, because when we said, you've seen that we have maybe up to 5, 6, 10 categories, and then we move into those who are providing it for commercial purposes. We have 13 categories. And then the Filama, as you said, we have 27 categories, which is quite impressive. So as I said, those two groups are driven by different goals. We tried to really figure out what decentralized finance should be, and then we fence this type of community, while maybe everybody else is trying to sell as many products as possible. And just in an unchecked manner, they keep adding other additional categories, believing, okay, if somebody is quite interested in this one, why not moving into something else? When we talk about those social metrics, well, the first one that comes to our mind is Twitter. So we can see here quite an interesting discussion about it because it definitely has proven itself as a relevant factor, not only in traditional market, but also in cryptocurrencies. And we added to it some additional indicators, including the number of those tweets and likes, basically how many followers are following a specific cryptocurrency. And that's something which is quite interesting. But as I said, our sample is COVID-19 related, so the conclusions may not be general outside of it because we cannot test for it. We just have to wait for a longer period of time. But generally, the returns and volatility and maybe to a certain extent liquidity are the ones that could be quite interesting for discussion. And then at the very end, we're adding some indices, cryptocurrency indices. The one that's just related to, for instance, the uncertainty and attention in central bank digital currencies. I know that some lectures will be given today and tomorrow as well related to it, so it will be interesting to hear about it. And we can see that this regulatory uncertainty is quite important. How actually those indices were made based on the LexisNexis and certain words that pick up either uncertainty or attention. And usually if it's uncertainty, they're relating as well to some other stress indices and generally perceptions about risk in the market. If we're talking about tension, then you pick up, let's say, cryptocurrency, Bitcoin, etc., something that are related to just general interest in the market. But as you can imagine, we cannot have an index that is specifically related to our selected DEFIs, and even I don't think any of those indices we're using decentralized finance as an interesting input. But Bitcoin is out there. It's usually just like US dollar in the dollarized world, moving many things. But as you can imagine, there could be also difference, something not really moving with the US dollar. So that's something that stays out there. And then the first hypothesis is whether or not the social metrics are actually having a positive impact on returns and what kind of impact it would have on liquidity and liquidity. And the same thing we did for those attention and uncertainty problem as well, in a sense that maybe repeating some of those discussions as well. So we'll see what the final outcome will be, but generally this is the approach that we're applying. We're using Twitter and some of those indicators like followers and likes. We even have some market behaving issues like price score, in a sense whether it's more like bearish or it's more like bullish, in a sense to sell the cryptocurrency or buy it, as long as we have data for it, which is not readily available. Then the social impact in general across the realm of the market, and obviously how many relevant persons were quoted based with respect to specific cryptocurrency in our. And then we have the uncertainty and added as well based on those indices that I just mentioned, and usual control variables, S&P 100, VIX, gold, well, generally out there and generally having everything relevant for cryptocurrency somehow. And we also use the differential in the yield, because that could be something quite relevant for discussion. And these are the results. As you can see here, we do have some interesting findings out there. I'm sorry. So basically, we can see that the Twitter out there and some of the values that we see are quite relevant. So we do have an impact out there on the return. Regarding the indicators that we have for volatility, we use the absolute value of the return as one of the measures. And then we also use Pedersen 1980 discussion in terms of getting the volatility high and low, 1/4 natural logarithm and 2 multiplied by natural logarithm high price minus the natural logarithm of the low price squared. And then illiquidity, which will be in the next slide, was an indicator of the absolute value of the return scaled by turnover ratio. So basically, if you have a larger turnover ratio, the liquidity indicator drops down, and vice versa. So that's also quite important in terms of our liquidity indicators. So we can see here quite a lot of insignificant indicators as well for some of those. And generally, we can see that the pattern is not that clear. Sometimes for return, we do have strong values as expected, but then again, for some others, especially for various types of volatility and liquidity, the indicators may not be that relevant. And the concluding remarks that we can refer to, and just to comply with your requirement, maybe 30, 35 minutes, we have basically realized that the fixed effect is more relevant, and that was at the bottom of the table, than the random one for the estimation, with the exception for one of the variables. We are limited by the number of observations, but then again, it's larger than what we used to have before. We can see that the returns are impacted by tweets, and then also the followers and the favorable comments, of course, to variable statistically significant levels, because sometimes it's very strong in 1%, sometimes maybe struggling in 10. But generally, some conclusions can be seen there. We can also see that in spite of small capitalization there, the relevance is quite interesting here, because that simply means that we follow Twitter and some of those that are impacting out there, we have a bit of a hurting. We have had already quite a range of studies indicating that, and that could be also impacting the volatility levels. So we do find some indicators there as well. So at least to a certain extent, we can find support for our first hypothesis, and this increased volatility is quite relevant in that sense, because, as I said, if we have a herding behavior, then it's something which is already confirmed in the previous studies. The S&P 500 is behaving in a, has a negative impact on returns, whether it's COVID-19 or just substitutes, we don't know. Now we see some corrections in the S&P 100, but because everybody's talking about recession, maybe they would like to avoid losses elsewhere. But based on our study, as long as you have a limited supply of nothing, which is cryptocurrency, and it's limited there, as long as your investment horizon is not affected with all kinds of breaches, why not invest in cryptocurrency? Well, major markets are going down. All you need is just to drive the price of the limited supply of nothing to certain levels, and they leave the market. So that's why we see those waves, because cryptocurrencies are very, very interesting from that perspective. The only thing is, like, obviously for huge returns, they should be targeting those with smaller capitalization, so the prices can be driven sky high instead of going just for Bitcoin. But obviously everybody goes mainly for Bitcoin and Ethereum because the major ones, and they believe that it could be the most stable one. Also, just like Professor Christopher, like I said, I traded in some of those, invested a couple of euros. In my case, I really had 10 and 20 euros, and maybe 40, 30 euros, because I realized that they have a pump and dump, and actually this very low price kicked in once and went up again. But still, Bitcoin is the one where I lost least of the money. Dogecoin, 75%. So the worst performer, basically, because all others have something to offer. Dogecoin is just out there simply because somebody's trading on a whimsical assumption that it's an interesting coin like Elon Musk, but there's no special idea out there. There's nothing out there providing a reason to invest there, because they're not providing anything special. I mean, if you take a look at top 10 cryptocurrency in terms of market cap, they're all specific in the methodology that they provide. So that's the reason why they're quite useful. And so we also took a look at those indices. We can see that some supports out there from the environmental perspective is quite relevant, and which is good. So being environmentally aware is becoming a serious game, and that's something which is quite important. Digital currency to some limited extent, and non-fungible tokens, we just threw them in because they're there. But, saying that they should be really having an impact, something where maybe and most likely those non-fungible tokens may not be relevant. Maybe this should be even in the study, but well, you know, when you have something and you would like to throw everything in, sometimes the ideas may not be, and the outcomes may not be as expected. And I'm glad that we didn't get here anything meaningful, because otherwise some people would say, well, you may have a spurious relationship. And business condition index, quite important, increases return, reduces volatility. So even though it's an alternative market, it follows some meaningful trends out there in the business market. So I would like to thank you now for your attention and open for this part for questions and answers. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Shevits. Professor Shevits, excellent. The analysis, very enlightening. It appears that social parameters play influential role in the relevant market after all, and social metrics, media, indexes, important consideration to make. Thank you very much, very enlightening. So let's proceed with the questions, please. Any questions? Professor Thalasinos.
Thank you, John. I thank you very much, Alexander, for your contribution to the workshop. Very interesting presentation. I just want to ask you the same question I made to previous, you probably hear it, right? The previous speaker. Do you think that sooner or later central banks will start working on digital currency as a competitor to cryptocurrencies? And also, you have any idea if after the war or during the war, Russia is going to use cryptocurrency as a mean of exchange in order to avoid economic sanctions? And my warm regards to Jellico, through you.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much.
Regarding the first question, is that generally cryptocurrency markets are well, it's very difficult to really foresee the markets. I mean, in terms of the relevance for any country to apply cryptocurrency, I'm skeptical. You probably realize that I believe in blockchain because I really believe it could democratize the world. But whenever we have money involved, greed kicks in and people become unpredictable. So all the things normalized of the normal markets we see now in the cryptocurrency market, something that most likely from the very first moment they wanted to avoid. So we have the centralization, the concentration of wealth, the abuse of power, all the things that they would say that's associated, earlier they would say associated with centralized finance. Now we see in decentralized finance, and all you need is extremely successful computing power, somebody to come up with. They talk about this quantum computing. Some of those things that we assume now to be theoretical and hypothetical, they could appear. Now imagine regimes where they don't like really the lack of control. I'm not talking about small countries like El Salvador saying everybody should be accepting Bitcoin. I'm talking about countries that matter on a global scale to various degrees, including China. And then why would they allow somebody else to decide, or some erratic forces in the markets to decide something that is very important for their economy? They prefer control because control to a certain extent is quite beneficial, not only for political stability, but also for economic progress. So that could be one of the answers to why I don't believe that big countries can easily accept this, but nobody knows what kind of alternative payment system will be the future. And if war at any point in time is finished, how Russia will be reintegrated into the global payment system. Because if all options are exhausted, obviously governments are then forced to figure out what the alternatives are. Some of those alternatives obviously could be Bitcoin, and we don't know if already some trolls are not using, or government-related entities are not using heavily Bitcoin to circumvent any kind of sanctions right now, because that would be almost impossible to track down. But I wouldn't be surprised that it's already happening, and that's exactly what you're referring to. And could you just remind me the first question? I forgot about it. Which was the first one that you asked, Professor Alasinos? Excuse me, can you hear me?
Professor Thalasinos?
Yes. Yes. Thank you very much. Yes.
Just what's the first part of the question? You asked me the first part. I forgot about it.
The second part was you can, if you want, don't answer. If you think that Russia may use crypto as an
I said that, but I didn't the first one. Yeah. I said that maybe depending on if they run out of all options, they would be generally prone to it, but there could be a problem. They could be already using it via their like proxies right now, Bitcoin as much as possible. But it's very difficult for me to assume that such a large country, generally can just exclusively use cryptocurrency to circumvent any kind of future limitation, because anyway, they could be integrated into the payment system by China. But I don't know whether it's possible or not, because I really don't know what would be the counter measure from the West if something like this happens in the future, because the war sooner or later will finish, and then it will be all about how countries will deal with warring parties.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Any other question, please? Then may I proceed with following this line of argument you were discussing now with Professor Thalasinos? I was intrigued by the word you used, decentralized finance. And I was wondering how decentralized finance could be considered given the global centrality of control processes due to globalization in any case and the global market. How this decentralization could, surpass possibly central control processes. And if allow me to continue, please, if this happened, actually, is there any need for further regulation? And if yes, then cryptocurrencies could become just, for good or bad or worse, just currency.
Thank you. It's a very interesting question. My perception of decentralized finance, and now I actually remember that first part of the question, like generally, should central banks proceed with the digital currency? I didn't respond to that. My perception is like that markets are used to be quite underserved by banks. And that's the reason why we had this push for fintech. And many of those decentralized financiers are just looking for those niches where the centralized finance or traditional banks were underperforming, simply because they had their own markets, they had their own way of doing things. They had no reason to reduce costs and to improve the well-being of their customers, et cetera. So many things there they didn't have to do. And that's where the decentralized finances found a niche. They realized, okay, we can provide a platform for providing extra funding, so liquidity providing. We can provide a new payment system that could be even faster. But we can see that even traditional banks are not coping with it. So it's very difficult. It's like Apple doing things, and then when they realize when they need somebody, they just buy the company. So if they want to move in this direction, they can do it because they're sitting on a pile of cash. And that's the advantage of those traditional finances. They can decide when and how, if at all, they want to move into certain digitalized areas, simply because they're highly liquid or they have support by the central monetary authority. But the question is here as well, okay, let's assume that we have major players in decentralized finance. What do we do with them? Obviously, if they have a marginal impact on the market, they may stay below the radar. But if it's too big, it will be seen, right? And then sooner or later, especially if they affect the payment system, if they affect the stability of the system, some regulation will be applied. There's no doubt about it. And now it's all a question of who will survive, because we have mushrooming of decentralized finance. They're offering all kinds of services. Some of them are just a copycat approach. Some of them, they have different names, but basically doing the same thing in a different market. Who will survive? Under what condition, et cetera? It's very difficult to know. Now, just to come back to that digital currency, for those of you traveling to Sweden this year, next year, et cetera, you will see that it's almost impossible to use cash. So they're proud to be a cashless society, regardless of the fact that you as a foreigner, you cannot really pay a parking fee. So in my case, for instance, I was chasing a local around, telling him, can you please pay with your local card? And then I gave him 30 kronas and he said, oh, this is what the currency looks like. It was a joke, but obviously he wasn't joking. People keep using digital payments only. They don't care about being controlled for whatever they do. And obviously, if an individual is not involved in any kind of gray or shady dealings, you don't really need cash. And this push for cashless society, to me, it's almost as good as, okay, like fully digitalized thing. I mean, we can set up currencies like in Venezuela to assume that somebody would be interested in investing, and it could be a Ponzi scheme. You know, as long as we have money flowing in, we can be happy that some payments are out there and the stable currency, the stability of currency is provided. But what if it dries up, you know, and some others may just decide, okay, let's see what it looks like to have a digital currency. But then if you quickly replace digital currency, use it to replace many fiat money, face-to-face payments, there's always a question, am I controlled by the government? They know exactly what I'm doing, how much I pay, and then if they still have this crazy idea of negative interest rates, they may charge me. So why should I accept that? My sense of freedom is lost. And it's ridiculous, something which is like fiat money used for, assuming like 500 euros disappearing because mainly used for drug trade, etc. Now some of us may think, well, cash is still the last beacon of, you know, like democratic, you know, thinking and maybe some freedom, because the moment everything becomes digitalized, I'll be under 100% scrutiny if I'm a person of interest. If not, maybe I'll have some freedom. So that's the problem I have with full digitalization. And of course, what would you do in Sweden if there's no cash and then all of a sudden there's a collapse or a glitch in the system? So we don't pay, we don't do anything else. That's a serious issue.
Thank you very much for your comments, Professor Sivic. Actually, I will keep your reference to the keyword survival. I find it quite interesting that you use that word. Any other question, please? We have time for a question. Okay, thank you very much. I'm sure that everyone could contact you if would like to address a question at a later time. Thank you very much. Thank you very much for your thoughtful presentation and comments. Thank you very much.
Hello. I think that one of interesting element of last article was that the Eurocurrencies are a close substitute to such financial assets like shares or bonds and so on. I think that in the 60s of 20th century, two, if I could remember, British authors wrote a book on financial theory of money. They perceived money as a financial, practically financial assets as a substitute to money. to money in the form of bank deposit of coin and so on. And I think that we have now face such a situation that new development in technology will create new financial products. I look at cryptocurrency as one of possible financial products which appears in this modern world. So I think that this is not the end of the development, and probably will also, maybe in 10 or 20 years, when technological progress will continue, we'll observe probably also such a situation that new technological financial products will appear. In this situation, the concept and idea of money will also change. We'll not look at the money as a coin and notes and coins in circulation and bank deposits, but also as a very diversified group of financial technological assets. What do you think about this? Well, I want only to finish my voice in this discussion this way, that probably the euro currencies is not the last element of this development, and probably in the future, together with technological development, will observe probably appearance of new substitute of money, and the concept of money will get broader than today. Okay, what do you think about this?
Thank you very much.
As an element of financial or technological theory of money.
Thank you very much for your comments. They're excellent. Well, the problem with, as you know, depending throughout the history, whatever was a means of exchange was accepted as money. It could be shells, it could be like different kinds of sheep, etc. So anything that was necessary for the other party could be used, or for quite a few of them in a group that could be used as a means of exchange. So as long as it's generally accepted, widely accepted, it could be used as a means of exchange. And in this case, until recently, as you know, quite historically, medieval times, we were able to use silver and gold, etc. And then somebody came up with an idea: how about I give you a simple promise, I endorse it, etc. And then if you can use it for anybody else out there, so as long as we have somebody else to accept it, it may have value, even though intrinsic value may be zero, just a piece of paper. And that's basically how the fiat money existed. And then somebody realized, okay, if we just allow people to keep writing something on the back of paper, we have a, like a system that is not really regulated. So the Swedes again, right, came up with a central bank, and then everybody else followed sooner or later. Some, even the US, as we can see, not until the 20th century didn't come up with the Fed. But what is quite interesting here is that now we're getting close to that idea that we don't get anything that is physical. So cashless society. And then you can call it any way you want. It doesn't have to be pound. It doesn't have to be zloty. It doesn't have to be dollar. Could be, some sci-fi movies, we have credits. You can call them credits. Because then if those credits are universally accepted by the universal global government, then you can use those credits in China, in US, in Japan, and Europe, whatever will be the name then. So it goes without saying. The only thing is, like, are we going to have governments willing enough to pool whatever underlying assets they believe are relevant, because now we're not relating only to gold reserves, but also to our trading, to commodities, etc. And we don't know in the future what could be the underlying security. The problem, I believe, with cryptocurrency is that for them to be acceptable right now, they have to be linked somehow to fiat money. So they have to be, I'm sorry, to usually centralized banks' money. So that's why we have stable coins. Cryptocurrency allowed to move in a way they want, but then if you really want to convert it into some tangible wealth, you try to convert it back into dollars, pounds, euros, etc. And that link is inevitable. And it's very difficult for me to assume that central monetary authorities would easily forgo their power and say, we'll let the markets decide whatever payment they would like to have, etc., because they could be quite expensive, especially in the short run, because of very high volatility and uncertainty in the markets would see. In finance, it's all about fear. It's all about expectations. So if any of those factors become dominant, we may have some serious issues. And I don't think any centralized authority, monetary authority, would allow that to happen. But as I said, I can easily see that we have some future credits to be applied on the entire planet. Why not? But the only trouble is with this push for deglobalization, let's hope that we'll have global trade in general, let alone the global money. So that's maybe something we could follow. Thank you.
Also, I will take the initiation from the chat. There is a question. I think it could be, it's interesting. It's a straightforward question from the chat by Mr. Larry Howard. He mentions that if it would be possible for Russia or any entity to evade restrictions and sanctions through cryptocurrency transactions. That is a question from the chat.
Well, I believe they're already avoiding some sanctions, because they may be having traders who could be using Bitcoin, Ethereum, or any other currency that they believe is relevant. The only trouble is I don't know how exactly they can then convert it back to any of the fiat currency, because most likely they do have that. I'm not really an anti-money laundering expert, but I do believe that they found their ways, especially because they have hacking experts. And as you know, whenever they say there was a serious attack on, let's say, an entity in the US or in the UK, they say government hackers must be behind based on the level of expertise and the technology deployed. So that's something that goes without saying. If North Korea can do it, if Iran now can do it, simply because Israeli and the US did it with their nuclear power plants, so they set up their own units. We have now some serious players, and the world has become really unsafe place in the cyber world. So I do believe that big players, they do find ways, especially in the unregulated area, to, still conduct payments. The only thing is, are those cryptocurrencies on offer large enough to absorb all the interest that is relevant for big countries? I'm not quite sure, and it would be visible. So for some, to a certain extent, it's useful, but for serious global outreach of a single big country, I think it may not be that easily done. But that's maybe just my opinion. Maybe I'm wrong, because those markets are getting large in size, and maybe still they can hide their trades.
Okay, thank you very much for your very important participation, and really glad to have you here in our workshop. If there is nothing else, we could continue with the third session.
Thank you.
Yes, could you please download your presentation, not to have problem with the next presenter. Sometimes it happens. Thank you very much, Professor.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
So how do I'm just trying to figure out how to close the share. Can you close it on your side, or?
Maybe from the organizers, could you please download and close the...
Just I would like to stop the share, but I'm looking for
presentation, or give some, in order not to have problem with the next one. I'm sure they will do something with that during my presentation of the third participant.
Yanis, we prepare a video for the next presentation. because
okay.
Professor Noja was unable to attend right now. So we have her video, and it is ready now to play. Okay.
Okay, 1 minute, please, though, just to introduce Professor Noja. Because it's very interesting, the participants and the people who share their knowledge here, to know where they come from. So just few words about Professor Noja. And so she's associate professor in economics in the national business in the West University of Timisoara, Faculty of Economics and Business in Romania. She's also head of the East European Center for Research in Economics and Business, running the coordination of all scientific research activities, projects, and events deployed within the research center. In addition, Professor Noja has the privilege to use law, if needed, since she holds a bachelor degree in law. Actually, unfortunately, she's not here. That would be my opportunity to ask, with her permission, to inform us which approach is more social science, law or economics. Hopefully another time she will reply on that. It's okay. Professor Thalassinos may upload that and see how things are going with that. Okay?
Okay, we upload the video right now.
Thank you very much.
Good day, everyone. My name is Graziella Noja. I am PhD professor at the West University of Timisoara.
Meanwhile, just to mention, feel free to ask a question by raising the hand in your screen, pressing that button, or even writing a question in the meeting chat. I'm sure that participants will be happy to answer, or even make a comment on question or in the presentation. Thank you.
But before I begin my presentation, please allow me to address a big thank you to the organizers of this talk.
Professor Thalassinos, since you are not busy with...
we have a problem with the video. The sound is not quite good. So I switch with Noja. So I present my article, and then after the break, Noja will be with us. Okay? Is there any problem?
Okay.
No?
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. And there is a question for you, Professor Thalassinos, at the end of the workshop. How many countries actually are participating here with their science?
Sometimes we take Plan B. So Plan B is in effect now. So I'm going to present.
Okay.
Noja is going to be.
But what about someone to present some information about you, Professor Thalassinos, except that you are a very pleasant personality and a very hardworking
Thank you very much. Thank you,
scientist. I'm sure everybody knows about you, so let's start with your presentation, Lefteris.
Okay. I apologize for this problem, but you know, when you have online and internet, sometimes you have to adjust the program and the needs according to the availability of people. Okay, so my presentation is central bank digital currency. So the aim is to present the regulatory question whether a central bank should issue a kind of a digital currency. So this article contributes to the current research debate by explaining how a central bank could do this by proposing a token-based system without distributing ledger technology to show that the electronic coins issued in the past, based only on software, can be improved to protect privacy in transactions, meet regulatory requirements effectively, and offer a level of protection. Neither monetary policy nor the stability of the financial system will really be affected by the system, since a central bank digital currency will replicate physical cash instead of bank deposits. What will be the reaction of cryptos operators in such a development? Will be the CBDC an effective competitive crypto to Bitcoin and other cryptocurrencies? The article is part of a project I'm working with a group of experts of different specialties regarding the possibilities of a central bank to issue such a currency. So, central bank currency issue two types of money, actually. Reserves, in the form of settlement accounts with central banks, and currency available to all in the form of bitcoins. As a result, the central bank digital currency literature is between wholesale restricted CBDCs and retail CBDCs. A wholesale CBDC will be less destabilizing to the current system, given that banks and financial markets have already access to the central bank's digital currency. A retail CBDC, which will be a new form of a central bank money available to the public, will be more destabilizing to the current system depending on how it is designed. The more a CBDC competes with commercial bank deposits, the greater the threat to bank financing, with potentially negative effects on bank credits and economic activity. However, a retail CBDC would also be beneficial, according to some authors like Bordeaux and Levin in 2017, Bernstein and Shar in 2018, Pete Sales 2020, and others. Making counterparty risk-free central bank electronic money available to all will improve the stability and the resilience of the retail payment system. It also provides a neutral payment infrastructure to encourage competition, efficiency, and innovation. Overall, the cost and benefit of a retail CBDC are likely to differ from one country to another unless economic unions like European Union decide to establish a unique system for their member states. The emergence of digital money. The first research for the creation of digital monetary system for online payments is attributed to Chaum in 1983. Nakamoto in 2008 proposed a purely peer-to-peer version of digital currency, and the successful launch of Bitcoin in a new era of research and development of digital currencies. The coin market platform, cryptocurrencies today, while it's over 5,000, while the central banks have begun to consider, or at least to study, the issuance of digital coins, especially in the last decade. And some authors have an extended literature on it, as Auner and Bohn in 2020, Auer in 2020, Bohr, Keefe, Mankili, Gifoli, and others. The emergence of digital currency is also a kind of, or leading to destabilizing the system, the current system. And the question here is whether central bank money, tokenization, and distributed ledger technology offer particular advantages over existing real-time cross-settlement systems. So far, the answer is no, at least for interbank payments. The design of CBDC. In this paper, we analyze CBDC in detail, but without addressing the question of whether or not a central bank should issue it. Instead, we focus on the possible design of a CBDC. Interest in CBDC design has recently increased. The Bank of England in 2020 has a very detailed analysis on this. The design was proposed, we proposed, differs greatly from other proposals. Our system is based on e-cash. We propose a token-based CBDC only with software and without distributed ledger technology. Distributed ledger technology is an interesting architecture in the absence of a central operator, or if the interacting entities do not agree to appoint a trust central operator. This is certainly not the case with the retail CBDC issued by a central bank. Distributing the central bank's transaction ledger with the blockchain only increases transaction costs, does not bring any tangible benefit in implementation by central bank. Using distributed ledger technology to issue digital currency can be useful in the absence of a central bank. For example, the Marshall Islands sovereign project, or if the explicit intention is to do without a central bank, for example, in the case of bitcoins. The token-based CBDC we propose also allows you to preserve a fundamental feature of physical cash, the privacy in transactions. And it is often argued that the use of encryption for the protection of privacy requires so much computing power that is impractical to implement it on portable devices, phones or computers. Although this may be true in the case of a distributed ledger technology, transaction transferability is necessary to prevent double spending. Our CBDC is based on blind signatures and two-tier architecture, ensures perfect and quantum-resistant transaction privacy protection while providing social protections that are in fact more powerful than those of anti-money laundering and counter-terrorism financing. The token-based CBDC. Privacy in transactions is important for three reasons. First, it protects users from the potential abuse of monitoring and surveillance by governments. Even if you think that we have nothing to hide, mass surveillance plans remain problematic, not only because in the risk of errors and abuses, especially if conducted without transparency and accountability. Second, privacy in transactions protects users from data exploitation by payment service providers. And third, it safeguards users from the other party in transactions as it excludes possible opportunistic behavior, or security risks due to negligible or failure to protect customer data. What is central bank money? Money is an asset that can be used to purchase goods and services. To be considered money, the assets must be accepted by entities other than the issuer. That is why vouchers, for example, are not considered currency. Authentic money must be commonly accepted as a medium of exchange, although money has other functions, for example, as a unit of account and store of value. Its distinctive feature is its function as a medium of exchange. Normally, the unit of account, how price fixing and debt accounting take place, coincides for practical reasons with the medium of exchange. However, a separation can occur if the value of the medium of exchange lacks stability in relation to the goods and services exchanged. Money must also be a store of value to act as a medium of exchange because it must preserve its purchasing power between the moment it is received and when it is spent. However, there are many other assets that serve as a store of value. Those assets are stocks, bonds, precious metals, real estate. Therefore, the store of value characteristic is not descriptive of the coin. What is central bank? In a modern economy, the public uses two different types of money: state money and private money. State money is generally issued by the central bank, which acts as an agent of the state. Central bank money is available to some financial institutions in the form of deposits with the central bank as reserves, and to the public in the form of currency as banknotes and coins, also known as cash. In a modern economy with fiat money, fiat currency, such money has not intrinsic value. Legally, it is a liability of the central bank, although is not payable. In most countries, central bank money is defined as legal tender, which means that it must be accepted for the payment of money debts, including taxes and legal penalties. Although this guarantees a central value of the central bank's currency, the status of legal tender is not enough to maintain a stable value. It is the monetary policy of the central bank that maintains the value of the currency. Maintaining price stability, a stable value of money relative to that of the goods and services traded, is in fact one of the main responsibilities of central banks. Most payments in a modern economy are made with private money issued by commercial banks and consist of side bank deposits that people hold at these banks. They are deposits that can be used by checks, debit cards, credit cards, and other means of money transfer, and constitute a liability of the commercial bank of reference. A key feature of these deposits is that commercial banks guarantee on-demand convertibility into central bank money as a fixed per price. Depositors can withdraw their funds in cash or transfer them at a fixed value of 1-to-1. Commercial banks keep the value of their monetary stable by anchoring it to that of a central bank. However, it is in a fractional reserve system, a commercial bank, even if solvent, may not have enough liquidity to honor its promise to convert bank deposits into central bank money. For example, in the case of a bank run in such a way that customers cannot withdraw their money. A bank can also become insolvent and fail, and as a result, customers can lose money. For this reason, commercial banks are subject to regulations aimed at mitigating these risks. A notable difference between the currency of a central bank and the private currency issued by a commercial bank is that the latter carries a counterfeit risk. A central bank can always fulfill its obligations by using its own non-refundable currency. In a national economy, central bank money is the only monetary asset except for credit and liquidity risks. It is therefore the typically preferred activity for setting payments in financial market infrastructures. For example, the CPMI or iOS key principles for financial market infrastructures. Another difference lies in the ability of the central bank's currency to support the national monetary system by providing a reference value with which the money of commercial banks maintains full convertibility. Aside from commercial banks, other private entities occasionally attempt to issue money. Cryptocurrencies are just the most recent attempt. But unlike bank deposits, such money is not commonly accepted as a medium of exchange. This also applies to Bitcoin, the most widely accepted cryptocurrency. One obstacle to the usefulness of cryptocurrencies as a medium of exchange is the high volatility of their value. In response to this problem, stable cryptocurrencies, the so-called stable coins, have emerged. Stable coins generally attempt to stabilize their value in two ways: by imitating central banks, an algorithmic stable coin, or by imitating commercial banks and investment instruments like asset-pegged stable coins. Algorithmic stable coins rely on algorithms to regulate the money supply. In other words, they seek to stabilize the price through an algorithmic monetary policy. There are examples for such stable coins. For example, the new bits. But so far, none has managed to stabilize its value for a long time. Stable coins pegged to assets differ according to the type of assets they use and the rights granted to holders. The types of assets generally used are currency, reserves of central banks, banknotes, or deposits with commercial banks, commodities such as gold, securities, and sometimes other cryptocurrencies. The ability of such a scheme to stabilize the value of money relative to the underlying assets depends crucially on the legal rights acquired by the holders of the currency. In a stable coin is redeemable at a fixed price, 1 coin to 1 USD, 1 coin, 1 ounce of gold. Stability can be theoretically achieved by using this. This stability essentially reproduces that of commercial banks by ensuring convertibility into under-demand assets. However, unlike bank deposits, which are typically only partially covered by central bank reserves, stable coins are often fully backed by the underlying asset reserves in order to avoid the liquidity risk, mainly because they do not have such public protections as deposit insurance and lender of last resort that regulate bank offer. Stable coins that use currencies as assets are also called fiat currency stable coins. CBDC could be a central bank liability. Two possible models found in the literature on the subject are the account-based CBDC and the token-based or value-based CBDC. These models correspond to the two existing types of central bank money and related payment systems: central bank reserves and banknotes. A payment occurs when a monetary asset is transferred from a payer to a payee. In an account-based system, the transfer takes place by debiting the payee's account and crediting the beneficiary's account. In a token-based system, the transfer takes place by transferring the value itself or the token, which is an object that represents the monetary asset. The best example of a token is cash, coins, or banknotes. Paying in cash is equivalent to handling over a coin or a banknote. It is not necessary to register the transfer. The simple profession of the token is enough. The parties are not required to disclose their identity at any time during the transaction. Both may remain anonymous. Nevertheless, the beneficiary must be able to verify the token. This is why central banks invest a lot of resources in the security features of banknotes. It has been suggested that the distinction between account-based and token-based systems is not applicable to digital coins. On the contrary, we believe that there is a significant difference. The essential difference lies in the information contained in the asset. In the account-based system, accounts can be traced back to the transaction history that includes all credit and debit transactions. In a token-based system, tokens, contain only information about the value of the token and the entity that issued it. Token-based systems are therefore the only possibility to achieve the same privacy in transactions that cash offer. The easiest way to start a CBDC will be to allow the public to hold deposit accounts at the central bank. This means that the central bank is responsible for checking its customers, the Know Your Customer issue, and ensuring compliance with the requirements for combating money laundering and terrorist financing. This would include not only managing the initial process of customer knowledge, but also authorizing customers for banking transactions, managing fraud, and false positive and false negative authentications. Given the low presence of central banks in society and the fact that they are probably non-willing to authenticate citizens on a large scale today, any account-based CBDC will require the central bank to delegate these tasks. All assistance and maintenance services of such accounts will be entrusted to external operators, or commercial banks will be obliged by the law to open accounts with the central bank for their customers. An account-based CBDC will potentially give the central bank access to a lot of additional data. One of the reasons for concern is that governments could easily put in place mass surveillance and impose sanctions on individuals' account holders. The centralized nature for such interventions makes them inexpensive and easy to apply to people or groups. There are many examples of abusive surveillance against critics and political opponents, even in democracies. It could be argued that independent central banks are able to safeguard such information from government and political abuse, but this will still open a new avenue for political pressures that threatens the independence of central banks. In addition, a central bank will be conspicuous target for attacks. Even read-only access to the part of the database will create significant risks for the people whose data will be explored. If they were to provide bank accounts for the public, central banks will enter into direct competition with commercial banks, competition that will entail two risks. First, it could threaten banks' deposit base and, in the extreme, lead to bank disintermediation. This could adversely affect the availability of credit for the private sector and, consequently, economic activity. The disintermediation of banks could also lead to the centralization of credit allocation within the central bank, with negative repercussions on productivity and economic growth. Second, the ability for people to transfer their deposits to the central bank safe haven will speed up bank runs in times of economic crisis. However, there are arguments to the contrary. Some authors argue that transfers of funds from deposits to CBDC accounts will lead to the automatic replacement of financing by deposits with financing through the central bank, which would make explicit the implicit guarantee of lender of last resort of central banks. Some authors argue that competition from central banks could even have a disciplinary effect on commercial banks and thus increase the stability of the financial system, given that the latter will be forced to consolidate the security of their economic models to avoid bank runs. There are also proposals to reduce the risk of disintermediation by restricting the use of CBDC as a store of value. One of the proposals is to limit the amount of CBDC you can own. The second proposal is to apply a variable interest rate to CBDC accounts so that the yield is always sufficiently lower than that of accounts in commercial banks, possibly going to a negative rate, so as to make CBDC less attractive as a store of value. In addition to this, to avoid bank runs, Comfort and Noon suggest that CBDC should not be issued against bank deposits, but only against bonds, such as government bonds. Overall, an account-based CBDC will require a more in-depth analysis of this issue. As an alternative to deposit accounts, a central bank could issue electronic tokens. Technically, this requires a system to ensure that electronic token cannot be copied easily. Physically not clonable functions and secure areas in hardware are two possible technologies for the prevention of digital copying. Physically not clonable functions, however, cannot be exchanged over the internet, effectively eliminating the main use of CBDC. And previous security features in copy prevention hardware have been repeatedly compromised. There are two very good publications on this by Rutkowska and Johnston. A key advantage of token-based CBDCs over account-based ones is the tokenized systems will work offline, that is, users could exchange tokens peer-to-peer without involving the central bank, thus protecting people's privacy and freedom. Token-based and hardware-bound. However, the disintermediation that occurs when users can exchange electronic tokens without bank intermediaries performing customer knowledge checks and procedures for combating money laundering and terrorist financing will make it difficult to fight crime. SIM cards are now the most widely available means of a secure hardware-based payment system, but they also carry risks. Experience suggests that any economically reproducive device is capable of storing tokens with monetary value that a person can own and that allows offline transactions, and thus theft by cloning the information contained in it will be the target of counterfeiting attacks, successful as soon as the economic value of the attack is substantial. Such attacks will come from users who force their hardware to limit the impact of a compromised payment card systems that have been previously implemented depend on tamper resistance in combination with fraud protection. However, fraud protection or detection requires the ability to identify payers and trust customers, which is not compatible with privacy in transactions. The CBDC proposed here is of a software-only type, simply an application for smartphone that does not require any additional hardware. The design relies on an e-cash and GNU teller. Teller is part of the GNU project, whose founder, Richard Stallman, coined the term free software, now often referred as a free libre or open source software. They clone GNU as opposed to MNU, BNU, CNU, or whatever. A GNU is a wild beast. The mascot for GNU is supposed to be a wild beast. So they took the animal's alternative name, GNU, and used it as all caps, GNU, to stand for GNU, not Unix, for example. Software is considered free if its license grants users 4 essential freedoms: the freedom to run the program as desired, the freedom to study the program and modify it, the freedom to redistribute copies of the program, and the freedom to distribute copies of modified versions of the program. Free software does not prevent marketing. Providing technical support for software is the standard of business model for FLOSS. Given the number of stakeholders involved in a retail CBDC, the central bank for the financial sector vendors and the customers, and the critical importance of the infrastructure is a retail CBDC, and it must be based on FLOSS. Imposing a proportional solution which involves dependency on a specific vendor will likely be an obstacle to adoption from the smart. With FLOSS, all stakeholders have access to every detail of the solution and the right to adapt the software to their needs. This facilitates integration and improves interoperability and competition between suppliers. It also enables the central bank to meet transparency and accountability requirements. The safety benefits of FLOSS are also widely recognized. The availability of the source code and the freedom to modify it facilitates the identification of errors and their rapid correction. A token-based CBDC designed to protect privacy. In the architecture we propose, all interactions between customers and sellers are made with commercial banks, but the creation of money and the database are provided exclusively by the central bank. Commercial banks authenticate customers when they withdraw CBDCs, as well as sellers or beneficiaries when they receive them. When spending CBDC, however, customers or payers only need to authorize transactions without needed to identify themselves. Payments are cheaper, easier, faster, while avoiding interference with privacy. Authenticating customers when they collect CBDCs, as well as sellers or beneficiaries when they receive them, also allows them to comply with regulations on customer knowledge and on combating money laundering and terrorist financing. The CBDC proposed in this study is a real digital bearer tool because they withdraws sum of money in the form of a number. This number is blind or hidden by the smartphone with a special encryption. In the system itself, a coin is a public-private key pair where the private key is known not to the owner of the coin. Money derives its financial value from the signature of the central bank affixed to the public key of the currency. The central bank signs with its own private key and holds multiple pairs of valuable keys to blindly sign coins of different unit value. The seller can use the corresponding public key to the central bank to verify the signature. In order to ensure that the currency has not been copied and already withdrawn by another beneficiary, that is, has not been spent twice, the seller must deposit the currency so that the central bank can compare it with an archive or withdrawn coins. Since neither the commercial banks nor the central banks sees the number of the coin during the withdrawal, Later, when the seller deposits the coin, it is not known which user has withdrawn it. The blindness and privacy that derives from it make this type of CBDCs a real digital tool to the bidder. In the analysis below, we provide an in-depth overview of the technology and show how it can integrate with the existing banking system to create CBDC. A colleague, Dold, provides further details. A new CDC. The main components of this protocol includes the mathematical basis for one of the possible representations of the cryptographic primitives used are described below to illustrate how an implementation might work. Considering this, that there are other equivalent mathematical models for its component, we present only the simplest of the safe solutions known. The digital signatures. The idea behind digital signatures is a public key signing scheme to ensure that the holder of the private key is the only one who can sign a message, while the public key allows anyone to verify the validity of this signature. The result of the signature verification function is the binary declaration, true or false. If the message is signed with a private key that belongs to the verification public key, the result is true. Otherwise, it is false. In our proposal, the message is a coin or bank coin with a serial number, and the signature of the central bank attests to its validity. The signature is valid and proves that the message was signed with a private key that corresponds to the verification public key, and that the message was not changed during transit. In practice, signatures are placed on the hash of the message rather than on the messages themselves. Hash functions calculate message fingerprints, which are unique and short identifiers for messages. Signing a short hash is much faster than signing a large message, and most signature algorithms also work on relatively short inputs. A new CBDC, key components. Blind signatures. We
Professor
use blind
Thalasinos.
signatures. Yes?
Professor Thalasinos, a few minutes, please, to conclude. Thank you.
Yes. Blind signatures. We use blind signatures introduced by Chown in 1983 to protect the privacy of buyers. A blind signature is used to create a cryptographic signature for a message without revealing the contents of the message to the signer. In our proposal, this prevents commercial banks and the central bank from being able to trace back to the buyer by tracking purchases. In principle, our proposal works with any blind signature system. In addition, blind with RSA will provide privacy protection even against quantum computer attacks. The central bank, for its part, prepares multiple pairs of value keys to blindly sign coins of different unit value to provide the corresponding public keys for those values. So, the central bank will arrange different key pairs for each unit value of money and publish public keys that customers will use to withdraw money. Customers will be given a certain period of time to exchange, and from a technical point of view, an expiration date offers two advantages. First, it improves the efficiency of the system, and secondly, it reduces security risks. So, what is the system we propose? Okay, the third issue is the key exchange protocol. So this Taylor uses a key exchange protocol in a particular way, and the protocol also handles network and component failures, ensuring that payments have been successful or have been permanently cancelled, and that all parties have cryptographic proof of the outcome. What is the system we propose? This is the system we propose. We have the client and the seller. We have the negotiating part between them. And then we have commercial bank and central bank. So we validate in part 2, we validate and forward the CBDC. In the third part, also, we violate the components and the characteristics of this token, the signature, the protocol. We go on number 4, we validate the double expense, credit and debit. On number 5, credit to the account of the commercial bank. We send the confirmation, credit to the seller, send confirmation, and in the last part, perform the commercial logic. So this is the system we propose with some other guys to a central bank to be evaluated and see if it is important to issue such coins as an alternative to cryptocurrencies. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Professor Thalassinos. I'm sure with the agreement of the organizers and the participants for your willingness to facilitate the program with this earlier presentation. You were rewarded with digital payment in virtual minutes. So hopefully everybody would agree with that, because that was really a very coherent, interesting, informative, and visionary presentation. So central banks, commercial banks, internet banks, cryptocurrencies, it appears that we live in a very interesting era. We will not get bored for things to come. So at your disposal for any questions, please, you would like to address to Professor Thalassinos. And thank you for this presentation.
Yes, I can.
Professor
Sławomir Bukowski. Yes, I have maybe not question, but a commentary to the concept which Professor Thalassinos present. Of course, I agree with Professor Thalassinos if in the context of the that the cryptocurrency generally are under control. Of course, that there are many operations which make also the commercial bank, universal banks, especially in the China, Japan, and the other. But we have situation when the cryptocurrencies are not under any control, only are controlled by the people of the group of people who created those currencies. But I think I think that also creator of those currencies also have no full control over the own creations. So I remember situation if we come to the Fiori, we remember the Fiori and conception of the Friedrich von Hayek, who postulated many years ago, argued that we mustn't have the central bank, and all commercial bank can issue the money. It is one of the postulates by the Friedrich von Hayek. And in the United States, as we look at the history, we have two central banks in the 19th century. First was created by Astor. It is the first central bank of United States as a limited liability company when the shares have the private federal government and the private units, and the second after it, which also till the creation of the Federal Reserve, there are no central bank. Why? Because in the United States was the strong lobby of the supporters of the free banking system. And for many years, each banks which have the license, federal or the state, can issue the money. It was till the 2013 when was established the Federal Reserve. Of course, what was the phenomena? Phenomena was following that only the part of bank, as the first bank of New York, have covered the banknotes by the gold, which is the base for this currency system. Why the Federal Reserve was established? Because the economy need, in contradistinction to the arguments of the Hayek, needs the control of central banks, which put to economy the rules which should assure the security for the customer of banking system and for also the banks. Now, if we look at the cryptocurrencies, I doubt if we have a possibility to implement any control system also in European Union. Of course, as I know, European Council has started to prepare the special regulation concern the turnover of the cryptocurrency in the European Union. I doubt if this regulation will be effective, because this system of cryptocurrencies, many cryptocurrencies in global scale, is high developed now. And I think that by the regulations, we can only minimize in any degree the dangerous for the customer and for the normal banking system. Thank you.
Any comment, Professor Thalasinos, or should we proceed with the next question?
Well, I agree with Professor Bukowski. Actually, we live in the era where we expect a lot of changes in the world economy regarding central banks, commercial banks, cryptos, and currencies. So there are several studies on this issue. The part I present is actually a study we have started some time ago with other colleagues. I'm responsible only for a small part of it. There are specialists on it, on architecture of cryptos and regulators, economists, and so on. So we expect to see a development, a huge development among central banks all over the world, establishing or introducing a kind of a digital currency. And that will be a real problem to cryptos, because you understand that in most of the cases, those currencies have been used for several reasons, the most important of which is they want to hide transactions. So maybe with this cryptocurrency issued by central banks could be an alternative. So I agree with Professor Bukowski on his comments.
Okay, let's proceed with the question by Mr. Larry Howard.
Larry, you hear the moderator? The floor is yours, Larry.
Excuse me, but if Mr. Larry wants to ask the question, could you please write it in the chat? Thank you.
Okay, let's see. Okay, until we have this question, maybe I've seen Professor Bitros requested earlier. Or anyone else. And please feel free to comment overall in the session, in this, not only this session, but in the whole, on this part, because we will conclude as well. So please feel free to comment on all three presentations. Meanwhile, just to follow this line of argument now, explicitly then, Professor Thalassinos, are cryptocurrencies and digital money enemies?
What is digital money? Well, it's digital money. It's not nothing on your hand. Okay, so crypto is a digital money, and digital money by central banks could be strong competitive on those cryptos. So if the cryptocurrency market is not regulated, okay, by someone, I don't know if it's a central bank or a private institution or whatever, sooner or later they will lose their power in the market as a mean of exchange. Unless countries like Russia or China accept cryptocurrency as a mean of exchange, and they ask other countries to make commercial transactions using cryptos. So in that case, we may see a different world and a different monetary system all over, and could be a possible answer of Russia to sanctions, to economic sanctions imposed by Western Europe and USA. See the example of El Salvador. They use cryptocurrencies. See the example of the owner of Tesla. He announced that he will sell Tesla accepting cryptos, right? And in one day, the value of Bitcoin went up to the sky. So it is possible.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Howard, please. From the chat.
Professor Ioannis, the question appeared in the chat. If you would like, you can read it to the public. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Just came up now. Mr. Larry Howard says we live in a world where the ordinary citizen is increasingly controlled by governments. For example, in China, there is a, sorry, I cannot do it. For example, in China, I don't have the content in, yes, it takes some time. For example, in China, there is a social credit system according to which access to loans, transportation, etc., is doled out accordingly to ranking in that system. In other example, during the financial crisis in Greece, people were limited in the amount of money they could withdraw from ATMs. Would not CDBC cryptocurrencies facilitate the global establishment of further control? Professor Thalassinos, or anyone.
Yes, dear Larry, if you hear us, I thank you very much for your participation. I know it is after midnight in the place you live in USA. So thank you for staying so long to take part on this workshop. I agree, yes. We live in the world where the ordinary citizens is increasingly controlled by government. And this is actually the meaning of democracy. We have some leaders, those are elected, okay? The government, and the government set up the rules and the conditions to live, okay? However, in China, there is a social credit system according to which access to loans, transportation, etc., is dealt out on according to ranking in that system. Well, I don't want to say anything about the system in China. I have visited the country twice, and I don't think it represents me. If I was a citizen of China, I certainly kill myself. I don't think they have any liberties to study or to express their ideas or to, it's another system, so I have no comments. In Greece, we had a period where we had some restrictions on cash, taking money from ATMs. That was an unforgettable period because of political reasons and instability in the economy. We ran out of credit and cash, so actually the economy has been collapsed. Now, of course, it is much better. So, CBDC cryptocurrencies facilitate the global establishment of further control? I don't think so. I don't think we need further control. The world economy is controlled quite well, quite effectively. What we need is good leaders to follow and to have a clear vision where countries are going and what people are looking from the government. So we just need governments to follow the existing laws. That's it. I don't think we need further control. Thank you, Larry.
Thank you. Any other question, please, or comment? And as I said earlier, please feel free to ask anything or comment on all three presentations and sessions. So maybe let's proceed with just to close this part one. We hope that and we believe that it was really very interesting and enlightening. It appears that the presence of cryptocurrencies for some years now offer the background to research and discuss on the issue. And as presented today, consideration may include traditional behavioral approaches, as well as to estimate the sensitivity of their performance from various analyses and influences, including, of course, regulation, markets, indexes, companies board and governance, digitalization, social media. These results suggest that cryptocurrencies appear to operate in not that stable and balanced, if not volatile, conditions. Such reality, of course, may offer good opportunities for profits, but may also carry serious risks and damages. Overall, it seems that although present for a few years, it could be suggested, and as we've seen in the presentations, that further research is needed to assess the multidimensional influences on cryptocurrencies, especially at this new era with such globalization and digitalization, in order to reduce risk, increase public trust, and secure their presence in a more solid way. Definitely, such scientific research could advance our knowledge as well as advance potential regulation and decision making, as was mentioned by Professor Thalassinos. I take the opportunity to thank you as being part of this time from the morning of this workshop. And I don't know if any of the organizers or Professor Thalassinos or anyone else would like to comment, just closing this part one of the workshop.
I just want to congratulate you, Yanis, for your professional moderation, and the speakers and the participants online and in person in this workshop. We continue in an hour or so at 3 o'clock. Let me check. What time is the next session? Okay. It is at 14:15. Okay, so we come back at 14:15, 2:15. Okay, for part 2 and part 3. Thank you all
Polish
for your
time,
participation. Right?
All right. Hello. Hello, everybody. Hello. Could I invite Graciela? Graciela, do you hear me? Graciela, do you hear me? Hello, Graciela.
Okay. Yes, now it's okay.
Are you ready?
Yes, I am. The microphone was disabled as for the other participants.
So you can start. You can start.
Yes, I can.
You're welcome. So Graciela is associate professor from Timisoara University, very promising academic and very, very well educated and aware about the topic. We are very happy to have her in our group. So Graciela, the floor is yours. I could say a lot about you, but I think you don't feel so comfortable listening all my good words. Good luck and go on.
You're right. Thank you. Thank you so much, Professor Maditinos. It's always a pleasure to see you and to hear from you. And thank you for your kind words. Before I begin my presentation, I would also like to thank the organizers of this Top-Tier scientific event, the Capellanski University of Technology and Humanities in Radom, Poland, and the International Strategic Management Association in Greece, for their kind invitation to share part of the research results that I've performed on a topic which is, let's say, similar to what it has been discussed today. And of course, to express my gratitude to the organizers for, let's say, the opportunity to be a part of the scientific event. Thank you so much. As you've kindly mentioned, my name is Graciela Noja. I am a PhD professor at the West University in Timisoara in Romania, Faculty of Economics and Business Administration. And my intervention today during the workshop on cryptocurrencies and digital money in the new era relates to a very topical subject that approaches the interplay between the financial performance, digital integration, and risk management disclosure in the financial services sector. So I expanded a bit the topic beyond, going beyond on what was initially planned for today. The research basically follows two main objectives, and it has been developed in close partnership with my colleagues, Professor Talasinos, and my colleague from Romania, Professor Mirela Cristea. We've basically focused on two main topics. First, the interplay between financial performance, risk management, and digital technology. And second, we wanted to bring some new, fresh, and empirical evidence by modeling the shaping factors of financial performance of companies in the financial services sector on a threefold approach, because we aimed at joining together both digital integration, perceptions within those types of companies of digital innovations, but also features like of the management of board, in particular, like their background and skills and size and structure and so on, along with various types of measures, strategies, policies, both for sustainable development and digital integration at the same time. And therefore, to join all these issues in trying to shape the, let's say, the risk management disclosure or the financial risk management for these types of companies, and then to see the further impact on the financial performance. So it was quite complex, but we've started with a relatively small sample of almost 150 companies, and we are planning to expand. So I'm just going to share with you what we've managed to obtain until now. So we had mainly focused on three research objectives. First, to examine the role of digital innovations and board characteristics, sustainable development policies in supporting risk management disclosure and enhancing financial performance of companies in general, but with a keen focus on companies that have the headquarters in Europe and operate in various types of financial services sectors. I'm going to show you a little bit later the precise characteristics of our sample. Then we wanted to appraise the implications, both direct, indirect, and overall, of the fundamentals of risk management strategies on the financial achievements and firm profitability. And of course, to perform that analysis, empirical analysis on our cross-sectional data set, based on two types of modern econometric techniques that relate to structural modeling and Gaussian graphical models. So basically, our research evidences the role played by digital innovation, board characteristics, in supporting risk management disclosure and shaping the financial performance of European companies operating in the financial services sector. So we follow an original empirical approach, at least from our perspective, and the research endeavor basically outlines the decisive importance of an optimal board size, enhanced management skills, upward gender diversity, and structure. Here I refer mainly to a two-tier type, one management board and a distinctive supervisory board, along with accurate digital integration and sustainable development policies as fundamentals of risk management strategies that tend to lead to improve financial achievements and a higher profitability of the analyzed companies. Therefore, the structure of the presentation relates to, let's say, a brief introduction in terms of the novelty of our research, what it brings, let's say, separately from the other studies that are already published on similar topics. For the literature review, we've also focused on a bibliometric analysis that was performed with the help of VOS viewer software, and we've scanned a bit the latest scientific articles that have been published on a similar subject in order to see what were the main topics approached, the methods used, keywords, and what was the similar focus and main findings that these researchers have obtained. And then, of course, present into detail the data that we've used in the empirical analysis, the methodology applied, credentials for the structuration modeling, and for the Gaussian graphical models as well, the results and discussion in the final parts, and of course some concluding remarks in the end. So focusing on, or let's say focusing in particular on the general objective of our research, the rationale for examining the interplay between corporate governance variables, digital integration, financial performance, and risk management resides basically from the essentials of risk management disclosure in the financial sector, which tends to be a leading paradigm supporting organizations to identify, to assess, and to manage risks at firm level. So the relationship within all these characteristics tends to be grasped through the importance of adequate corporate governance mechanisms in limiting the excessive exposure of companies, particularly those in the financial sector, to risk. And let's say from this perspective, we tend to focus more on several articles that have been published recently on this topic. And the bibliometric analysis that we've performed in this regard has covered over 600 scientific articles indexed by Scopus on the topic of financial performance, digital technology, risk management, and even cryptocurrencies, because it involves the side of digital money, even though it wasn't the main, let's say, focus of our research. And the sample of these over 600 scientific papers was processed with VOS viewer. the results that we obtained, I'm going to present them next, are graphically mapped according to the most topical subjects and keywords approached by these researchers, because the literature actually offers a comprehensive perspective on the interlinkages and correlations between several important fundamentals of corporate governance, digitalization, credentials, risk management, and financial performance, as mentioned earlier, on a threefold approach in the financial services sector. And we also aim to bring new evidence on how management characteristics, board size, structure, diversity, background, skills, and so on relate either positively or negatively with the financial risk management, which in our research is captured as a latent variable resulting from all the others in the present or independent corporate governance board and compensation committees, along with their further accumulated impact on financial performance. Based on the underpinnings of the relevant literature, when we focus on the relationship between a board characteristic and firm profitability within the corporate governance and sustainable development framework, we tend to assess it, or to assess risk management disclosure via annual accounts and reports by corporate entities in compliance with rules and regulations governing financial reports, in particular for financial institutions. So these regulations are transposed into corporate governance practices or various types of codes and analyzed in relation to the financial performance of companies. Therefore, the risk management disclosure has no distinctive measurement, while the main items to assess it revealed by the literature and the findings are the availability of risk management committee or the existence of its responsibility and functions, targeted policies and objectives on various types of fields, and the subsistence of audit committee. So the relationship between risk management disclosure and financial performance, which actually is of interest for our own research endeavor, is generally appreciated within the literature as being positive, as of course summarized when various types of studies that are presented assess the similar topic. What was another challenge, and we wanted to see how it was presented in the literature, related mainly to the variables that are used by practitioners or by researchers to measure the financial performance of a company, because the issues approached are quite diverse and they range from long run to short-term measures, as well as non-market oriented credentials. So some of these measures refer to an upturn in return on assets, for example, or increased cash flow, or increased earnings per share, or assets, total assets at the same time, or raised dividends, higher sales, and so on. So from this perspective, after the bibliometric analysis and after the let's say the critical analysis of the literature that we've performed, we've selected 5 measures of financial performance and over 15 indicators, let's say quantitative credentials, to capture all the other sides that I have mentioned in relation to risk management disclosure. So these are some of the results that we've achieved in searching those 634 scientific articles. We've reside mainly on Scopus. We plan to expand it on Web of Science as well. We've searched a bit the articles that have been published in the last 5 years on similar topics, and here I refer as keywords to financial performance, digital integration, risk management disclosure, strategies, and so on. And we tend to note that the main keywords that emerge from these researchers are in relation to financial performance, of course, to finance, but to digitalization in particular, like digital storage, of course, digital transformation, performance overall, financial technology, evaluation, management, risk management, and so on. If we've eliminated some of that and we've focused more on the topic of our workshop, Then we see that most of the literature focuses in particular on cryptocurrencies, blockchain, Bitcoin, but also on portfolio optimization, financial performance, risk management, right? A financial system in general that also have a decisive importance in what means, let's say, the financial performance overall of a company or even a bank. So as a summary, the literature underpinnings reveal that in particular, an effective risk management tends to be achieved through an independent, highly skilled, experienced, and dedicated governance board, further leading to an increase in the portfolio of assets as a generator of return and reduced operational costs. At the same time, when we've connected these management features with policies for sustainable development, for digital integration and perceptions in terms of these types of integration with the financial performance, we've noted that in general, the studies have also evidenced positive interlinkages. So this should be definitely be encouraged and supported. And after the critical assessment of the literature at the same time, we noted that researchers mainly show that digital integration and board characteristics have that positive, expected, of course, significant effect on the financial performance of companies in general, or even banks, because we also focused on this side. And of course, what I have also mentioned, that the indicators used for measuring the financial performance, digital innovation, and risk management are quite diverse. So following all these underpinnings of the relevant literature, our own research aimed to explore the relationship between management features, core characteristics in particular, digital integration, risk management disclosure, and the financial performance of companies that are operating in the financial services sector in 25 European countries. So we have extracted a cross-sectional sample from Refinitiv, from Thomson Reuters Icon database, and we've constructed a longitudinal sample in the end that encloses companies operating in the banking and financial services sector. And these are the main sectors that we focused upon: banks, investment banking and broker services, multi-line insurance and brokers, reinsurance, closed-end funds, and mutual funds. So the sample selection across Europe was performed based on two criteria. The main one was country of headquarters, and the subsequent one was country of incorporation, and we focused on data for one fiscal year, 2020, and complemented with additional information were available for 2021 at the same time. So it also somehow captures even the pandemic impact and let's say the challenges that have been imposed by the pandemic to various types of companies. So we have 144 active public companies with head offices in Europe. Here I refer mainly to 25 countries. We also have, of course, Poland, we have Romania at the same time, but also Belgium, Austria, Denmark, and so on. Here we have a limitation in terms of data availability for certain indicators or for certain companies. And therefore, in particular, let's say a sample, we had to turn to extrapolation and interpolation within sample, out of sample, in order to complete our data set. But I'm going to get there to the methodology side, to methodological side. So the data covers indicators on mainly on four types of let's say features that we are following within our research. There are corporate governance and board characteristics in particular for the current year indicators, and then the financial performance and firm profitability indicators. Here I refer mainly to those 5 that I've mentioned, selecting them based on sound theoretical groundings, but also according to what we wanted to achieve through our own research endeavor. So we have return on assets, returns on equity, earnings before interest and taxes, earnings per share, and dividends per share at the same time. We also extracted indicators related to sustainable development and digital integration. And of course, we've also selected the total assets, total value of assets, as a control measure for the size of the company, as it is generally used for these types of studies. So these are the summary statistics of our sample that presents basically the means, standard deviation, minimum, maximum values, and we noted that there are quite a lot of differences among our sample, among the companies that we've analyzed. So we had to be very careful in selecting the econometric procedures in order to bring robust evidence and to avoid spurious correlations in the end. So we have focused on two modern and advanced econometric procedures. Firstly, we have structuration modeling. Structuration models have been configured both from a measurement point of view, but also a structural component at the same time. We have configured a latent variable named financial risk management that results from the influence of all the other coordinates on a threefold approach as mentioned previously. Management features, in particular on the left-hand side, board characteristics, of course, in particular here, but also sustainable development policies, measures, strategies, and perceptions, along with digital innovations and integration measures, and of course the financial performance that is captured through these 5 indicators as stated previously. Across the, let's say, our sample, and noting that we do have some differences among the companies that have been analyzed, we've also applied the Gaussian graphical model. So we configured a network analysis as well. And the Gaussian graphical models, along with mixed Markov graphical models, are developed as a network model of conditional associations. They're configured based on partial correlations in particular, but we also used another estimation method, which is a Bayesian one. It is called extended Bayesian information criteria with graphical least absolute selection and shrinkage operator, in short, a big G lasso, which is more restrictive, but in particular, these types of Gaussian graphical models reflect graphically the linkages between the variables through the width and saturation of the edges between the nodes of the network and the color associated with that. So the paths show also, let's say, the positive or negative correlation among that. We have red for negative correlations, and we have blue for positive correlations. I'm going to show you in a few minutes. So the partial correlation in particular, determined in the Gaussian graphical models, is calculated as in the equation reflected on the slide. But once again, in order to ensure robustness for our results, we've used another estimation method, which is the extended Bayesian information criteria, so as to avoid spurious correlations and regressions, and to, of course, to provide robust evidence in the end. So following our main research objectives, we have configured 2 research hypotheses. The first one relates to the fact that board characteristics of companies operating in the financial services sector and their financial risk management or performance are positively interplayed. And the second, that corporate governance, sustainable development, and digital integration activities of the companies operating in the financial services sector and their financial risk management, respective financial performance, are also positively associated. The first research hypothesis was, let's say, more restrictive, and you will see in a few minutes the results. In the end, it was only partially validated, but the second one was completely fulfilled. So the results of, I'm going to show you first the results of stratification models. There are basically 5 types of results, or 5 sets of results, because we focus on each of those 5 measures that we used to capture the financial performance of companies. Here you have the results for return on assets, then results for return on equity, so the relative measures of financial performance. And then we have the extended Bayesian information, excuse me, we have the earnings before interest and taxes here, because we've also used an absolute measurement unit for the financial performance. And then here you have again relative measures, earnings per share and dividends per share. So I'm going to take these gradually and show you what are, let's say, the most important results that emerge from processing these models. All structuration models have been processed through maximum likelihood estimation method. It also relates to iteration. We have 2 types. We have also the maximum likelihood with missing values for those indicators that didn't have, let's say, data available in order to cover the entire sample. But in order to ensure, again, robustness of these results, we have firstly applied a series of tests. For example, we've applied a goodness of fit test that shows a good fit of our model. We've applied a wall test for each equation that also show a good fit, and the Cronbach alpha for each for the scale, for each item and for the entire scale. For all our 5 models, stratification modeling, that also have values over 0.7 and definitely indicate a good scale reliability. So we have a complete sample of tests applied for each model, and they reveal that indeed there are, we can interpret them from an economic point of view because they tend to be sound from an econometric side. So the results of the financial risk management as a latent variable, you see here, our first focus was on risk management disclosure and financial performance under the impact of all the credentials that I've mentioned earlier. Built for each financial performance and firm profitability indicator, as stated previously, highlight that the board characteristics of the European financial services institutions are statistically significant and positively influenced only for the following credentials. We have the board size and management departures in case of all considered SEM models. We have very small p-values, so an increased level of statistical significance, and also for a number of board meetings in the case of interlinkages with the return on assets, the model that is presented here on the slide. The existence of the Corporate Governance Committee, the CGBC, and the firm size, so the total assets that you see here in capitals, are positively associated with the financial risk management for all the associations with financial performance and firm profitability indicators. So it is the same for the other 4 models as well, which are extremely significant from a statistical point of view. Again, very small p-values and an increased level of statistical significance. On the other hand, these results suggest that bigger the financial service institution is, or bigger the company operating in financial services sector is, the better financial risk management is managed. On the other hand, at the same time, corporate governance strategies endorse risk management disclosure. So in regards to risk management in connection with financial performance and firm profitability dimensions, considering the interlinkages with board characteristics and management features, corporate governance, sustainable development policies, digital integration policies, digital innovation, these are unfavorable. There tend to be evidence unfavorable implications both both for return on assets as a relative measure of financial performance, and the second model here, return on equity, again as a relative measure of financial performance. We have small p-values, so an increased statistical significance of the estimated coefficients through the maximum likelihood estimation method. But these implications tend to be more pronounced for ROA, for return on assets. The coefficient is negative, is minus 1.414 for ROA compared to minus 0.931 for return on equity. Positive influences were induced only for EBIT, for earnings before interest and taxes, as an absolute measurement of financial performance. We have again small p-values, an increased level of statistical significance for the estimated coefficients, while for the earnings and dividends per share that we see in the final two models, these influences, even though they tend to be notable, are not statistically significant through the estimated coefficients. So all of these results require adequate strategies and accurate measures that need to be implemented by the financial services institutions to improve financial performance in a relative form in particular. And here I refer mainly to firm rentability captured through return on assets and return on equity. Moving forward to the results that we've obtained from the network analysis, once again, we've selected these two modern and complex econometric procedures because of the sample that we have, because of various types of indicators and measurement units that we have, and of course, in order to provide robust results in the end. So the Gaussian graphical models are estimated through the two estimation methods. You see in the left-hand side of the screen there is extended Bayesian information criteria with graphical least absolute shrinkage and selection operator estimation method, the big G last, and the second one in the right-hand side of the slide, we have the partial correlation results. So the linkages between all considered variables that are entailed in these two figures, in these two Gaussian graphical models, capture basically the following associations in terms of financial performance and firm profitability dimensions. So we see positive synergies which are entailed with blue lines, right? So width and saturation of the edges between knots, and the colors, the blue that entail positive correlations, and red one that entail negative ones. So positive synergies with return on assets related to the size of the board, departures of management, skills of board and its background, type of structure of the board, which means here a single board or a two-tier one management board, another supervisory board, or a mixed structure. And as well the existence of a corporate governance board and associated committee on the one hand, but we see also negative synergies in regards to the connections with the independence of compensation committee and CSR sustainability committee. There are favorable linkages with return on equities in regards to the CSR Sustainability Committee, digital integration, women's involvement in board management, and the SDG policies, environmental, social, and governance policies, as well the independence of compensation committee, and again, negative one or unfavorable linkages with the size of the board and departure of management here. Positive influence on EBIT, on earnings before interest and taxes, are entailed in relation to bribery, corruption, and fraud controversies. We have that variable BCFC, and the size of the board, again, negative ones in regards to the structure of the board, the type of the structure, single board or two-tier or a mixed one, and the diversity of the board according to gender. If we refer to earnings per share, the fourth measure that we've selected for financial performance, then we see that we have positive associations with women's involvement in board management, independence of compensation committee, and sustainable development indicators, namely a CSR committee, SDG reporting actions, but also in terms of the digital integration here and associated innovation on the one hand. And we see negative implications or linkages or synergies related with the board size and skills or board background and skills, board meetings and attendance, as of course also the existence of a corporate governance board and the committee associated with that on the other hand. And finally, for the fifth measure of financial performance, dividend per share, is favorably linked with the board size, board attendance, so the general management features, but also with board skills, board background and skills, and the existence of a corporate governance board. And they tend to be negatively or unfavorably connected with board gender diversity and several credentials that link to sustainable development policies embedded within the strategies of the analyzed companies. So in the end, as several key takeaways and concluding remarks, considering both the theoretical underpinnings and own research results obtained throughout the empirical analysis and the entire endeavor, we can attest that based on the SEM models, where all the variables are logically connected in a structured framework, and as well based on the Gaussian graphical models results for each sequential association between the variable, our first hypothesis that board characteristics of the companies operating in the financial services sector and their financial risk management performance are positively interplayed has been only partially fulfilled, as I have grasped even from the beginning of my presentation. And again, according to both sets of results, stratification and network analysis, the second research hypothesis that we've figured that in, sorry, I don't know what happened.
Now it's okay. You can continue.
Okay. Okay. I don't know if I have my presentation here. You can still see it.
We see key takeaways.
Yeah, perfect. Sorry, I think it was a connection fail here. So yeah, the second hypothesis I was mentioned that has been completely fulfilled. The corporate governance activities deeply uphold risk management disclosure when all the variables are interlinked. We have here a conclusion resulting from the stratification modeling findings, but when corporate governance is related to each of the financial performance dimensions we've seen in the Gaussian graphical models, those 5 that we've selected for our research, positive implications are obtained only with the financial institution's performance related to assets, so with return on assets, ROA, with dividends adequate to shareholders at the same time. In regards to digital integration and sustainable development implications, basically over 90% of the ESG reporting scope for the European financial institutions that we've analyzed in our sample and the medium existence of CSR Sustainability Committee, along with accurate digital policies and a strong commitment to digital integration, tend to suggest that these actions induce favorable implications on the financial performance, which is expressed mainly by the return on equity and the earnings or profits obtained per share. Thank you so much for your attention, and I'm open to maybe questions or maybe at the end of the presentation for the second part of the workshop. Thank you so much once again.
Congratulations, Graziella Noia. You've been excellent. The work is fantastic. The work is comprehensive. We had a brief literature review. Brief, okay. More than 600 papers have been updated and reviewed. You have the critical analysis, you focus on measures of financial performance. If I'm right, the 5 measures of financial performance. Your sample is complete. It's clear. It's comprehensive. 144 active companies are included. You develop very robust models using Gaussian graphical models. And okay, the tool is Stata 16. However, the method of analysis, structural equation modeling, gives that kind of so mixed and very and too many results. So.
Yes, sorry. Yes, actually there are 3 tools that we've used. We've used Stata, we've used RStudio, and VosViewer for
yes, but I mainly focus on Stata 16
because
I like it.
It was the main one, yeah, indeed.
Okay, your research hypotheses were very clear, and you prove that one is partially fulfilled and the second one is fully fulfilled. So you presented us ideas about digital money and cryptocurrencies in a very clear way. I think this work deserves high-level publication because it consists from every important part of that a very robust publication paper would contain, like robust literature review, clear methodology, hypothesis, empirical study, and clear results. Okay, results are too many.
Yes,
out of this, you can split it in many papers if you want.
Yes.
But in any case, I would like to congratulate you, to give the floor to the colleagues who are willing to ask or discuss. And I see Professor Thalassinos in the meeting. He is showing his hand. So I would like to give to ask from Professor Thalassinos if he would like to add something.
Hello, Graciela. Thank you very much for joining us.
Thank you.
I know you were full of duties today, and finally you made it.
Yes, thank you. So
your presentation.
I'm very sorry for missing the first
part.
No
problem at all. No problem. We always have plan B, so we use plan B. Okay, yeah. I replace you.
Thank you.
Congratulations, excellent work, as Dimitris said. I only have one question for you. Maybe I miss you somewhere. You have used only public companies. Why?
Yes, because
in your sample.
This was the sample, because we have available data from Refinitiv, from Thomson Reuters, former Thomson Reuters icon, and the indicators are only for public active companies operating in the financial services sector. So yeah, this was the main sample for, but we plan to expand it. As mentioned previously, we only have those 144, so which we managed to obtain that data, and we are planning to expand it a little bit more, try to reach over 500 companies, including in the private sector, and as well trying to expand a bit also the area, the time span that we cover, not only 1 year or 2, try to make it at least a 5 and go to a panel data, not necessarily on a cross-sectional. So yeah, basically here we had the limitation according to data availability. Based on the data set that we used, and the database from where we've extracted our data or indicators.
So do you expect different results if you
Not
analyze private companies?
Not necessarily. I don't necessarily expect different results, but I actually maybe can make a comparative analysis for the next research, tend to focus as a future research direction and try to see. I'm not expecting necessarily different one, but yes, it's a very good idea to make a comparative approach and try to see what we have the similarities or maybe where we have the differences in terms of an impact of financial performance. Yeah.
To my small knowledge,
thank you.
I wouldn't expect different results, but the idea is lovely to compare the two different public and private. Excellent, excellent. I wouldn't expect something else from you, something bad from you. The best I would expect. So Ioannis Takhmatsidis, my good friend, would like to ask something. Ioannis. Ioanni?
I don't know if the microphone works, because when we are as guests, we don't have the microphone available.
Ioanni, can you see us? Can you hear us? Anyway, anyone from the audience who would like to ask something to Graziella? Graziella, for one more time, you impressed us with your robust work. Congratulations.
Thank you, and thank you for your understanding once again for the switch in the program. Thank you so much.
No, I'm happy because I had you in my session, so I had the opportunity to hear about it. So, if we do not have any other colleague who would like to ask something, anyone who would like to ask? No, we can move to the session number 5, which is about the context of cryptocurrencies, the US monetary policy since the pandemic began. We would like to invite Professor John Malindretos from William Patterson University of USA. He is a well-known professor with many lovely ideas and research background, and we would be very, very looking forward to hear of him and his work. So, Professor John Malindretos, if you are ready, you can start. Professor Malindretos, are you ready? We can wait a minute. Then we can go to plan B to invite Professor Arav Kwandlus and John Barkulas.
Dimitris, Malindretos is trying to upload the presentation.
Yes.
So
this is what I'm telling. We can wait for 1 minute, 2 minutes to see and to attend his presentation. So we are waiting for Professor John Malindretos. He is online now. Welcome, Professor.
I'm sorry, Professor.
No, you are okay. You are lovely.
I have trouble. And I don't know if I can upload because I'm not as familiar with, I use Zoom a lot. So hopefully I can, I don't know if I can upload what I want to upload. But anyway, I'll try to.
If you want, you can send it to me and I will try to upload.
Send it to you? How?
By email.
Yeah. Anyway. It would really help. Your email is where?
I will write my email on the chat.
Jan, we have your presentation here, so we upload it for you. It's not a problem.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
We upload
you uploaded it, but I have something else that it would really help everybody.
Okay.
Is it okay if I send you an email, Lefteri?
Yes. Send it and we upload it immediately.
Okay. So sorry about those technical issues, everyone.
No problem. Pleasure is ours to have you in our group.
But
Lefteri, Ioannis Takhmatsidis is asking about the microphones. I don't know. I think the microphones are open for all.
Yanni, will you please tell me which slide you want to show first?
Yeah, the table, just the table. I'm sending you a table, Lefteri, an article and a table. Just a table, please. And I just send it to you.
Okay.
All right. So thank you.
The floor is yours, Professor.
Thank you for having me. Thank you to Professor Thalasinos. Also, I received help with this from Professor Barkoulas. Thank you, Professor Barkoulas and Professor Tsanakas. They helped with the article. And the presentation I have will not be as glorious as Graciela's presentation. I'm sorry to disappoint everybody, which was quite scientific and analytical. I just want to describe essentially what the policies of the Central Bank of the United States were during the pandemic, and just make a 1 point or two about the future. So essentially, there are 6 items that the central bank pursued during the pandemic, and you can share those PowerPoints, Lefteri. I mean, actually, but the important thing is that table of the article. And I will list the 6 aspects of the policy of the Fed during the pandemic. One was it expanded the classical monetary policy, what we have learned monetary policy has been until about 15 years ago, when the Great Recession happened in the United States and new tools were used to deal with these problems. So first was an expansionary classical monetary policy. Second, it was a direct intervention of support of financial markets. Thirdly, was an encouragement of bank lending. Fourthly, it was support of businesses. Fifthly, support of households and consumers. And sixthly, support of municipal entities. You may say, how is that different from the past? Well, I will describe how it was different from the past in my presentation in the next 20 minutes or so. So first, let's talk about expansionary of classical monetary policy. What the Fed did is there were 3 aspects there that it pursued. One was that it basically lowered substantially the federal funds rate. Federal funds rate was running in the 2% vicinity, and it decreased it to 0% to 0.25%. And of course, the Fed funds rate is very important because it's the pulse of the market and it affects all rates. It's an overnight rate, extremely short-term rate, but it affects longer-term rates as well. The second aspect of its expansionary monetary policy is, of course, he had started this approach during the Great Recession of 2007, 2009. A new approach, which was forward guidance, a lot more forward guidance to the financial markets. It proclaimed that it will keep the Fed funds rate close to 0 in order to raise employment, pursue maximum employment, and induce inflation to be around 2%. Please note, you probably know that unlike the European Central Bank, which only has its policy, the inflation rate, the US Central Bank has 2 policy mandates. One is to pursue maximum employment, and the other is to keep prices low. Of course, what the numbers are depend on who is the boss, who is in the administration, and who runs the Fed. But those are the 2 important mandates that Congress has given to the Central Bank of the United States. The third aspect of classical monetary policy, which of course it started with a Great Recession, was quantitative easing. Okay? And when we say quantitative easing, we're talking about buying treasuries as well as mortgage-backed securities. So starting on March 23 of 20, and this would help if we have that table. I don't know if you were able to upload the table, Lefteri, but starting March of 2020, it said that it would buy 80 billion per month of treasuries and 40 billion of commercial and residential mortgages, mortgage-backed securities. It continued that until the end of 21, and when it stated it would taper off, and it tapered off, but actually the balance sheet of the Fed was growing until about 2-3 months ago when it hit a highest level of 8.9 trillion. And then in the last couple of months, it has gone down by a couple $100 billion. This was, of course, something that the Fed did not do very much
Yanis,
of.
the table is on the screen now.
Oh, thank you so much, Lefteri. This is very helpful because
yes,
you can
it's very
follow
clear,
along.
very clear.
Yeah.
So you can talk on the table now.
Yeah, we don't need anything else. This is fine, Lefteri. It's like a picture is worth 1,000 words. This picture is worth 5,000 words.
Million of words.
So the first then, in terms of classical monetary policy, the Fed, with a forward guidance, was very strongly telling the markets that we're going to support you, we'll be vigorous, we're going to be aggressive, we shall make everything possible in order to disallow this to become a depression. Because if you remember, I think it was March of 20, the GDP of the United States dropped by 30% or so. So the Fed intervened massively, both in terms of policy, with a classical monetary policy we're still talking about, both in terms of massive intervention, but also with words that we shall not allow a depression or a recession to take place. We shall do everything possible in order to move this economy forward. Of course, starting in December of 21, at the end of last year, the committee, the Federal Open Market Committee, expressed its wishes to raise the Fed funds rate by 0.25%, 3 times in 22. Famous last words. The inflation, they didn't expect inflation to be so strong. They, by the way, they are politicians also. They played games and they said, oh, it's not a problem when the inflation was galloping. And, you know, the Treasury Secretary is a politician too, a very respected economist, but she is the Treasury Secretary. So anyway, and the Fed chief is a politician too. Even though they are not, once put in place, they cannot be removed by anyone, it's still that they play politics. So anyway, they said they would raise it a total of 75 basis points in 22. Famous last words, they have gone 200 basis points, of course, and now they're talking about the guidance may be around 5% Fed funds rate in the next few months. So this is classical monetary policy that was adjusted a little bit. The forward guidance was a new thing. Quantitative easing was a little new thing, but essentially they lowered rates in order to expand the economy. The second aspect of their policies is the supporting of the financial markets. And supporting of the financial markets, there were 5 different aspects of it, of the support of the financial markets. The first is lending to security firms. You can see right here, lending to the security firms. I attended a meeting. Dimitris Papadimitriou does these annual meetings where he invites renowned speakers at the Jerome Levy Institute, and they speak. And one time was the Mr. Fisher, who was the Dallas Fed chief. And he mentioned, this is going back probably 6, 7 years ago, he mentioned that in the Great Recession, they realized, the Fed, unbelievably, they had not realized this before, was that the weakest link of anybody was the security firms, broker-dealers, because they had not got a lender of last resort. Commercial banks, of course, it was different before 1934, before the Glass-Steagall Act. But commercial banks have the FDIC and have, of course, the Fed as a lender of last resort. And the FDIC acts as an insurance company. And in that way, they are protected to a great extent. But broker-dealers had not. So that's the reason the law was changed during the Great Recession, and broker-dealers, Goldman Sachs, Morgan Stanley, could become bank holding companies, which is really commercial banks. And now legally, all the broker-dealers are commercial banks. So interestingly enough, we're going back to the time of before Glass-Steagall Act. Otherwise, they would have failed, and they would have failed miserably. All the broker-dealers in the Great Recession, Merrill Lynch, Goldman Sachs, Morgan Stanley, all of them became bank holding companies. Merrill Lynch became part of Bank of America. So this policy that started during the Great Recession, ladies and gentlemen, was continued now because, again, it was so important to protect the broker-dealers, the investment banks, right? And in fact, it was unlimited. It's one of the unlimited helps. Any money they could have, unlimited help, they would give them, because the policymakers realized the critical nature of investment banking. So, in fact, specifically, there were 24 primary dealers, broker-dealers, and the Fed said they would give them any loans that they wanted. As I said, it became unlimited. This was the primary dealer credit facility. And the reason that the primary dealers are so important is that when the Fed pursues policy of debt, of selling and buying government debt, it goes through the primary dealers. And if there is some sort of a choking of the primary dealers, the system will choke. It's critical that there is liquidity and things are working smoothly with the primary dealers. A second aspect of supporting of financial markets is something they had done during the Great Recession. The Fed essentially helped money market mutual funds. You have to remember, money market mutual funds invest in treasuries and commercial paper. Treasuries are pretty safe, the safest assets that we have around. But commercial paper is an IOU of a company, and in such a difficult situation, such as the case of the pandemic, investors didn't want commercial paper. Short-term IOUs that had no collateral necessarily. But commercial paper is critical, folks, because companies use them to buy inventory, to pay payroll. So without commercial paper, or problems with commercial paper can choke an economy as well. And that's where the Fed enabled the banks to borrow, and the banks could give commercial paper as collateral. So indirectly, the Fed really helped money market mutual funds. And you can see the details on the table itself, okay, with money market mutual funds. And as you can see, that one was unlimited also, because the Fed realized how critical this this part is. And all the details of the dates are there for you. The third, I will go to less important stuff. A third aspect of helping financial markets is that the Fed strengthened the repurchase agreement market. In July of 21, it established a permanent standing repo facility to support money markets in stress. And it established a permanent standing repo facility to strengthen money market in stress. And they offered $100 billion overnight in terms of the repo market. And they offered $20 billion in terms of 2 weeks repo time market. So supporting the repo market, supporting the financial markets in another way. They also, fourthly, in terms of helping the financial markets, they addressed the foreign repo facility. It provided access, the Fed, the central bank, provided access to foreign central banks so that they could give treasuries to the Fed and receive dollars, so that the dollar international market would not choke. And then fifthly, the Fed provided dollars to foreign central banks to enhance the liquidity of global markets. This is not a foreign repo, but as international swap line. It just gave them all the dollars they wanted in exchange for other things, their currency or treasuries, in order to help the international dollar market. Those things, of course, were less important domestically, but important internationally. Thirdly, as a result of the pandemic, the Fed wanted to encourage bank lending. And when we say bank lending, we're talking about a couple of things. The discount rate window is a classical monetary policy tool where the Fed, you may be familiar with it, but for those who are not familiar, the Fed changes the discount rate in order to induce banks to borrow from it. That policy tool is not very popular, and therefore it is not that effective because banks don't like to go and borrow from the Fed in the discount window. And the reason is that there is a stigma connected with it. If banks go to the discount window, oh, everybody will get paranoid. Ooh, why is Bank of America going to the discount window? Is it having problems? What's going on? So there is, the perception is bad. That's the reason that banks don't do it. Well, the Fed said to the banks, come and borrow. It invited them to borrow, and they borrowed. All of them borrowed money through the discount window to eliminate that stigma. So again, if they borrow, they have more money, of course. I mean, the Fed wanted to increase the lending ability of banks. Even though we know both in the Great Recession and during the pandemic, the famous liquidity trap of Keynes occurred. So Keynes was right after all. When there is extreme stress, the liquidity trap appears. A few studies have shown that, okay? When things are okay, probably there may be no liquidity trap, but during great stress, there is. And also, what the Fed did is there is another policy tool, the reserve requirements, which is how much banks need to keep against the deposits that people make. So it basically eliminated reserve requirements totally. But it's a moot point because banks hold more than the reserve requirements anyway. But the point, ladies and gentlemen, is that the Fed wanted to show the world we are committed to strengthen these financial markets, and we shall do everything in our power to promote this idea of strengthening the condition of banks and the financial markets in the United States. It did something else it did in the context of bank lending. It didn't allow banks to pay dividends and to buy back their shares because obviously they wanted the banks to have cash to lend. So that was something that they did across the board. The fourth policy tool they pursued during the pandemic is the support of businesses. And we're talking about support of businesses. There are four aspects to it. The first aspect is that they lent directly to major firms. That was not done in the past. Okay? That was not done in the past. It's called the Primary Market Corporate Credit Facility. The Fed could go to General Motors, to General Electric, to Microsoft, and lend them money directly, which was not done in the past. And it could accept any collateral that they wanted to give it, but it was really bonds that they gave it. This was the primary market. So they needed a loan. They wanted a loan and they wanted to get money. They could sell that bond to the Fed and the Fed would give them money directly. They did not need to go to the financial markets. This is an extremely big change from the past. The Fed never did that in the past. It did it through banks. Now it intervened strongly and aggressively, directly lending to businesses. And it did that in the secondary market also. In other words, not the first time that they wanted to borrow money, could go to the secondary market and buy bonds of companies directly. In fact, it was up to $750 billion. Here's the primary market corporate credit facility in the secondary. Okay, $750 billion the Fed committed to this. Of course, it got permission from the Treasury, and it got permission. And you can see all that. I'm not going through all that because I want to give you some more important aspects of everything, but you can look at the table. That's the reason. Thank you for the table, for putting it up. It's really helpful. They have permission from the Treasury, but once in a while, the Treasury Secretary, Mr. Mnuchin, disagreed and ended some programs earlier. But anyway, here they got permission and they could have $75 billion of losses that the Treasury would pick up. They also, under the support of businesses, secondly, there was a commercial paper funding facility. They directly lend money to businesses using commercial paper as collateral. Remember, folks, commercial paper is critical because businesses use that to run their business, to buy inventory, to pay payroll, to buy supplies, okay? So the Fed gave them loans directly, and it got back commercial paper and just charged them 1 to 2% above overnight lending rates. This was a critical issue. And in this way, the Fed said, I'm not going to stop at anything. I will give loans with collateral, whatever I want to be the collateral. And this was, of course, collateral. It's not secured collateral. It's, a loan given to somebody saying, I will pay you. That's all. There is no security of any sort. The Fed did something similar also with loans to small and medium-sized firms. This is the SBA implemented the Paycheck Protection Plan, PPP, but for bigger firms, the SBA did not do that. So the Fed directly lent to them, okay? Again, directly it lent money to medium and small companies that the Small Business Administration would not make loans to them. And in fact, the Fed accepted Paycheck Protection Plan loans as collateral. And Paycheck Protection Plans are not high quality collateral. But the Fed said, again, I'm going to help this economy. I'm going to help these financial markets. I will stop at nothing. This is commitment on the part of the Fed. And finally, the Fed, fourthly, in terms of helping businesses, it helped nonprofit institutions also. The requirement was that they had at least 10 employees and they had no more than $3 billion in endowments. Moving on, the fifth policy that the Fed pursued is the support of households and consumers. And here it created a term asset-backed securities loan facility, which is right here, TALF. And, oh, I don't see them anymore. But here,
we can see it. It's okay.
Yeah,
we can see.
These were loans to students, automobiles, credit card loans, and ones guaranteed by the SBA. The Fed basically said, I'll accept all those as collateral, and I'm going to lend to holders of asset-backed securities. Whoever the lender was, many banks, many others, the Fed received collateral in automobile loans, student loans, credit card loans, and gave them new loans. As you can see, it was $100 billion. Okay. So it supported, this is supporting households directly. Yes, it goes through the banking system, but it accepts collateral that it did not accept in the past. Student loans, student loans. Students don't pay their loans many times. Okay, auto loans, people don't pay their auto loans. This is not high quality collateral, ladies and gentlemen. Finally, the Fed, sixthly, the Fed intervened to support municipal securities, okay? And it created direct lending to municipal governments and the municipal liquidity facility, and made available $500 billion to entities, governmental entities, which had investment grade credit ratings. And the collateral that they used is these states said, okay, we're getting tax revenues in the future. And the Fed accepted tax revenues in the future notes as collateral. The states may not collect those, but again, the Fed massively intervened to support that. So it supported strongly municipal governments, which it had not done in the past, because it felt that it was a good thing to do that and to strengthen the balance sheets of municipalities, states, and so on. So to conclude, essentially, we have the Fed intervening massively and in different ways in this environment, and it basically strengthened. It was successful in what it did. Unfortunately, together with the two different administrations, which passed bills of $6 trillion to help the United States economy, inflation has been created, and now they are trying to subdue inflation. And again, because they're political animals, they basically tried to say there is no problem with inflation, and inflation is exploding, where now they are changing the policy, all the policies that I have mentioned, and they are becoming very aggressive in raising interest rates. Of course, you can see that a lot of those policies I have mentioned have ended by the end of 21, because they realized that they were successful and they didn't need to pursue them anymore.
Can you hear us, Professor?
Yeah, I am done.
You have finished. Thank you very much. Thank you very much for your clear presentation. I learned a lot, but I have some questions. Okay, you tried to explain us the 6 points, that the U.S. Central Bank decided to do to manage all the mess for the last years. But okay, I've seen the monetary policy has an extension. We have support by households, business, government, financial markets, and so on. But this is a very high level discussion. I would like to ask you my question. You mentioned that in the US, because I'm still learning, you mentioned that in the US, the government tried to maximize employment and to keep the prices low. Is it correct?
Yes. Those are the two mandates.
While in Europe, we are focusing only on to manage inflation. Is it right?
That's right.
But now you conclude that you have an explosion of the inflation in the US.
That's correct.
How did it happen?
I think, Professor Madidinos, it was too much. Our great-great-grandfather said everything in moderation, right?
Exactly.
It was too much. It was 6 trillion. It's actually $5.8 trillion, the different bills they passed to help the economy. This is fiscal policy. This is now Congress voting. And here is monetary policy being extremely, extremely expansionary, vigorous. And I think they overdid it. I mean, look, they're politicians. The politicians will spend any money. People have gotten Nobel Prizes arguing that, there is a bias, there is a prejudice against not spending, and there is a bias for spending by politicians because they are voted in by spending, by creating jobs. Right?
Yes, of course.
So politicians know the trick. They talk a different language. They are all the same, by the way. Wherever you go and you look, it's the same. They say the same things. So essentially they say, they want to look frugal and say, oh, well, we'll protect people. We don't want too much debt and so on. And then they spend. They just spend a lot of money. So they spend too much, I think. What would have been a better number? 5 trillion, not 5.8 trillion. But I can't tell you, I know for sure, okay? But I think 800 billion too much. Now in the United States, they just passed a bill that they took back 300 billion, okay? So it's really 5.5 trillion. So 500 billion less probably would have been better. And the Fed and Summers, who is a guest at Bloomberg, speaks a lot about that. The Fed usually takes too long in order to address the problems. So they waited too long, probably, for them to start raising rates.
They did it yesterday. They raised the rates yesterday.
Yeah. On Wednesday, they raised them 75 basis points.
Yes.
And Lawrence Summers is a genius. I don't know. I can only repeat what he says. But okay. So it seems to me too much. But what was appropriate? It's difficult to say. You need some econometric models to address that,
Yes.
of course.
Okay. Okay. Thank you very much. Thank you very clear. I learned a lot from you today. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
From the audience, we would like to invite some colleagues from the audience to address some questions to Professor Malindretos. Who would like to ask? Ioannis Takhmatsidis, are you still interesting? Yes, you are. Ioannis, please, the floor is yours. Do you have problem with your microphone, Ioannis? Lefteri, can you hear us?
Professor
Yes, I can hear you.
I had trouble
wait,
too.
Wait,
he needs to change the mic.
The IT person is giving the microphone to Ioannis Takhmatsidis.
Okay, okay. So somebody else will give the microphone. Turn on the microphone of Ioannis. We can wait a little bit.
Okay, Dimitris or
Yes,
Yannis,
please.
if you hear me, please write on chat your question and the presenter will reply.
Yes, Yannis is trying to unmute
because
him.
someone has blocked the system a little bit. Okay, so write the chat on chat your question.
And I'm trying to see where the chat is so I can read it. Oh, here it is. Okay.
You find it, Jan?
Okay, I think now I have the microphone. Let's proceed. I was writing the question.
Oh, okay. Okay, Jens,
perfect.
Jens, go ahead.
Just check if this happened to other attendees, because I believe that maybe it was happening in part one. Just check this. It sometimes is open, sometimes is off. Now, thank you very much, Professor Malindretos. Could you please tell us if it could be predicted if cryptocurrencies follow or will follow the economic developments and trends, for instance, inflation rates? Are they advanced more? And a different question as well, are they advanced more in crisis or in good times, or both? Can we predict these things?
I'm not understanding totally, Professor Takhmatsidis.
Or may I say that again? Do cryptocurrencies follow, or better, do cryptocurrencies advance in times of crisis?
No, they have been doing badly given the bad financial markets in the United States in the last few months. They have been doing badly also. They were doing better when the markets were doing better. In terms of prices, we mean.
So can we predict that in the future it will be like this, and this, if this could be considered as stabilization as an exchange means?
Well, there are some wonderful presenters, very knowledgeable, much more knowledgeable on cryptocurrencies than I. Professor Aravos, Wandlus.
They are coming now, yes. They are coming now.
So I will let them speak
right.
on this matter.
Thank you.
You are right. I agree with you, Professor. Yannis, you can wait a little bit because in the next session, we have Arav and John talking about the cryptocurrencies, trends, and prospects. So very clear approach.
Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else who would like to ask? Professor Bitros, yes? Professor Bitros, can you talk? Can you hear us?
He says that my video camera and micro have been blocked in the chat, he says. Professor Bitros.
Allow microphone.
George Bitros, please raise your hand so the IT person will
He
see
did
it and open your microphone.
Yes, yes. So George Bitros raised his hand and is waiting for his microphone. I guess, Professor.
Okay, do you hear me now?
Yes, of course.
Okay.
We hear you. Yes, yes. Go ahead, George.
Okay, John Tachmanidis made a question regarding the prices of cryptocurrencies. As the consumer price index goes up and the dollar goes down, the ratio of cryptocurrencies to dollars goes down. Why? Because you need less cryptocurrencies to buy the GDP of the United States, whereas you need more dollars to buy the GDP of the United States. The price of cryptocurrencies in terms of dollars was expected to go down as inflation in the United States accelerated. This is why, because we are looking at the ratio of the price of cryptocurrencies in terms of dollars. And as the denominator of the ratio goes up, the ratio goes down, which means the cryptocurrencies were expected to go down. And when inflation stabilizes, the prices of cryptocurrencies will go up for sure. This is my interpretation, because the value of the currencies is in terms of purchasing power of goods and services. So if the purchasing power of goods and services of the dollar goes down, so does the cryptocurrency.
Professor Bitros, to make things easier and to let Professor Malindretos stay in peace, I would like to give the floor to the next, to the following colleagues who will present exactly what we need: the cryptocurrencies, trends, and prospects.
Okay, let's do that.
We will hear exactly the answer.
Okay, okay.
Thanks a lot for participating in this beautiful and valuable presentation of Professor Malindretos.
Thank you.
And let's move on. Professor Thalassinos, you can take the picture from the frame, because I would like to invite Professor Arav Kwandlus from Savannah State University and Professor John Barkulas from Georgia Southern University to talk about the topic, the cryptocurrencies, trends and prospects. For us, or for those who are not aware about it, it's a very good opportunity to learn things. So, professors, the floor is yours. Professor Arav and Professor John Barkulas.
Can you hear me?
Yes, of course. But Professor Thalassinos must take out or Dominique Brzezinski must take out the
Dimitris, everything is ready. Professor Arav can have the floor, can start talking. We don't have a presentation, so he's going to upload it. He's going to upload it.
Okay, perfect.
Do you see the presentation?
Not yet.
Not yet.
Because
give me.
No, you don't have any problem. You are okay. The previous presentation must be taken out of the frame.
Yeah,
this
but
table.
I don't see it here for uploading it. Okay, you have to give us chance to upload it because it's locked.
You have to share. Use the button share to upload it.
Can you see that?
No. Lefteri, first of all, Dominic must take out the previous one.
Okay.
Professor Arav, please turn on your camera. You don't have your camera on.
Yeah.
Turn on your camera. to show to see you, and then you have to upload the presentation because we don't have it. You didn't send it.
Yeah, for whatever reason, it's blocked. I mean, here it's open from my side.
It's open your video.
Yeah.
What's the problem?
Because it says here the camera has been disabled. Can you enable it from your side?
Yeah. Wait 1 minute. Lucas.
Okay. Is there any better now?
Okay. Now.
Yes, we
it
can
is
see
open
now.
now. It is open now.
Okay.
So upload your presentation, Professor.
Yes. Now let's see here. Do you see the presentation?
No.
Yes or no?
No yet.
No. Lefteri, for some reason, we still look the previous presentation.
I see. Yeah, for whatever here.
This presentation must be taken off.
Let me try again. Share.
Yeah. Professor Rav.
Yes.
You have your presentation in your screen. Then click the arrow in the middle of the.
And that's what.
Just
and that's what I did.
Okay, to upload your screen.
That's exactly what I did. I mean, there is an arrow here going down telling you not to upload.
You have
open share.
Some signs
and
here
for
in the
whatever
middle.
reason,
it's an arrow up.
it's giving me the desktop here. Window.
Lefteri, we still have in our frames the previous table from the previous presentation. Somehow this must be taken off.
This.
Okay.
The table is not showing, Dimitris. We don't see it unless it is in your screen only.
Do you see anything now?
Not yet.
We see you.
Oh, you see me. Can you open it for John Barkulis? We have the same presentation, and both of us will be, of course, talking. Probably he uploaded from his side because here.
Yes, of course. Professor
Barkulis.
So in this case,
one
Professor
arrow.
Barkulis.
It's very simple. Yes.
In this case, Professor Barkulis must upload the presentation.
Yeah. Can you please do that?
Professor Barkulis, do you hear us? Barkulas? Do you hear us? Lefteri, can we invite Professor Barkulas?
Yes,
to upload?
we invite Professor Barkulis if you want to. You can upload the presentation with Arav. Look at.
It seems that all microphones.
Yeah,
Okay,
it seems there is an issue. There is technical issue. I can see open. We have done it last time, but this time, for whatever reason, it's not allowing me to do that.
It's not your fault, I think.
Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Yes,
yes, Professor Barkulas, go on.
Okay.
Go on.
Okay, let me try to upload this.
Share the screen with us. Share your screen with us.
Yes, let me try to.
Yes, Professor Barkulas, please.
Presenter mode. If you to facilitate screen, I click on screen. I have the content from camera. I have the direction somewhere else. So after share, I have it. I have opened my PowerPoint, the PowerPoint presentation from here, and if you don't mind it, if you could give me some quick direction so that I do not screen. Okay, let me see.
There is an arrow. There is an arrow on the menu. Click on that arrow.
Yes, I did do that. I did do that.
And you said share, and you take a look where it's located.
Let's say
just
browse
click share.
Okay, I'm browsing my computer. Just give me a second. Okay, that's the alternative, and it should be. Let me see over here. Okay, I think it's uploading it because I see the BTC workshop version 4. Okay.
Oh, here it is.
Yes, we can see it.
Okay.
We can see the slide.
Can we expand upon it? Let me see.
It's okay, we can see it.
You can see later on, you may not be able to see it very well because it looks a little bit small over here.
Okay, it's smaller, but we can clearly see it.
Oh, okay.
You can start.
Araf, because you go first, please go ahead, and I will change the slides. Can you hear me, Araf?
Yes. Araf, please start.
Can you hear me?
Yes, please start.
Okay, sorry for this technical issues.
It's not your fault, okay.
Yeah, good afternoon or hi everybody, and thank Professor Talasinos, for inviting me and all the organizers, of the workshop. And also I want to thank Professor Malandretos for his presentation. In fact, his presentation gives leeway to basically the central bank makes the monetary policy, and the cryptocurrencies, if they are let unregulated, in fact threaten this monetary policy, not only of course of the United States, of any central bank. And the reason is very simple, because the founders, or the first founder of the cryptocurrency, here we are talking about Bitcoin, one of their major promise.
If I may interrupt you, this is the wrong PowerPoint presentation. I will try to share the correct one.
Okay, it's in my head. Okay. That's why I'm not even looking at it.
But at least at the moment we can see only the first page.
That's correct. So that's one part, is threatening, the monetary policies, of central banks and of the whole financial system. Basically, they want to be an alternative to the classical financial institution. And to get a better understanding of the cryptocurrency space, and as you know, it's growing every day, and depending which source that you are going to look at, you find the number between 10,000 to 13,000 cryptocurrencies. So how you are going to make sense of all this, not only what we are going to expect in the future, in order to see what we are expecting in the future or the major trends, we have to understand the basic structure on which they rest, and whether the structure itself is solid, is homogeneous, or it's a universe full of great promises and the threats, and here specifically the threats to investors. When we talk about cryptocurrency, even though there is no official definition of this cryptocurrency, we are talking about all the cryptocurrencies that have a basic ground based on cryptography. That's the distinction. Otherwise, they are digital money, and the central bank and all the central banks, in fact, use a digital money. But the difference between the central bank digital money and the cryptocurrency is one has a third party, which is, of course, the central bank itself. And the cryptocurrencies, their promise is basically to do transactions peer-to-peer, which means there is no intermediary. And here, which intermediary basically we're talking about? We're talking basically about
Professor Wandlus, now we have the presentation, okay?
That's fine, thank you.
Okay, we can see the new presentation, yes.
Yes, you can see the new presentation. That's
34 slides.
Thank you. Sorry for that interruption. So basically, they promise there is no intermediary, which means if you have two agents, X and Y, and they want to have transactions, they want to complete transaction. So what they do in the classical system, they have to go through an intermediary, a bank, for example. While in this new cryptocurrency system, there is no intermediary. And of course, in economics, we know that if you eliminate the intermediary, between the two transactions or the two making transactions, of course, it's going to lower the cost of transactions. And that's basically also the other promise of the cryptocurrency space. But to gain a good understanding of this cryptocurrency space, we have to go back to the mother of all cryptocurrencies, which is the Bitcoin. That's number one. Number two, also we have to understand what's really the basic functions of money. As you know, with respect to money, we look at three functions. One is the exchange function. The other, of course, is the store of value. And we're talking here about store of value if you believe in that currency, that it will maintain, what you call its value. And number three, it's a unit of exchange. So if we look at now at the state of all the cryptocurrencies, can they function all of money? The answer, not all of them. Are few, do they have the features of this function of money? And if we take a look at the Bitcoin, for example, yes, now Bitcoin is receiving, compared to other cryptocurrencies, a wide global acceptance. You have ATMs now, you can go and change, your Bitcoin for money or do the other way. You have also many exchanges where you can make transactions, in a Bitcoin. But here, a Bitcoin is not without controversy, as well as cryptocurrencies, they are not without controversy. And the controversy, as we go in the lecture, we are going to see where it resides. But before even we do that, let's, go step by step at presenting the major drivers of this cryptocurrency space. And in order to do that, since crypto space is one of the main characteristics, at least today, is its high volatility. And this high volatility, of course, makes investors nervous, makes, speculators, some of them happy and some of them nervous, and also the regulators. So where this high volatility comes from. So in our presentation, we divide it in two parts. The first part is, since volatility and extreme volatility is critical, so we want to use a Bitcoin. We did quantitative study or econometric studies to detect that extreme volatility. And this extreme volatility of Bitcoin also could be generalized to other cryptocurrencies. So we want to give a window in that extreme volatility. So then the number two, we are going to take a look at what are the major drivers of this cryptocurrency for us to see what will be their trend and prospects. So before I do the part two, I want to move to my colleague and friend, John Barkulis, to present the econometric analysis of this extreme volatility and what we can learn from that to help us understand other cryptocurrencies volatility. So please, my friend John.
Yes. Hello, everybody, and we would like to thank all the organizers, all the participants, all the people who attend the conference. Some things we can say about Bitcoin is that Bitcoin is in a high eccentricity orbit, at least until very recently. Bitcoin has recorded the largest price bubble in financial market history. It exhibits bubble behavior, boom-bust Bitcoin price dynamics, and in the study over there, they talk about long bubble periods and short bubble periods, etc. by Gerlach and the co-authors, that it is characterized by extreme volatility and extreme fluctuations. And it exhibits fat tails, where in fat tails you examine the large fluctuations, or extreme outcomes or discontinuities. The fact that extreme outcomes can be very extreme, and this is the so-called Noah effect, named after the great deluge in the biblical story, which Noah survived. And we're going to present over here some results from a paper of ours, Extremity in Bitcoin Market Activity, Wandlus, Barkulas, and Pantos, which is forthcoming in the Journal of Economic Asymmetries. So we are using extreme value theory in order to examine the fat-tailedness of Bitcoin prices. And basically the tail exponent, which captures fat tails, tells you how the probability distribution declines asymptotically. I won't insist on the formal definitions, but
sorry, Professor.
Yes.
We still look at slide number 2.
Over here, let me see over here. Let me see over here. Maybe I was changing slides, but that's so. What do you see over here? Is it the first slide over here?
Now we can see slide number. Okay, move on. What slide would you like to show us? I see number 7.
This is number 7. Yes. So if you see number 7, that's
number 9.
Okay.
About the
and this
volatility.
is number 8. I talked about what fat tails are about. That
Fat tails, yes.
Yes, the decay of the probability distribution asymptotically, and the tail exponent captures that decay, which in the case in the fat tail, in the case of fat tails, those tails display slow hyperbolic decay in the tail, of course, and the lower the tail index, the slower the decay and the fatter the tail. The more formal distribution of the counter-cumulative distribution function that captures fat tails, which exhibit the so-called power law. So this is the data we used in this study. I mean, this is an indication of fat tails. You can see over here the Bitcoin returns in standard deviations, and you see several of those are above 3 standard. Several realizations of Bitcoin returns exhibit are many times the standard deviations of those returns. Many times it's above 3, which is an indication. At least it alludes to the presence of fat tails. Continuing with that, we estimated the tail index in this study using the block maxima approach, and in particular, we used the max spectrum tail estimator of Stoev and Michailidis, and Stoev, Michailidis, and Tatiu. And previous studies have estimated the tail exponent using the so-called peaks over threshold approaches. But here we use the block maxima approach, and we were able to show that Bitcoin returns exhibit fat tails with a power law asymptotic behavior. This is, I'm not going to insist on the technicalities here. Here is what the max spectrum tail estimation entails. And this is the sample of observations that we used. And this is the graph of Bitcoin in levels, prices, and the log returns in the bottom graph. So using the block maxima approach, we estimate, and in particular the maximum spectrum estimator, we show that this is the graph of the so-called max spectrum, that the tail exponent is 2.13. In the literature, where the log-log regression method, which is one of the methods used in the threshold exceedances approach to estimating the fat-tailedness of a time series of a probability distribution. Begusits and the co-authors showed that the tail index is anywhere between 2 and 250. And whereas the Souza and the co-authors show that the tail exponent for Bitcoin returns is around 3.4, and you are going to see some relevant values for some reference values for those estimates. Here we find that it is 2.13, which is close to the findings by Begusits and the co-authors. And basically the power law behavior states that is characterized by scale invariance. In other words, that there is that Bitcoin returns are scale free, and it does not have a characteristic size, and there is nothing special about high Bitcoin returns, since small and large returns followed exactly the same statistical law. And the results over here is that by comparing the results, the fat tail estimate of Bitcoin returns to returns for other traditional financial assets, we can see the similarities and the differences, in a sense, in the underlying complexity structure of Bitcoin versus traditional financial assets. So the alpha parameter, or the tail index over here is 2.1. And it is shown that BTC returns exhibit heavier tails compared to traditional financial assets. Like for stocks, it's between 3 and 3.5, and for foreign currencies, it's between 3 and 9. In other words, Bitcoin returns are messier, and extreme events are more extreme in Bitcoin returns compared to the returns for traditional financial assets. Now, let me see over here. Let me see over here. Okay, there is a slide missing over here. That's I don't know why, but it's okay. Some of those, one finding that we're going to show over here now. What can explain the fatter tails for Bitcoin returns? There are several aspects. Of course, it is because of the evolution process in the technology, in the investors that invest in that particular cryptocurrency, in regulation, etc. Another factor is that the market is of two minds regarding Bitcoins. In other words, there are people who are very aggressively in favor of Bitcoin, and they use Bitcoin as a corporate asset on the balance sheet. However, there are others that consider Bitcoin as very negatively, and like Warren Buffett and Jack Bogle, where they say it should go back to $100, etc. There is the topology of fear as well, which means that investors, when they become fearful, which is an emotion, of course, and the fear is from regulatory risk, one primary driver. Then when they become fearful, then they respond in the market in a very extreme fashion. Also, it is because of right now, because climate concerns and the sustainability issues, which has become a factor, and investments in Bitcoin are subject to ESG criteria, and so on and so forth. There was a nice slide over there that I was outlining various factors. So we can say, in other words, that Bitcoin returns are subject to Nike uncertainty, correct? And not conditions of risk, but conditions of pure uncertainty. So, and here there is we perform a dynamic analysis from the beginning of trading in Bitcoin until the end of our sample size. And as you can see from this slide, until the beginning of 2015, the tail exponent it was below 2. It was below 2. Now, if the tail exponent is between 0 and 2, which is inside the Levy stable region, then it possesses an infinite second moment. In other words, the variance was infinite. So the dynamics, which is important for pricing and for risk management, etc. So until sometime at the beginning of 2015, Bitcoin returns were characterized by infinite variance. Then from the beginning of 2015 until approximately May 2015, there was substantial instability in the Bitcoin, in the tail exponent for Bitcoin returns. And after 2015, we saw over here that the Bitcoin tail exponent was above 2, and it seems to converge at a value around 2.115, we can say. Now, if it is above 2, then it is outside the Levy stable region, and that means that Bitcoin has a finite second moment. The way this dynamic tail exponent exponents have been obtained is that by starting with an initial sample size and then sequentially adding 15 observations to expand the sample until the end of the sample. In other words, here it appears that that Bitcoin had an infinite variance until early 2015. Then there was a few months of volatility in the tail exponent, and then it went above the value of 2, which gives Bitcoin returns a finite second moment. This could be what can explain that nobody. Nobody. I mean, it's very difficult to explain, to state exactly why those things, why the alpha was below 2 and then it was above 2, because as we said, especially at that time, there was 90 uncertainty was characterizing the behavior of Bitcoin. It could be that there was what? There was a maturity in the development of Bitcoin. There were changing expectations about the future usage of Bitcoin and the acceptance by investors and other entities, and so on and so forth. So one can say that there appears to be that the period from 2010 until early 2015, there was an initial period. An initial period or the transitory period for Bitcoin, because thereafter we see in terms of the tail exponent there was a stability in the estimates at about 2.10. So let me see over here. So the conclusion over here is that there is differential degree of messiness or wildness in Bitcoin price returns compared to other traditional financial assets, and there was a pronounced shift in the extreme behavior of Bitcoin returns at the beginning of 2015 from a dynamic path of infinite variance to finite variance. One can say on the basis of this analysis that the period until 2015 can be characterized as the initial phase of the Bitcoin price dynamics, and we can see over here that these asymmetries in the underlying Bitcoin complexity structure may be attributed to involving nature and superlatively idiosyncratic behavior of the Bitcoin market. And by the way, in this paper there were certain elements that we present over here for this paper, but there was an analysis regarding fat tails in other variables in the vector of Bitcoin market action, like for example the trading volume. As we see over here, for the trading volume, the tail exponent is around 2.86, and we measure it in a couple of ways, the trading volume, and also the number, let me see over here, also with respect to the number of trades. So over here we saw a little bit of the dynamics of price returns in terms of extreme fluctuations. We focus on extreme fluctuations with some interesting results. And now for trends and expectations regarding the futures and perspectives, I revert back to Professor Wangels.
Thank you, John, and thank you very much. And the reason, we did that quantitative analysis, one of the reasons, and since Bitcoin, as I said, is the mother of all the currencies and still the dominant currency, even though it lost, its relative shares since it started, in 2009. And what we want to know is this is not a volatility that is usually known within the securities market in general, globally. This is something really now unique to these cryptocurrencies. And the impact, of course, is on investors and market participants. And if I have to bring it, in that simple idea with the paper, what wants to do, which most people knew that, if you take a look at 2009, Bitcoin was costing $1, and last year, November, it was up to $65,000. And now a year later, or less than a year later, is around 18, 19,000. So anyone who is watching or participating, in this kind of currencies is not going to have a good sleep nights. And what we want really to do, not to give an advice in terms of what to invest or not, but give you, the most important aspect for us to know what is really good about these cryptocurrencies. And when I say good, not in that qualitative way, what is really the structure that we look at this cryptocurrency tell us they are going to survive and they are going to produce something that is of value, that is beneficial to the society as a whole. And as we presented again with John presented, the quantitative aspect, that this volatility, which is extreme volatility, where it stems from, and is it going to stay in the future? And hopefully in our presentation, we are going to answer some of these questions. So first of all, if you don't mind to go back to the first slide, second slide, John, quickly, just, to be able to share with the audience.
Second slide, you said all the way to the second slide?
Yeah, the second slide, if you don't mind. Thank you. Not this, that's your slide, which means the part of yeah, thank you. So what I said here, just, for people to see it, if they want to take a note, that's, the keynote speech on cryptocurrencies. I'm not going to repeat all the details except few. And really what I said, the basic knowledge of Bitcoin and property of money are essential to understand the cryptocurrency space. To talk about the trends and prospects, we have to examine first the current state of these cryptocurrencies, their economic viability, and their technological promise within this undetermined legal environment. That's basically what we want to achieve, today. So you can move to another slide. Next one. Can you hear me, John?
Yes, yes. Next one.
Yeah,
next one is there.
Yeah. I don't see it. I don't think people see it. Just click to the next. Okay.
That is.
No, okay. Okay, this is, the outline. That's what we are going to do. The cryptocurrency we just already presented. So what are the major economic and technological driver of the future or the trend of the cryptocurrency? Now, what really the frame that we are setting up to help, people navigate in this cryptocurrency space, it's to look each cryptocurrency, what is based on. Basically, there are three key elements to each cryptocurrency. First is the technology, what we call the blockchain. And it is common to all these cryptocurrencies. Number two is the value they bring. Most of them, we know it, it's token, and we're not talking here especially about the NFTs, is the value that they bring. And the third is how they are going to transport this value to the consumer or the one that needs it. So really that are these three major pieces that are critical to understand that cryptocurrency. So let's start, with the first is the blockchain technology. 4 or 5 years ago, as John suggested, even as we speak, there are major magnates, in the industry here in the US who look at cryptocurrencies just as Ponzi scheme. And they are very voiceful about it. And there are others, of course, who are praising them. It's something that's going to revolutionize the whole economy, and it is the future of the economy. So what is really part of it that steams, truth or not? One now, and here we are talking about now, it seems there is a consensus from the public, and I'm talking, from the government, as well as for the private, that the blockchain technology is a critical technology, and that is the technology of the future. And that's one is going to revolutionize the future economy. So that's the first piece of this three-leg, that framework we just, presented you. The other is with respect to the token. Bitcoin, of course, that's the token.
2 minutes, 2 more minutes, Professor.
Oh, my friend. Okay. So, well, the whole things of the presentation, in fact, it just started. Well, so let's see here. So the Bitcoin is the value. And the key here is how to transport this value, basically, or this transaction, to be consumed to sender. Well, you need that speed, and you need what? That transaction to be secured. And that cryptography, which underlies the blockchain, is one of the most important here innovation in this technological framework. And we believe this one is going to be not only for the cryptocurrency, but it's going to be adopted by basically main participants in the economy. I'm talking about the government, the financial institution, and so forth.
Excellent.
And the reason is as economic viability, because it lowers the cost of transaction. And number two, there is no intermediary. Now is the value. With respect to the value, we did, the paper here on volatility. That's where the trust comes into. How do we know what is the real value of a Bitcoin? Because the value of the Bitcoin, as you know, it's just, a digital numbers. There is no physical currency. It is basically stemmed by many factors. One is the demand, obviously. Number two is this non-transparency and the newness in this environment of cryptocurrency. And number three is the participants basically cannot estimate that much a value that of currency that is constantly changing, which means it is highly volatile.
Yeah,
and
Professor.
The government's lack of regulation adds what you call to this volatility. So,
okay.
Since I have to conclude, let me,
Dimitris, please
can you
conclude.
go to the last
Professor
item
Economidis is online for 10 minutes now. Sorry, we had a technical problem before,
in the
so the time is over.
We are
now.
going to elaborate
In the question part, we will. Sorry for interrupting, but we are out of time, and Professor Nikolaos Economidis is waiting for us from New York University Stearns to talk about TBA. In the question section, you will be available to give all the explanations.
So
thanks a lot,
Professor
Arab and John.
Let me make just a last statement.
Yes.
For the future, the cryptocurrencies will not be able to exist unless, obviously, they are government regulated. Whether they are going to operate independently, we'll see. The answer is no. They have to have the government. Anyhow, so I am going to stop here. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Good message.
Hopefully the questions
regulated.
Hopefully, the questions will answer many.
Professor Economidis, the floor is yours. Sorry for having you waiting for us, but there are so many interesting things we have to hear. So the floor is yours. Professor Nikolaos Economidis is coming from New York University Stearns, and he's going to talk about TBAs.
Hi, hello. Good afternoon. Is it possible to put my transparencies up?
Yes, if Lefteris have them,
thank you
he can
for
do
coming. They're uploading them. Okay, give us 1 minute. You can start talking,
Sure.
and it is coming.
Well, let me just say that I'm very glad to be participating. I am, sorry, my voice is not perfect. I am a professor of economics at the Stern School of Business of New York University. and I'm also founder and executive director of the NET Institute, which is an institute of study of network economics, including the issue that we're going to be discussing today, cryptocurrencies. So if you can please go to the next slide. Hold on. So the idea is that here we're talking about money. And when we talk about money, we should keep in mind what's money about. So money is a unit, a medium of exchange, a unit of account, a store of value, and also, can you please keep going? Sorry. A standard for deferred payments of, let's say, payments of debt. So this is the standard definition of what money is. So let's go to the next slide. So it's a special commodity that is accepted for the functions we just mentioned. So originally what we had is that money was tied to precious metals, and therefore its value also changed with the value of the precious metals. When they changed, it also changed. So right now we have a world in which that's not the case. That is, we have money which is useful and credible, and its value is derived from the trust of the authority that issued the money, let's say a central bank, a country, and so on. And additionally, when we look at money in some countries, in most countries, the country requires that the that in fact the currency is accepted in every part of its of the country. And sometimes countries have required that every other currency is not accepted, like foreign currency is not accepted. For example, I know in ancient Egypt, if you came, when you came in the country, you had to convert all your money to the local currency. Next transparency, please. So besides the usual banknotes and coins, right now in most advanced countries, most of the money in circulation is in electronic forms. So we can call it electronic money, digital money, and it's in ledgers of central banks and other banks and accounts of individuals and corporations. So we already have electronic money in circulation. Next slide, please. Okay, so when we have this electronic money, the digital money, some of it is electronic entrance by banks of traditional currency that is also circulating as banknotes and coins. So that's one form of electronic money. Another form could be special currency that is issued in digital only form by central banks and privately issued such digital money, which we traditionally call it cryptocurrency. So there are three types of digital money. All right, cryptocurrency, one of them. Let's go to the next slide. Okay. So cryptocurrency is digital only, privately issued, not issued by the central bank, and supported by a decentralized system that is the blockchain system to verify its authenticity, transactions, and ownership. So the blockchain is crucial. It verifies that the actual money is there, that the transactions happen, who owns what, and is issued by private companies, and we'll see what consequences this has in a minute. Next slide, please. Okay, so what are the advantages? At least most people think these are advantages. First of all, that it is not dependent on a particular country or state. So it does not depend on the reputation of the country, the state, and so on. It's issued privately. It's also not dependent on a bank or an intermediary. So you don't need a bank to keep accounts of your money, to be able to give you the money or anything of that sort. You can have it directly yourself. Okay, so this is considered by many people as a significant advantage. Third, it can be validated through the blockchain without relying on the credibility of central or other banks. It can be validated electronically through the blockchain system without relying on central authorities. Because of the blockchain, it's very difficult to counterfeit. Not completely impossible, but to counterfeit it would cost so much that people wouldn't do it. It's supposedly anonymous, or at least that's its reputation, but it's not really anonymous. It's just that it needs more effort by the central authorities to find the owners than in traditional banking. Next slide, please. Okay, so disadvantages. Now, some people would consider the fact that it's not provided by the state a disadvantage, because it's not based on the state's, let's say the United States, good reputation, or England or other countries. So just because it's issued privately, we're not sure that this is a reputable issue, a reputable currency. Third problem, and that's a very, very problematic issue, it doesn't have a fixed price. Its exchange price, for example, to the dollar varies very much. Like the previous speaker was mentioning, there are huge differences. There are huge fluctuations of the cryptocurrencies price. And that's, in my opinion, a fatal flaw. You would like to, when you go to a store and you buy a pound of butter, you would like to know that the pound of butter is $3 per pound or something like that, and it would be three Bitcoins per pound, and not sometimes being 1 Bitcoin and sometimes being 10 Bitcoins. You don't want that. Okay, so there have been attempts to create cryptocurrency that has a stable exchange rate to the dollar, but they have generally failed, because when there was a run against them, they didn't have the deep pockets of the central banks that the central banks have to support a fixed exchange rate. As we know, there are runs even towards big banks like the Bank of England to change by speculators to change the exchange rate, and only with deep pockets of the central banks can we have stability of the exchange rate. Now, cryptocurrencies provided by private firms don't have these deep pockets and therefore are unable to keep a stable price. Next slide, please. So, second type of disadvantages, anonymity could be used to the extent that exists to cover money laundering and other frauds. Third problem, mining cryptocurrency requires to solve more and more difficult mathematical problems, which means that in practice, the early adopters become rich because they solve simpler problems and they have the currency in their hand. So in some way, cryptocurrencies look like a Ponzi scheme. The early guys get a lot of value, the late guys are struggling. Additionally, mining creates a huge waste of resources, mainly electricity. So what exactly how do you mine these currencies? You run a computer for days, for weeks, until you manage to solve the problem. I had some students who did Bitcoin mining. Where did they do it? They did it in Venezuela, and they did it in Indian reservations because these guys had the cheapest price. And a huge amount of electricity is used for these mining processes, and it's really wasted because they're solving problems that only have a value because Bitcoin has a value. Otherwise, they would have no value at all. Next slide, please. Okay, so this is an old finance type of issue. The importance of cryptocurrency to many people is the fact that there is no central exchange. There is no central exchange. There can be decentralized transactions from my wallet to your wallet to somebody else's wallet without going through an exchange like the New York Stock Exchange or some exchange of some sort. But decentralization of transactions, like peer-to-peer transactions rather than centralized transactions, implies that the transactions are done with low liquidity. You know, I have some Bitcoins, you have some Bitcoins, we transact. This is more like bargaining than actual price discovery in financial markets. What does this mean? It means that the variance of price is going to be higher, and therefore the efficiency of price discovery and the utility of the participants goes down. And I have a couple of papers, one with Aloisio Xiao in the American Economic Review in 1988, proving exactly this point, that you need higher liquidity to have the participants be more satisfied in financial transactions, and a second paper some years later of how to enhance liquidity in financial markets. These papers were not written for Bitcoin, but what I'm saying is that the peer-to-peer transactions that we see in cryptocurrency fall in that category and have lower efficiency than if they were centralized. So decentralization is not a good thing. It's not necessarily a good thing. Next slide, please. Now, one of the things that we should keep in mind, and that comes closer to my specialty, is that currency exhibits network effects. What we mean by that, network effects means that the subscriber or an actor or an agent would like to participate in a bigger network or a bigger telephone network or something like that. So how does it apply here? The more widely used is a particular money or currency, the more useful it is, the more utility it gives to people. Why? Because if I am using, for example, dollars, there are lower transaction costs in using dollars, and there are many more financial products in dollars available than in an obscure currency. So that creates extra utility for me. I would like to use a currency that many other people use. That means that the currencies have network effects, and I would like to use the ones that are the most popular or the most widely used. And the world dominance of a few currencies, like the US dollar, could be partially explained by that fact. Not wholly explained, of course, but partially explained. Next slide, please. So, money has network effects. Digital money has network effects. Cryptocurrency has network effects. How do I see the world of these various cryptocurrencies? I see the cryptocurrencies as differentiated products. We have Bitcoin, Ethereum, XYZ, cryptocurrency, a whole bunch of them. They are differentiated products. They're incompatible, they stand on their own, and they have network effects. But such markets with differentiated products and network effects, we have studied now for decades. Okay, so we can bring some conclusions from the structure of products, of competition of products with network effects, and apply them to this industry. And the main result is that the market structure of such a system of incompatible differentiated products with network effects, the market structure will show significant inequality. Significant inequality in market shares. That is, one item, one product is going to have a much bigger market share than another, and so on and so on. The same way, for example, that Microsoft has 95% market share of the market for operating system for PCs, and the others are much, much smaller. Next slide, please. So in that context, I want to ask a question. Are we transitioning towards a blockchain-based digital money issued by central banks, and how would that might happen? The first thing to note is that if a central bank does something like that, it will have an advantage of the blockchain security, which means that the authentication is going to be cheaper, less cheating, less counterfeiting, and so on. Now, if it is a central bank can issue it at a fixed price. So a blockchain-based digital dollar can be set up to have exactly the same price as the fiat money banknote. It will be cheaper to produce and guard against counterfeiting, but it will take away anonymity. People like some anonymity, and some transactions are happening with banknotes because they are anonymous. A digital currency issued by a central bank would be traceable, so it would remove the anonymity of banknotes. Next slide, please. So where are we going towards? I think we will end up in the next few years in a mixed world. We will have fixed value digital currency issued by central banks, lacking anonymity. We already have variable value cryptocurrency issued privately with more anonymity than the central bank's currency, the central bank's digital money, but not full anonymity, but more anonymity. And we also will have the fixed value traditional banknotes that are circulating now with full anonymity. So 3 different products: digital money by the central bank, cryptocurrency, and traditional banknotes. And of course, in competition with each other, that each person would have to make a choice to which one of these three to use. And the states typically are against anonymity, and they might try to reduce the role and the use of traditional banknotes and push for their own centrally issued fixed value digital currency. Next slide, please. Okay, now since network effects are exhibited by all these currencies, by the traditional currency, by the central bank digital money, and the cryptocurrency, we expect that there is going to be significant inequality in market shares in their use. Now, in the present world, we have significant inequality. We have the banknotes, the traditional money, the fiat money, have the lion's share of the money use in the world. Now, when we have a digital currency issued by the central bank, I think that will be pushed very hard by the government. And I also think that given the nature of competition in markets with network effects, the inequality that is going to occur might be leading towards the central bank digital currency. That is, over time, I would expect that the central bank digital currency will have the lion's share of the currency used in the developed world and then later on in the developing world. And there is a possibility that in the long run, it will dominate, so-called tipping. Tipping meaning that the position of the digital currency, of the central bank digital currency, could become dominant and irreversible. The same way that Microsoft dominates the market for operating systems and PCs for over 40 years. You might not have expected it, that something that happened in the early 80s might still be the same, could have the same effects right now in 2022. So there is this possibility that in the long run there's going to be tipping, and I think that there are various advantages of the digital currency of the central bank that will push both bank money, fiat money of the present banknotes and cryptocurrency to the side. Of course, the anonymity issue is important, so there is going to be still some uses of both banknotes and cryptocurrency for some anonymity that they provide compared to a central bank digital currency. But if there is a bottom line I wanted to bring, is that I expect that the world in not so far away from now, in the next 5 to 10 years, will have central banks digital currency, and it's very likely that those types of currencies are going to dominate both traditional banknotes and cryptocurrencies. And that's my presentation for today, and I'll be happy to answer questions.
Professor Economidis, thanks a lot for your clear presentation. I learned a lot. I have clear in my mind now that we have traditional currency, central bank digital currency, and cryptocurrencies, 3 types of money. Good, yes. I learned my lesson. So now I would like to ask for the audience, John Bitros, Georgios Bitros, sorry, George, is asking to contact you and to stress his question. George, are you ready?
Nick, hi, nice to see you.
Hi, George.
Every once in a while we meet through the ICABE or the ISMA conferences, so it's very good to see you. Now, I take different view on many aspects of your talk, but I understand that you think of the government digital money as voluntary, not mandatory. And if it is mandatory, then do you consider what governments have done with fiat money in the last 80 years? Because if governments are going, central banks, of course, are going to treat digital currency in the same wasteful way that they used in the last 80 years, people will have every right to adopt cryptocurrencies or whatever currencies just to preserve their savings. Governments even arrived at a point to adapt this despicable theory of negative interest rates. they put a tax on savings. Have you filtered in your views what governments have done in Western type democracies, of course, I mean, what governments have done in the last 60 years to money, to the fiat money?
Okay, I actually think that the kind of monetary policy of the government, you know, is going to be a separate decision from the particulars of whether we're going to have digital money or traditional fiat money. I mean, digital money, of course, issued by the central bank is fiat money, but just to make this, the distinction here, let's call fiat money the traditional banknotes and talk about the central bank's new currency as digital currency. Now, you asked in the beginning, is it going to be mandatory or not? And the answer is, you know, it's not going to be, I think it's not going to be absolutely mandatory that you have to convert all your dollars in banknotes to electronic money. I don't think the government is going to impose this, because at least in the United States, there would be a very big reaction, negative reaction to doing something like that. On the other hand, once digital money is introduced and it's used for the vast majority of the transactions, then you know, the traditional banknotes fall on the weight side. Now, in terms of policy, of monetary policy, which is your main point, George, I'm afraid that the governments do whatever they want, irrespective of the nature of the medium that the currency is going to take. Now, you're saying, okay, given that, shouldn't people try to preserve their wealth in other assets? And the answer is yes, of course. But the way that the inherent problems, the wildly fluctuating price of cryptocurrency, means that you might be better off preserving your assets by buying a stock fund or an index fund, or distributing your assets in property and bonds and stocks and so on, rather than by trying to store them in the cryptocurrency, because that cryptocurrency has wild fluctuations. I hope I answered your question.
Okay.
Thank you very much, and good to see you.
We'll see you.
Okay, Professor Thalassinos is raising his hand to make a question or a contribution.
Dear
Professor
Nikos,
Thalassinos.
first, I would like to thank you for your participation. I know it was very hard for you to wake up early in the morning to join us. We appreciate it. I don't have a question. I just want to ask your permission to upload your presentation in our website and in this university in Poland.
Absolutely, yes, of course.
Okay,
yes.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Very glad to participate here, and I'll stay on and listen to the rest of the conference. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any other from the audience who would like to ask something? So in this case, Professor Thalassinos. Sorry?
I see somebody has his hand up.
Yes, Ioannis Tahmatsidis. Again, my friend John. Ioannis, please.
Yes, yes. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. What can I say? That was brainstorming and very informative and valued presentation. Now, let me ask you, please, can we predict or not yet if cryptocurrencies would follow in short and mid-term the metrics of the economy, for instance, inflation, currency rates? And do cryptocurrencies actually advance more in crisis or calmer times? Thank you.
Well, I wish I could answer those questions.
Money is money.
The prediction.
I'm not so sure. I'm not so sure I can answer them. But I think that the way cryptocurrency are right now, the privately issued ones, they're like other assets. They have fluctuations, and they have a lot of speculation, and there are a lot of people who come in and out just to speculate on their value. So I wouldn't be able to give any general conclusions on that, except to say that as there is more speculation typically in the upswings of the market, then I would expect also there would be more speculation and more variation in the value of cryptocurrencies during the upswings of the market rather than the downswings. In the downswings, people get away from risky assets. And therefore, definitely cryptocurrencies and NFTs and similar items are risky. So I would expect that during the present period in which a lot of people are getting rid of risky assets, that those cryptocurrencies as well are going to go down in value. But this is kind of the fundamental thing I was saying a bit earlier, that it's a fatal flaw of cryptocurrencies not to be able to have a stable price and not to be able to have a stable exchange rate to the dollar. And I'm afraid that this is going to be there irrespective of the swings. And I'm sorry, Ioannis, I won't be able to fully answer the question because I'm not so good in doing predictions. Thank you.
Nobody can predict the money. So any other question from the audience, please? So that means it's time to summarize.
Thank you very much. I appreciate it. And thank you for participating in the conference, and I'll stay on. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. So now let's summarize in a brief. First of all, we had four presentations. Sorry, Ioannis, sorry.
I'm sorry, I don't want to really monopolize the whole situation.
Please, the floor is yours.
If there is no other question, to make a question to Professor Barkulas.
Yes, you are.
Thank you for this, and my apologies.
No problem.
Is it possible that more regulation actually could eliminate the prospects said and presented in the slide 23, I think, in the presentation of Professor Barkulas? Is there a possibility more regulation actually would eliminate these prospects, or without regulation, these prospects are more possible to occur? Thank you. And again, my apologies for asking another question.
No problem, no problem. Professor Barkulas, are you available to answer? But if I'm right, if I remember well, they stressed that finally cryptocurrencies must be regulated by the governments or the central banks. I think it was a proposal, if I'm right.
Are they contradicted then with the prospects, this kind of regulation? Because
yes, now I see George Bitros could add something. George, please. George Bitros, please. Sorry, Ioannis, for interrupting you. Please continue.
No, it's okay. But if more regulation,
John, listen. Can you think,
Professor George? Okay.
Can you think of a commodity which
I wouldn't dare to say that. I thought that actually do cryptocurrencies turn to commodities after all? Yeah, yes.
The question is this: is there a commodity, any commodity or service in the world which is not regulated? If there is one, tell me, which is it?
Yeah.
If you tell me that there are different ways of regulating, more competitive than less competitive markets, yes, I would admit it, because there is lots of laws and frameworks of laws of regulation taking care of particular markets. The oil market is regulated differently than the computer market, the chips market. We have different laws to regulate different markets. So cryptocurrencies are not going to escape of regulation.
It's true.
There is no sense of asking, are cryptocurrencies going to be regulated? Of course they will be regulated, because if concentration of power in the cryptocurrency markets increases, then it challenges the power of the government, and therefore the government will step in and regulate. So I think your question can be answered affirmatively. There will be, whether we wish it or not, there will be regulation, but we do not know what kind of regulation will be there.
Okay. Thank you very much,
Yes,
Professor
yes.
Petros.
Okay.
Ioannis,
Okay,
please.
let me add that, sorry. Yes, what Professor Petros said is very important, what kind of regulation. And it is, and because it is a developing story, what kind of regulation to apply, that is very important. And the other thing, when I think in the 2018 or so, 17, 18, we saw that Facebook tried to form its own cryptocurrency, which was a stable currency, and we see how the government went against it and they stopped it. You know?
Yes.
So in other words, there will be, in order to reduce, because there is, if not, as I stated earlier, there is a potentially catastrophic regulatory risk for the cryptocurrencies. In other words, if the governments behave in a certain way, then there could be serious effects. So in that sense, if there is some regulation, so that there could, but what regulation? That's the difficult thing. As with many things, as we know, with developing technologies, etc., that is not an exception. Then that could provide some stability. Some of the tail risks, the possibility, the probability of ruin that might exist, that might be addressed, and therefore, in that sense, it might be positive for the cryptocurrencies.
Yeah, that's true. Thank you very much, Professor.
So,
any other question? Any other?
I don't know if you can hear me.
Yes, John.
Yes. I want just, to add what John, and same time, to respond to the regulation question. In fact, as we speak, many players in the cryptocurrency market are urging the government, in fact, to come with proper regulations. So really the question here is not whether they are going to be regulated. They want. Why? Because one of the major source of this volatility stems from this lack of regulation. But what's the most important issue with respect to the regulation? Whether they would regulate to a point where they tell to reveal the agents who make the transaction. And that's against the core of the cryptocurrency itself, which is peer-to-peer. Then basically, if they do that, then we don't have any more cryptocurrencies. So regulation is coming. And number two, as we speak, even in the United States, the main agencies belonging to the United States, Treasury and the IRS, and they are treating, in fact, some of the product of these cryptocurrencies as, on one hand, as a security, on the other hand, as property. So, of course, securities are regulated, and commodities, as you say, to a certain extent, they are. So the question is not really with the regulation, there will be regulation, but whether they are going to let them operate as a cryptocurrency, which means peer-to-peer. That's the critical issue. Exactly. What we said in our presentation, unfortunately, because we didn't really put the meat was there, we looked at the trend that we are seeing here and the confusion that we are seeing. It's the initial phase of the cryptocurrency space. It's same thing like the internet. It went through 3 phases. We are expecting that the cryptocurrencies will go through 3 phases. The phase now is exploration and discovery. There are thousands of the cryptocurrency will be fading, will be out, and only the ones who are going to provide a value to the customers will stay. And So here we are in the phase of what we call local or ANDRA efficiency. So you have to be efficient in your product first, and you have to bring the value first. You have to put per transaction cost, the minimum, and to be at par, for example, with Visa, with MasterCard and others. Then you have to go to phase 2, where the dominant efficient one will connect with each other. Then the phase 2, where phase 3 we are moving, is the interconnectedness globally, which means not only you have one cryptocurrency working on its own, but there will be a network of connections among all what the cryptocurrency. So if we judge as we speak now, which is really a faulty way to do it, that cryptocurrency are bad because, as I said it before, cryptocurrency will stay. But are all equal? No. Are they going all to stay? The answer is no. Only the most efficient, and there's no difference from the internet or from the internet that came exactly, are dominant now, like Amazon, Facebook, and so forth, while at 15 years before, you wouldn't even fathom, and you will have the same reasoning with the cryptocurrency now.
Excellent, excellent. Any other question before we summarize and finish? Okay, let's move to summarize then. So we had 4 papers. The first one, Professor Graziella Noia presented a topical subject related to the main theme of today's workshop. She presented a very comprehensive study trying to focus on the interplay between financial performance, digital integration, and risk management disclosure in the financial service sector, of course. Her study was proved the role played by board characteristics like skills, diversity, structure, and independence, digital integration, and sustainable policies in supporting risk management disclosure and shaping the financial performance of European companies operating in the financial service sector. She tried to explore, she tried to get data from a sample of 144 companies around Europe and proved through same analysis and Gaussian graphical models with very clear way and show us that the strong commitment to digital integration and digital innovation as fundamentals of risk management strategies that can lead to improved financial achievements and higher profitability of the analyzed companies operating in the financial service sector. So it was a very comprehensive work, study, a research paper that is ready for publication. Then we had the Professor John Malindretos, a very experienced professor who stressed on the US monetary policy since the pandemic began and focused on points like expansion of monetary policy, support of financial markets, promotion of bank lending, help of business, support of municipalities, support of households, and so on. He proved that it was too much support, and that is the why, and that resulted the high inflation of today's in the US. And this too much support was critically discussed, and all the information we've got, it was a very good lesson for all of us who are not experts on the issue. Then we had Professor Arav Andlus and John Barkulas, who presented the trends and prospects of cryptocurrencies. They were, in their robust and detailed study, they tried to explain the high volatility and why the digital money returns are so fluctuated. They mentioned the blockchain technology, the value the cryptocurrency convey, and how this value can be transported to consumers. They claim that government regulations are needed to secure the transactions and the existence of the cryptocurrencies, but still the question is, what regulations? They stress 3 phases to survive of cryptocurrencies, and they were discussing the networks of cryptocurrencies because the one must recognize the other if they want to survive. Not all of them will survive. Those who are more well organized and robust will still remain. So finally, Professor Economidis, with his deep experience, explained the digital money, and he focused on cryptocurrencies. He discussed the advantages and disadvantages. He stressed that, explained that cryptocurrency is privately issued and not a government one, not issued by a central bank. He discussed the network effects and tried to summarize the results like market structure, market share, etc. The question was the fact if the central banks could adopt and issue cryptocurrencies. So his study is related to the previous one. He talked about anonymity and different kind of money like traditional currency, central banks currency, and cryptocurrencies. So all those four presentations were very focused on the issue, tried to bring in front of us the concerns about the cryptocurrency and the digital money, because we have still to go. We are still in the beginning of that kind of money, and we have to think how the central banks and the private agencies, they have to think how this cryptocurrencies or digital money will survive in the future. This is our main results from our workshop, which was very, very fruitful. I really enjoyed it. I didn't hear anything from Alina, my colleague, who is, I see her still in the group. Anyway, if you have something to add before we stop, you are welcome. I see something in the chat. Graziella Noia wants to congratulate us. So anyway, that is what we have done today in this current workshop. If you have something to add, you are welcome. Otherwise, we can finish with my very, very deep thanks to you all for your presentation and your passion to participate and to attend. Before we finish, any question? So, thanks a lot you all for the presentation.
Yeah, I have one item to add. And this is, to the question related with Professor George Bitros, when he was saying which it's going, I said it, in the previous presentation and I repeat now, that most of the central banks are going to adopt, what you call that blockchain. But there are two systems in it, one with permission and the other with no permission. The cryptocurrency is permissionless, which means anonymity, and there is no intermediary in between, which is very critical. When the central banks will adopt the blockchain, which means they are going to adopt the technology itself, but in the same time, they are going to go to a business as usual with more control this time than ever before, because every transactions will be controlled. So with respect to the monetary policy or others, they will be set up, in the same fashion. I just want to add that.
Yes. It's very clear. You mentioned that sooner or later the central banks will take a very important role in cryptocurrencies. Otherwise,
and not only I add the central banks, basically the corporations, whether financial institutions, whether corporations, either they do it on their own or they will be in contract with one of these cryptocurrency, like for example, Bank of America, as we speak, is contracted with one of the cryptocurrency, to send money because it's less cost and very quick. And as I said, it has strong features, the cryptocurrency. They provide value, but not all of them. That's why some of them will remain and they will be playing a central role in finance and in commerce. Why? especially the guys who do not have, which is around 3 billion of people who don't have access to the banking, with the cryptocurrency like a Bitcoin, you can reach them at very low cost. You have countries, that's why it's a mixed bag now. We have countries that adopt a Bitcoin as a legal tender, for example, like Salvador and the Republic of Central Africa. You don't even expect, these guys who don't have even the technological structure to support that, adopting it as legal. You have China that says no, and you have many other 10, 12 countries that band it together. So because of all this confusion, in order to settle the phase one, you have to bring the most efficient corporations in that cryptocurrency level. Then we are going to move, as I said, to phase two. But
yes,
here they are.
Thank you very much for the contribution, Professor. But still, there is a shadow, there is a cloud over the cryptocurrencies. Still, people do not know them. And there are many people who invest money on that without to know the details. And this is the problem.
That is correct. And as we said, with the volatility paper we said, I hope now investors and speculators know we're not talking about regular volatility of stocks and bonds. We're talking about extreme volatility. So people know when they get into the currency, they know the risk they are exposed to.
Okay. So thanks a lot. Thanks once more. Thank you all for your participation and presentation we've had in this workshop, and hope to see you soon in another workshop or in a conference around Europe or around the world. Thanks a lot once more, and bye-bye.
And thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you all, professors and colleagues.
Thank you, Professor Maditinos, for running this session. I'm Łukasz Zięba. I'm here in Radom at the university premises, and for the concluding remarks and some proposals of the workshop, I would like to ask Professor Emeritus George Bitros for his words and a quick summary on this workshop. The professor, the floor is yours. Thank you.
Can you please upload my single
Yes, we
PowerPoint?
will upload your presentation, yes.
Thank you. I might as well begin to talk until the PowerPoint is uploaded. It's a PowerPoint of a single slide. I didn't have the benefit of the papers in time to summarize what I will have to say, so I will relate. Next slide, please. I will relate everything I heard and I learned from today's workshop to the so-called big issues. And I will start with a few remarks regarding the differentiation between the two technologies, the distributed ledger technology and the blockchain technology. Distributed ledger technology is the basis on which every multinational in the world stands. If you think of Nestle, if you think of Toyota, if you think of Mercedes, if you think of any multinational business, all have a ledger technology. They have a master ledger, which is maintained in the headquarters, and the master ledger is reconciled on a day-to-day basis with the ledgers, the distributed ledgers of their affiliates, of their companies across the world. This is done on a day-to-day business. Without this technology, the center, namely the headquarters, will not be able to coordinate the operations of the multinational and to create the value they have created over the last 100 years. So this technology is very old, but it has improved over the years because it was married with the developments in the computer and the electronic transfer of information, and they have become very efficient because they can reconcile the master with the distributed ledgers on a day-to-day basis, and they are up to date all the time. In contrast to this distributed ledger technology, the blockchain technology does not have a master. It has only the distributed ledgers, which the distributed ledgers are maintained up to date in real time. Namely, if one individual exchanges a few bitcoins with a peer, this transaction is recorded and verified across the network of the Bitcoin. And as Professor Aral said, there are two types of Bitcoin technology. It is the one which is the permission, which implies that in order to get into the network, you need the permission of somebody at the center, and the other, which is completely free, which is the decentralized version of the blockchain technology, where the network is open and anybody can join without anybody restricting the openness of the network. And that is why the cryptocurrencies, which are consistent with the last version of blockchain technology, cannot be replicated by the permission blockchain technology, and of course not by the distributed ledger technology, which require a master, one administrator at the center, to coordinate what the others are doing. You understand from these quick details that we are talking about a command system at the center and a coordinative scheme, which is like the market, where everybody can get into the market and everybody can reveal his information through the market, and by revealing the market, contribute to the determination of the prices. Because I must stress here my vision of the market. The markets do not fix prices. The markets reveal what the participants of the markets think about the right price. They reveal information through the price. Whereas central banks from the top fix administratively the price. These are two different systems and they are very much related. This is something to which I will lead my comments, lead to the issues of what kind of regime do citizens want to live under? Do they want to live under a command system, or do they want to live in a more democratic way where citizen sovereignty counts at the top of priorities? And one thing that I didn't see in this workshop is this one, the relationship of the cryptocurrencies to the kind of governance of countries, to what kind of course, I wouldn't expect authoritarian regimes to adopt cryptocurrencies or to allow cryptocurrencies to work. I wouldn't expect such a thing. So let me go to the second big issue, government-produced digital money. Nick Economidis touched on the issue, and very many people in the workshop touch on this. Why the governments cannot issue cryptocurrencies? They cannot issue cryptocurrencies because they wouldn't be able to allow the network to be open. They would allow participants in the network to come in under permission. But if you need a permission to get into the network, you lose your anonymity. And therefore, no government can issue, no democratic government can issue a cryptocurrency where the government would know everything, the most minute details from they would know forensic details of the lifestyles of every individual. Then democracy would become an issue as such. Why no mandatory digital currencies? Again, if the governments, the central banks as agents of the government go ahead and issue a cryptocurrency, as Nick and others said, anonymity is destroyed, and therefore people will always wish to have some of their actions not in the public domain, and not in the domain of public civil servants or whatever. They would like even to have some of their actions hidden from their spouse or from their children and so forth. Therefore, if a digital currency introduced by a central bank on a mandatory basis, it would be like the fiat money we have today. Okay, we may keep this system as a parallel system and allow, as Nick Economidis and others predict, allow cryptocurrencies to in competition with this in the coming years. So the most I would predict on this is that yes, central banks will go ahead. I mean, they have gone quite to an advanced stage in introducing digital currencies, but not of the non-permission blockchain technology, because anonymity would be eponymous digital currencies would be inconsistent with democratic governments, and I don't think that this is going to go through the democratic process, namely the electoral process. Private sector produced digital technology. Now, many in the workshops stress that we have over 10,000 cryptocurrencies right now in the books, and they compete among themselves, and eventually a few of them will dominate. And at that point, at that phase, where 2 or 3 other dominant cryptocurrencies prevail, this extreme volatility about which we heard so much today, this extreme volatility will decline, because I must remind you that if you go back to the studies by Mansfield, Grillikis, and all the others who studied the prices of new products in the last 30 years, you will see that the volatility of in the prices of the new products until they get a foothold in the market was very volatile, the prices. This happens all the time with the new products, because remember that only 1 out of 5 products introduced into a market survives at the end. So the volatility in the new products is very high. I would expect, like many colleagues emphasize, that as we go to the 3rd stage of maturity of these cryptocurrencies, that the extreme volatility will slow down and they will become more amenable to the character, to the calculations that individuals do in seeking some sort of stability in their portfolios of assets. And I remind you that already we have ETFs and other collective assets of cryptocurrencies which try to work out some sort of stabilizing mechanisms in attracting the attention of investors in these products. Government policies on privately produced money. Now, I don't want to go into philosophical discussions. In a paper by Friedman and Schwartz in 1986, they put the question: can privately produced money survive? And they answer negatively, because any time in history some private money emerged, after a while the government stepped in and regulated it to oblivion. I don't think this is going to happen in the case of cryptocurrencies, because despite the negative aspects that I heard, and I heard quite a few negative disadvantages of cryptocurrencies, about which I can take issue. For example, Nick said that one of the negatives is the tremendous consumption of energy. Now, a week ago, Ethereum switched from proof of work to proof of stake. Just a minute change in the blockchain technology. And you know what happened? It reduced energy consumption by 99.5%. Such developments, I would expect, will occur as we go along. And I can take issue with most of the disadvantages that, for example, the decentralization. Nick Economidis, reminding us of an excellent paper he published back in the 1980s in the American Economic Review, says that decentralization may be a bad thing. I would say decentralization is decentralization of power. It's more competition. Concentration of power has provoked the legislation, the antitrust legislation, that the US government has forgotten how to apply in recent years. I don't know why, but the Supreme Court in the United States even liberated contribution by businesses to political parties, free contributions. So big corporations can buy whatever arrangements, legal arrangements, would like to see. In my records, this development was bad for democracy. That is why I would have liked to see some discussion of cryptocurrencies and democracy. But perhaps we can do it in another workshop. So all in all, I think that the future is very bright for cryptocurrencies because they hold a lot of social value added. And because as knowledge about these new products spreads to little people, not who do not need to have knowledge of this in order to accept it, as this spreads, I think most of the negatives will turn into positives. And if in an optimal world, we would like to have several currencies circulating on a voluntary basis, including government currencies, circulating domestically and internationally, in parallel and in competition, because you know what will happen? Because the governments will stop abusing the power of money in the electoral process. Prices will stabilize and will vary only because the technologies and other natural and man-made shocks enter into the economy. But otherwise, prices will be stable. And let me remind to those who like to see fixed prices. Nick said that I would like when I go to the gas station to know what is the price of gasoline. Let me remind that before 1913, there was no central bank. And still there was growth. There was much higher price stability than after 1929. And particularly much more stable than after 1972, when the United States under Nixon abolished the gold basis of the US dollar. We need some anchor, real anchor. Now we have the opportunity because stock exchanges have funds giving us future prices for 1 or 2 or 3 years ahead. So I think we can anchor the value of the currencies to these future prices. And therefore, if we have several currencies in competition among themselves, prices will become much more stable. This bad practice of imposing negative interest rates, namely indirectly taxing the savings of people by governments without having the authority, because if you go back to the electoral programs of these of the parties, of the political parties that govern in Europe and in the United States, none of these parties inform the citizens that they were going to tax their savings. And then they went ahead under various explanations and various fictitious public interest reasons to put this negative tax on savings, and of course some people, including Professor Tarasinos, talked about central bank independence. Central bank independence is a fiction. The central bank is an agent of the government, of course, under law, but the laws change. And there are Trumps there who can order the central banker what the interest rate would be. You remember, I suppose. So let me finish by saying that I think we go into, in the next 10 years, we go into an environment where government and privately produced currencies will circulate in competition. The governments will think very hard as to the way they are going to approach the regulation. I don't think that they will go for a complete ban of cryptocurrencies, because then cryptocurrencies will become become markets like the drugs, like the opiums and other underground traded goods. So I hope governments will find the wisdom to design regulations to extract the maximum of social value added that these currencies can produce. And thank you very much for having me here to talk to you. And I am ready for any questions you would like to ask. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor, for your insightful conclusions and remarks. And I would like to ask anybody, maybe is there anyone who would like to ask Professor maybe a question, because I think we still have a little time for little Q&A. So if there are some questions, please proceed with them as you wish. Okay, since there is no questions, I would like to, for the ending of the workshop, I would like to thank.
I think Professor Arav has raised his hand.
Okay. So we have one question. So please, Professor, you will be in a few seconds able to ask a questions. You are now able to ask a questions. Please do that. Thank you.
Yeah. Professor Bitros, I just want to make a comment and elaborate just on one point we didn't have a chance, in the presentation to show the work is with respect to, you cited Ethereum, they moved, from
yes.
proof of work, that's correct, to stake. And also Bitcoin, which is one of the major consumption of electricity. Why? Because that's one of the reasons that Ethereum moved from proof of work to proof of stake is, of course, there is a transaction per minute, which is very important, and the speed of confirmation. These two are the driving pieces in the economic stratosphere of this cryptocurrency, because for them to exist, they have to be at part with the present institution. We expect them to do better, but at least they have to be at part. And if you take a look, the same thing with Ethereum and other cryptocurrencies, they were not validating, their transactions. Some of them could go from 5 minutes to more, an hour or two. Now, even a Bitcoin has gone through two transformation, which is the slower within the industry. It went, from the lightning work exactly to speed up the transactions that were taking too much time on the blockchain. And just as recently, it went also to upgrade. So it went through two major, what you call upgrade. And most of the cryptocurrencies are doing it right now.
Exactly.
So, and this has a result, and that's what I wanted to show, what's really going on. 2-3 years ago, we thought, it was impossible for some of these cryptocurrencies to match, for example, MasterCard and Visa, which have been widely cited as the major leader in this industry by transactions. When they put 20 to 30,000, 40,000, transactions per second, and the Bitcoin does between 7 to 10 transactions per second. 3 years ago, they said this is impossible, that cryptocurrency will catch technology.
Exactly.
In these 2-3 years, which I showed it in my stuff, but unfortunately, we didn't have the chance, to distribute it. So it has a major impact. The technology has advanced tremendously in these 2-3 years, where now some of these cryptocurrencies are delivering in the range of 1,000, 1,500 transactions per minute, as well as the confirmation time in less than a couple seconds, or 5 seconds and less. So we expect that they are going to meet the challenge of this technology. And also, some of them are addressing through these switches to address the ecological problem and the environment problem, which is this electrical problem. Yes, some of them are addressing it by using, less energy than they have used just, 2 years ago. So the issue of challenge, I don't see it in terms of technology. The same thing with the internet, when they came, they were most efficient. Not many people will buy anything online because it's not secured. But when things settled, now people don't even talk about it, whether you make transaction online or not. The only question you want to ask, whether I can trust this vendor.
Exactly.
And that is going to happen with that cryptocurrencies. That's most of them. This is where in discovery phase, where you are going to weed out all the bad ones who are not creating value, just Ponzi scheme. And there are many of them who are using the Ponzi scheme, as you saw it in these 3-4 years. They took billions of people and they wiped many, what you call investors. So this is going to continue until the field gets clear. Then those who present the value, and some of them are bringing a good value for the economic and for lowering the cost and for reaching, the speed, because the whole commerce and the whole economy basically based on 2 things. If you cannot lower the cost and someone else will, you will be out. Coming back to your currencies, we have them here, as you said, before. Take a look at Europe. The market and the necessity of commerce will dictate. If you remember, just not too many years ago, there was French franc, there was drachma, there were, Italian lira, and so forth. But now we have euro because they decided it speeds the process. It speeds what? Low transaction cost. So they reverted to that. So the same thing with the cryptocurrencies. If they are going to let them, of course, as you said, with the regulation to make sure whatever they are selling meets the criteria exactly of what the stock market or all the securities meet. So that's a good regulation, not a regulation that stifles innovation or democratization of finance.
Thank you very much for your comments. And if I may add a concluding comment, let me tell you that when the discussion about the euro was going on back in the early 1990s, I was arguing that the European community at the time ought to leave all the currencies in the 12 nations to compete among themselves until one of them prevailed. And at that time, I thought it would be the Deutsche Mark, and the Deutsche Mark would become the today's euro. It was a much smoother approach to converging to a common currency, rather than the one that it was imposed from above, and it has so many problems, or at least it faced so many problems at the beginning. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you also, professors. I see that there is no more questions, so let me again thank you all participants for being part of this workshop. Thank you, Professor Tahma Atzidis, Professor Maditinos, and Professor Bitros for running the respective parts of this workshop. On the behalf of the organizers from Radom University, I would like to say also that it was a great pleasure for being a part of this event. And like Professor Maditinos said at the end of his session as a moderator, we hope we will see each other maybe next year in the different time and a different place somewhere in Europe. So to conclude, thank you all for participating in this workshop, and hope to see you soon all. Thank you all, and goodbye. See you soon. Bye.